Hi, testing. Oh.
Number 4. Person. Two.
People say, check 1, 2, hello. Good morning.
I'm debating. Hi, Jane.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Jane McAuliffe, the Director of National and International Outreach at the Library of Congress. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you here today for an important event mounted by a new unit in the library, National Digital Initiatives. I also welcome you to the Jefferson Building of the Library of Congress, and I hope you'll have a chance today to walk around this building and enjoy its sheer beauty and grandeur. Thomas Jefferson believed that the free, unhampered pursuit of truth by an informed, involved citizenry was the key to a successful democracy. Jefferson's own library forms the core of this great collection, and you'll find it beautifully exhibited on the mezzanine floor of this building. Today, the Library of Congress is the largest repository of recorded knowledge in the world. We are surrounded here by more than 36 million catalog books and other print materials in 460 languages, more than 69 million manuscripts, the largest rare book collection in North America, and the world's largest collection of legal materials, films, maps, sheet music, and sound recordings. But as a British statesman, Sir Herbert Samuel, once said, "A library is thought in cold storage." People must have access to the library's collections to put those thoughts in action. It's not enough anymore to just open the doors of this building and invite people in. We have to open the knowledge itself for people to explore and to use. And that's where NIO, National and International Outreach, comes in. Just a year ago, the library created this new division to make the library's resources, our collections, better serve the American people and the world. NIO was created with high aspirations. It was created to promote research and scholarship, to foster and celebrate creativity, to develop collaborations and communities, and to enable everyone to discover and to learn. Of course, in the 21st century, we can do a lot more than just open books. Researchers can now analyze more information in an hour than we could read in a lifetime. We can collaborate and share complex ideas across oceans in an instant, and we can empower everyone to participate. Like all of you, the Library of Congress wants to enable that vision. With that in mind, we have created a new office in NIO, and that office is National Digital Initiatives, and we've given them a very big responsibility. We want them to lead innovation and to maximize the impact of digital collections, not just here in the library, but across our many communities. To lead this team, we've chosen a dynamic, pragmatic innovator, Kate Sward. She knows digital libraries, especially ours. She led the development of the library's digital repository. And she's a community organizer. She's chaired several standards committees for the cultural heritage community. So we expect great things from Kate and her team. Today is a perfect example of the work we want them to do, leveraging the library to bring all of you together, discussing the best practices and lessons learned from your work, thinking through next steps and what we can do even better as we move forward. So again, thank you all for joining us today. I'm excited about what we can accomplish working together. And now I'd like to hand you over to the Chief of National Digital Initiatives, Kate Sward, who will be your MC today, and I hope your partner for years to come. Thanks again.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Jane. Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad you could make it. We're so thrilled to be putting this event on, and we're excited you all could come. And welcome to the people watching via live stream from home. Please remember to tweet your questions with the AskData hashtag. These are really exciting times for research. The rise of computational methods of inquiry increase the potential for what's possible to discover. Methods such as network and text analysis enhance our ability to search, visualize, and organize information. And as our capacity grows, so do our questions. How can more libraries and researchers participate in data scholarship? And how can our collections help with research? We've put together this symposium to help continue the dialogue around these topics. Among those of you who expressed an interest in this event, we had inquiries from NASA, Brookings, the Episcopal Divinity School, the Research Foundation for Music in Ireland, and even our local DC Public Library, proving that this topic has struck a chord with many of you and has exciting capacity for partnership. I'd like to start by thanking those of you who made the event possible. First, the National Digital Initiatives team that I'll introduce you to a little bit later. This is the first of what we hope are many to come. And I'd like to especially thank our very own Jamie Mears, who did a lot of the heavy lifting to pull this off. Thank you so much to our speakers and invited guests who have donated their time to this effort. Thank you to the Office of Equal Opportunity and Diversity Programs for funding the live captioning for this event. And thank you to the Library of Congress special events staff and volunteers for helping put this on. A little bit of housekeeping first. The symposium is organized into an opening and closing keynote and 4 thematic sessions. We'll have about 15 minutes at the end of each session for questions. And as I mentioned, if you're watching via the live stream, you can tweet questions using the hashtag #AsData. The video of this event will be made available on our website and archived at the Library of Congress, so don't ask questions you don't want mixed in with the permanent record of American creativity. No pressure. So let's begin. Our opening keynote speaker just got back from the Okavango River Basin, Africa's largest wetland, where he and his team of scientists, filmmakers, and journalists collected environmental data to document the river's ecosystem. This National Geographic project is making all of the data open source for us to explore. Participating in this expedition and almost getting eaten by a lion, I'm telling you, you should really read the journal article, is one of many ways in which Jer Thorpe is using data to improve our world. His portfolio reflects the dynamic ways in which data can be applied. From creating the algorithm for the 9/11 memorial that placed the names of the deceased closest to those they knew, to developing a tool that constructs a detailed picture of how information moves through social media, to leading a theater group to interpret and perform 120,000 objects in MoMA's collection. These projects demonstrate how Jer is changing the public's perception of data from cold, remote, and sterile to interesting, relevant, and vibrant. Even though many of us haven't been able to trek through sub-Saharan Africa, I believe that we have the same mission as Jer in many ways, to make information in all of its forms relevant to the public in the hopes that it will improve our Earth, ourselves, and our future. Please welcome award-winning data artist, co-founder of the Office for Creative Research, 2013 National Geographic Emerging Explorer, and adjunct professor at New York University's Interactive Telecommunications Program, Jer Thorpe.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it goes without saying that I feel tremendously honored to be here today. I'm a Canadian, and nonetheless, I'm really honored to be here. I came up with this entire talk to give this morning. I run a studio called the Office for Creative Research, and we do a lot of work surrounding collections. And so I put together a talk which was specifically about our work around collections, although, as was just mentioned, we do a lot of very different things. I was almost finished with the talk when I read the program for the event, when I found out that the talk that I was actually going to give was called Data and Humans, A Love Story, which is a title that I didn't make up. And so I thought, okay, I'll do this talk instead. And what will this talk be? Well, obviously this talk is going to be about data and humans. And to start to talk about data and humans, we must begin, I think, with data. There's an artifact of our understanding of data which many of you have seen before, which is this pyramid. And it describes a kind of progression from data at the bottom upwards towards wisdom. And I think the shape of that pyramid defines a lot of what we've been trying to do with data over the last 5 to 10 years, and that is create as much, or collect as much of it as possible with the hope that at scale, we can also get wisdom at scale. But what I'm going to argue during this talk is that we're missing something at the bottom of that pyramid, and I'm not going to give it away yet. But I am going to start with a little bit of wisdom from one of my favorite people, Ursula Franklin, who actually just recently passed away. She's a metallurgist and a thinker and writer. And in her Massey lectures, she talks about the idea that most of the world of technology that we live in wasn't really made with our well-being in mind. And I think as we're constructing data systems and as we're constructing a world of data to live in, this has never been more true. And so the central question that I want to bring to us today is, what is it like to live in data? Because at one time we might have been satisfied with collecting data. At one point we might have been satisfied with visualizing it, but more and more and more we're actually creating systems and worlds that we must reside in. This is a diagram by a sociologist named Jacob Moreno. It was made this in the beginning of the 20th century, and it's called a sociogram, and you can think of it as a social network. This diagram is of a 7th grade classroom, girls on the right, boys on the left, two brave vectors of puberty crossing that gulf. I like this diagram, though, because I think about how it would have been made. The scientist or the researcher would have had to sit in the classroom. They would have had to watch the students would have had to watch them. They would have had to smell that teenage smell and learn people's names and understand that while these objects are being drawn as circles and triangles, that they are in fact humans. How would we do something like this today? Well, we might do it like a university or a research group rather in Cambridge, Massachusetts did, where they used the Twitter API. They pulled 600,000 tweets from the New York area, and they ran them through something called sentiment analysis. And sentiment analysis attempts to decide which tweets are sad or angry or happy, so on and so on. They found out that the saddest place in New York City, according to their study, was a high school called Hunter College High School, which is up above the reservoir. It shows up as a purple dot above the reservoir in this map. And I think a lot about what it must have been like to be those students. This was a September day, and the day before you were not the saddest school in Manhattan, but the day of you were the saddest school in Manhattan. And I often think about what it was like to be in high school, and I can only imagine how weird of a day that must have been for these students to arrive in class. I don't think the researchers were thinking about that, because they didn't, I don't think, understand these data points as humans, but instead as returns from an API. And this story I've become obsessed with, partly because they made a big mistake. Their algorithm that they used to locate the tweets was wrong, and so it wasn't actually this high school, but it was somewhere else nearby that they had determined to be the saddest point in Manhattan. And I actually went and visited the vice principal of this high school because I was so interested in this, and I asked her, I said, what was the mood in the students like that first day that this was published? And then she said, nobody cared. I was like, wow, that's interesting. Why did nobody care? And they said, well, we knew it was wrong because high school students don't use Twitter. We know that they're not allowed to use social media. We know they are using it, but Twitter is for old people. And nobody in our high school uses it, which is kind of amazing, right? Like, these guys had gone and published this study based on a premise which was just false from the beginning. And I think this example highlights a lot of our problems. This amazing ability we have to harvest and collect more data has to be balanced with the idea that the mechanisms we use to do so are bringing us further away from the people that we were engaged with in the beginning. So what is it like to live in data? It sucks. And I don't mean that only in the pejorative. I also mean that it's like a gigantic vacuum cleaner. We are the subject of extraction, right? The word collection is in the title of today's event, and the word collection or the word gathering are these kind of neat and polite ways to describe something which I think is a little more violent. We're scraping and abstracting and mining data from individuals. A few years ago, actually in 2009, I became a little bit obsessed with these tweets that people would write when they landed at airports. So you weren't allowed to do it at the time, but people still would. They would tweet as soon as they landed, and I just pulled a few from the feed this morning. These are quotidian statements. There's nothing particularly exciting here, although they are little glimpses into somebody's life. But what they also are data points, because I know where they've just landed, and I know from their profile where they live. We could reconstruct a system from just those tweets, which is a kind of simulation of air travel. And this actually came out of a discussion with a friend of mine who's an epidemiologist. And epidemiologists are always looking for ways to model human travel, and we thought maybe we could model them based on these weird, kind of thinly veiled show-off tweets that people were making as they landed on the tarmac. The sister project of this, which I made a week later, is called Good Morning. This is everybody on Twitter in 2009 saying good morning. And you can see the wave travel around the world. Green dots are people who get up early. Red dots are people who get up late. I'll let you see the East Coast and the West Coast, and you can make your decision as to which one is lazier than the other. There's nothing exciting happening here, but there was something really captivating for me about being able to construct something from nothing and to do it at scale. And I wasn't the only one. Advertisers were very excited about this potential, that we could scrape up data from people and put it together into stories. In 2011, a couple of researchers discovered that Apple was storing all of your location data, and it was storing it unsecurely on your device. What that meant is that anybody who knew where to look could find a file that would say exactly where you had been since you owned your phone. I don't really have to think about that for very long to understand the privacy concerns here. But a group of people that I was working with at the New York Times lab at the time, Matt Baji, Jake Porway, Brian House, and I decided, wow, what an opportunity. There's all this data. Let's get as much of it as we can. And so we started a project called OpenPaths, and you can still find it at openpaths.cc. And the way that it works today is that you install an app on your phone. That app collects data about your location, but it stores it securely, and only you have access to it. There's an additional thing that you can do as well, which is that you can share this data with researchers for whom this type of data is kind of gold. Right? Location data is really, really exciting for epidemiologists to study disaster response, for urban planners. But almost all of this data is held by a couple of private entities, and to get that data is very difficult. So our idea was, can we make a collective tool so that people could visualize this data, they could understand what's going on in their world, but they could also share this with researchers. So this is what the interface looks like. You can go and look at your data and kind of see where you've been and the patterns of your travel and so on and so on. It's pretty simple. But for us, it was experiment in something. It was an experiment in data ownership. What happens when we give people ownership of their data? And in this case, they really do have ownership. If I wanted to look up your data on OpenPaths, I run the server, I did for a while. I can't do it. It's encoded on our server, it's encrypted on our server, only you can find it. And the idea was that maybe this experience of data ownership would foster a kind of personal relationship with data, which I think we're pretty far away from right now, right? I think when I say this phrase to people, they're like, what are you talking about? But there is a lot of personal information in this data. This is a graphic by Brian House, and it shows what he calls his meaningful locations. And this is just derived from the data, and the data knows where he lives, where his girlfriend lived at the time, where he practiced with his band. These pieces of meaning are encoded in this data just by the nature of it. I did something a little bit different with my data. These are little arrows in there, the direction that I was traveling in. And this reads like a clock on its side. So over on the left here is the beginning of the day. That's me going to work. At the time I went northwest to work. And then that's lunch up at the top. And then down at the bottom, I just moved to New York. I never went home. So that's kind of me going all over New York. And there might be some stumbly bits there in the end, in the very late evening. But the idea of this was, could we make an artifact that people would put up on their wall? I had this dream that someone would put this up on their wall above their bed. And before they went to bed at night, they would look up at it and say, good night, data. It's weird, right? And it's weird because this is what this data looks like. This is one data point, another data point, another data point. I moved to New York City after living in Vancouver, Canada for my whole life. Or for most of my life. And this is the moment I stepped off the plane at LaGuardia Airport. It's kind of the beginning of a new chapter in my life. The second data point is that night I had this crisp glass of Riesling up at this Thai restaurant on Amsterdam Avenue, and I would have forgotten entirely about it if it weren't for this data point. And then this data point, 5.5 years ago, I opened the door at the end of my hallway of my apartment building and met my partner, Nora, who's here, and instantly fell in love. And this point to me, I had this idea that I'll sit my grandchild down on my lap and I'll show them this data point. And I'll say, this is how it started. And we made some progress there. This is my favorite data point, our son, who was born just over a year ago. And I actually, when I saw that, when I wrote this out, I remembered something very interesting, which is that we are all kind of born as data. This is what we share with our family and friends. We share these numbers and these statistics to prove something, to prove that this child was born. And similarly, these numbers, they're evidence of our existence, of our time on the planet. But anyways, what is it like to live in data? I think that there's the sensation for most people that we're being used, and we are being used, and again, primarily by advertisers. So most of the machinery around data goes towards placing ads in your web browser. You know, we might argue that maybe the machinery behind the NSA and surveillance is slightly more sophisticated, but probably not. Most of the effort is being done to place ads in your web browser. I teach a class at New York University, and one of my students had this great project called Cookie Jar, and she took collections of people's advertisements, and then she sent them to strangers and had them write stories about people based only on their ads. So it was a kind of a way to reverse the advertisers are trying to find things out about you and give you ads, and well, can we turn that around? Can we take ads and try to find something out about ourselves? And at the time, I was working on a project which allowed me to collect all of my ads. So this is a month worth of web ads that I saw, and I sent this to 10 strangers and paid them $10 and asked them to write about me. And it was interesting. I learned some things about myself. Actually, you know, I learned nothing about myself, but I learned some things about what advertisers believe about me, which is that I'm in my 30s, I live alone, and I play video games. None of those things are true. This is my favorite one. I love this one. I want to get it framed. But there's something interesting happening here, right? Advertisers are collecting data about us, and then they're building these profiles, and they're making decisions based on that data. And those decisions, more and more, are affecting our lives. They might affect the level to which we can be insured. They might affect the type of health insurance we're being presented. They might affect the type of credit card that we're being offered. Right? And so this tool that we've built in my studio called FloodWatch allows you to keep track of the types of ads that are being shown to you. And like the last project I showed, it allows you to donate this data to researchers. So researchers in particular who are interested in discriminatory advertising practices. So places in which advertisers are discriminating based on the things you're not allowed to discriminate on and under the Constitution, race and age and gender and religious belief and political affiliation. Those are all things that we're trying to investigate, and actually there's no real good way to investigate them right now, and so we're building this tool. We're hoping to get tens of thousands of users so that they can collect the largest database of advertising data, and then just don't give it to advertisers. So you can find out more about the tool at floodwatch.ocr.nyc, and we're releasing a new version in the fall. So if you're interested in this, I would say hold off, because our next version is going to be really amazing. What we've done, I think, in the creation of our data systems is not dissimilar to what we started to do or continue to do with our cities. And Jane Jacobs, who of course a famous urbanism critic and amazing writer and thinker, talked about one of the biggest problems with cities at the time, and I think one of the continued problems in cities, was the lack of feedback for the people who live in cities. And similarly, tools like OpenPass and FloodWatch are about giving people who live in data mechanisms for feedback. What we want to do is be able to give them agency, because I think one of the other things that it's like to be living in data today is to be without agency. So what does it mean to give people agency? This is a project that my studio has been working on. We've been working with a doctor in Manchester named Will Dixon, and Will is a rheumatologist. He studies chronic pain mostly. And he had found from all of his work over the years with pain sufferers, this thing that we kind of know, which was that pain symptoms can seem to be correlated with the weather, right? And this is confusing. We don't really know why. And in fact, we don't really know if it exists. There had been no really good scientific research about this. So we started this project called Cloudy with a Chance of Pain. We recruited now almost 10,000 UK chronic pain sufferers, and we asked them to record data around their pain symptoms. And then we built them a website in which they can do a couple of things. They can first come and see how their pain symptoms compare to everybody else in the data set. So you can kind of explore your own experiences and how they compare to everybody else. We also set up a system where we mailed people through email weekly visualizations of what the project was doing, so that we made sure that they felt like they were part of this project and not just kind of throwing their data into a black hole where it might never come out again. But the biggest thing that I think we did in this project, which I'm the most proud of, is that we produced a tool which allowed the contributors to the project to pose their own hypotheses. So we call this a citizen science project, and you've probably heard a lot about citizen science projects. I think that most citizen science projects, though, they fall into one or two categories. They're either citizen data collection, or they're citizen labor that they couldn't find a grad student to do. But not too many of them are actual citizen science. Like, we're not asking citizens to actually be scientists. So what we're doing here is we're asking them to do exactly that, to look at their data and make a hypothesis. And so what we end up with is we end up with not only 10,000 people participating in the study, we end up with thousands of hypotheses, which tell us, A, what people are thinking about their symptoms and their conditions, but also, hey, this is actually really good to look at those hypotheses. Maybe people are finding something that we weren't able to find. And this idea of like putting people in the driver's seat, giving them agency, is super, super, super important to us and to the work that we do. What is it like to live in data? I believe that one of the primary conditions of living in data is to be overwhelmed, to feel like you're underwater. We can't really even look at these data systems with our limited human sensoriums because they're so big and so complicated, right? And there's this idea. I do a lot of data visualization, and there's this idea that visualization is a remedy to this, that visualization can help us with complexity. Well, I would argue that actually, visualization doesn't usually help with complexity. What it does is it can get rid of complexity, but getting rid of complexity is like sweeping something very scary under a rug, right? We don't actually want to get rid of it. We want to be able to engage with it in ways that help us understand it. And this is something we've always had to do as humans, right? We've always had to engage with complex things, and we've had to engage them with ways that allow us to understand them. And sometimes, complex things can be the hardest because they might at the same time be right and wrong, or they might at the same time be one thing and the other. And so what have we developed as humans over millions of years of evolution to do this? Well, I believe that the mechanism that we've developed is the arts. And we do a lot of projects that try to counter this very appealing approach to use visualization. So, for example, this is a map. Yeah, it's a map. This is all of the hotels in the world. There's 500,000 hotels in this data set, and each one of them shows as a little white dot. If I wanted to explain to people what hotels look like from space, this is useful. If I want to explain to people what hotels are actually like, this is not useful at all. And so we were asked by the Vancouver Art Gallery to develop a piece exactly about this, to try to talk about the diversity and richness and complexity of this system of 500,000 hotels. And so instead of turning to visualization, we turned to narrative. This is an image that Jack Kerouac drew to help understand the journey that his characters were going to take on the road. And so we thought, oh, this is interesting. What if we did this? What if we took hundreds of characters from fictional novels and dropped them into today's world and told them that they would travel the same route that they traveled in their books or in the novels, and they had to stay at a hotel? So we dropped these people into this imaginary world. It was projected in real time, continuously at the art gallery for over 3 months. And during this 3-month period, these fictional characters, they lived within this database of hotels. So here We're going to see the character. Whoops, I skipped the video here. These are the characters from Lolita. They're driving along the eastern seaboard, and they're about to stop at a hotel for the night. They don't have a lot of money, so they're going to search for what's available in their budget in this particular day when the piece was running. And as you can see from some of the returns, they don't have a lot of luck in finding a beautiful hotel. And so what we show the viewer in the projections is kind of a combination of photo documentation from the hotel itself, but also from the users. We show them the names of the hotels. We look up the price. And one of the interesting things about this is it's a living system. So on one given night, they might find these hotels, but the next one, there might be a football game near that town, and there are no hotels available. So they have to drive to the next town and find a place to stay there. And this idea of using narrative to frame our way through a complex data set is something that we've done over and over and over again, because I think it does give us a chance to investigate these things that are otherwise really difficult to investigate. Now, I believe that if aliens were to touch down today and try to understand our culture, they would look towards these gigantic data sets to try to understand what was going on. So how would they do that? Well, maybe they would do it using a similar tactic to what we've done here. This is a data set which was mentioned in the introduction. This is MoMA's permanent collection, 127,000 objects. And we were approached by MoMA to do an artist residency and to try to understand how we could make an artwork about this data set that would help people understand it. And that would help people understand what is the character of this data set and what are some of the possibilities that are entrenched within it. So what do we do? Well, what do you do with a CSV? We load it into a database and we start querying it. We start asking it questions. And so some of the first things we did was to try to look for some pattern. And so I wrote a little, this is called a recursive query, which takes a title, and then it looks for a title which is similar to it and a little bit longer, and then we do it again and again and again and again, and we get these kind of constructions, these poetic constructions of the titles of artworks. And I like these, first of all, because they're evocative, they're fun to read. But second, because they're this kind of strange curatorial, we mashing things together. I think of it as a kind of cocktail party where these artworks get to meet for the first time, right? So this one artwork is like, oh, you're Trapeze girl, I'm another girl, another planet. And so across the wall, they're like, oh, I'm a girl attacked by a strange bird. Like, they had never been able to meet, but through some commonalities in the way that these titles are structured, they're able to kind of meet and talk to each other. I meant to give this warning at the beginning of the talk, and that is that there is some obscene language in this talk, and it's coming up, not in this slide, but the next one. And so we were very interested in these structures, particularly the ones around girl, because there was this kind of entrenched record of kind of this sexualization of art and this gendering of art inside of these titles. Here's every obscene title in MoMA's database. And these are also historically interesting. They came in a period where artists for a long time had been trying to challenge expectations of galleries. They're like, here's the painting, it's all just black, right? And originally curators were like, whoa, and now they accepted that. And so the next step was like, here's a painting, it's called I'm not gonna read it, but it's called something like that. And then Mark Hansen, who is one of my collaborators, was sitting and doing some database queries, and he asked a very simple question: what is the most common first name of an artist in the MoMA database? The most common first name is John. There are 200 artists named John who have a piece or more than one piece in the MoMA collection. These are the top 4. Here are the top 40. I'm giving you a second. And so it was this piece that really set the tone for what we were going to do, because these are names, and what is the natural human thing to do with names? The natural human thing to do with names is to read them. And so we'd worked in the past with this experimental theater group called the Elevator Repair Service, and we decided that we would perform the database. And so for 40-minute performances, we did 8 of them. These actors would essentially read the database in the gallery, but they would do it in a way that was quite performative. So I'm going to play you a section of this. Again, there's some obscene language. And it's actually the performing of this data set that I'm just showing you right now.
No title, fuck the world. The sequel, shut the fuck up. I shit crystals for you, David. Nazi punk fuck off.
John Woo.
John William Carter.
The bad habit.
John Whitney Sr.
John
ass picking,
John Waters.
food eating, head shrinking,
Walker.
social climbing,
John
motherfucker.
Vachon. John Timothy. John Thompson.
Shut the fuck up.
John Skarkowski. John
The
Sturgeon.
sequel,
John Steve
shut
Hacker.
the fuck up.
John Sloan. John Sennhauser. Shot. John Sayles. John Salt. John R. Morgan. John Riley. John Piper. John Pilson. John Pemberton. John Paul Jones. John Opera. John Newman. John Newsom. John Mills. John McVicker. John Levy.
Morning. Untitled.
Robert.
People squeezed between fucked up. Nazi punk fuck off.
David.
I shit crystals for you, David.
Paul. Richard. William. Peter. Charles. Michael. James. George. Jean.
So we show the
Hans.
names of every artist in the database during this piece.
Thomas. Walter. Edward. Jan. Joseph. Martin. Mark. Jose. Louis. Frank. Otto. Max. Stephen. Jack. Henry. Henri. Alfred. Alexander. Carl. Andre. Harry. Roger. Pierre.
Mary.
Daniel. Carl. Philip. Juan. Bob. Arthur. Albert. Christian. Bruce. Jim. Bill. Tom. Fritz. Victor. Bernard. Antonio. Alex. Roberto. Mario.
Joan. Barbara.
Werner. Tony.
Maria.
Marcel. Jonathan. Boris. Alan.
Susan.
Maurice. Mark. Ken. Kenneth. Ken. Joseph. Herbert. Ernst. Eric. Donald. Anthony. Sam. Nikolai.
Nancy.
Luis. Jacques. Francis. Dan. Chris. Christopher. Chris. Alexander. Vladimir. Lee. Larry. Joe. Franz. Carlos. Ben. Stephen. Stanley. Renee. Ivan. Georg. George. Georg.
Elizabeth.
Wolfgang. Norman. Keith. Dennis.
Anne.
Tim, Terry, Rudolph, Ralph, Leo, Jules, Herman, Frederick, Fernando, Ernest, Ed, Douglas, Don,
Anna.
Adam, Steve, Raymond, Patrick, Nicholas, Matthew, Lawrence, Jorge, Johannes, Joel,
Jane.
Hugo, Gordon, Gerald, Gary, Fred, Francisco, Eugene, Emilio, Carlo, Bruno, Adolf, Roman, Raphael, Paolo, Oscar, Miguel, Michelle, Marcus.
Julia.
And part of this was a response to try to understand how can we act against people's expectations for what they're going to receive from data. But really it was an opportunity to present the data in what I thought was one of the most engaging possible ways, to have it read and to have it performed. And again, these mechanisms, these things like performance, they're built for these types of things, to be able to present complex issues to people in ways that don't give them a prescribed answer, but instead give them a set of questions that they might leave with. This is Manchester, where we did that Cloudy with a Chance of Pain project that I mentioned before. And I want to show you one other project which talks also about unusual ways to show data. We took some of the data from that study, actually all the people from Manchester, and we constructed a 60-foot-long, essentially bar graph, a histogram, that people could walk under and see the data and help to sort of guess whether it's correlated to certain weather conditions. And what I loved about this is that how often do you get to experience data as a collective, like as a family or as a class or as a group? I think that our methods for examining data, typically through a computer or maybe through a phone, are really meant for one person, whereas the problems that we're dealing with that data is encoded in or data is involved in really do require us to deal with those things as a group. And this also gave me a new metric for a successful project, which is that any successful project we do involving data has to be able to fit an entire marching band underneath it. And we use the word public a lot when we talk about data, but I would argue that most of our engagements with data are inherently not public. I said this before, but they're public in the way the White House is public and not public in the way the library is public. They're public in that we're told it's for us, but we can't really go in. We don't have the tools or the access to do so. And so how do we make public data more like libraries? And I would argue that it is about understanding this collective experience. Something very interesting has happened to data over the last few years, which is that our public understanding of it has changed. And when I give a data talk, sometimes people come up to me and they say, did you know that data is collective and is plural, and that you should be saying datum in the singular? And I'm like, yeah, I did know that actually, but the average person doesn't know that. We use it in a different way in society these days. We use it as a mass noun. And these are some other mass nouns. So the way that the average person uses data is as something that is indivisible, which I think is very, very, very interesting. I had the great opportunity to work with the poet and photographer and author Teju Cole, and we built this project called Time of the Game together. And what Teju did is he asked his Twitter followers when they were watching the World Cup to take a photograph of their television and to post it with the hashtag Time of the Game. And we pulled thousands and thousands of these images, and we ran them through an algorithm which automatically centered the television so they were exactly on top of one another, to try to give this idea that there was this collective experience happening at the same time around the World Cup. And Teju, who's 900 times more eloquent than I am, had these really nice things to say about the concept. He said that the time of the game becomes almost like a pilgrimage time, like a public time, which is the chronological equivalent of public space. And I love this idea of public time. I love this idea of these mechanisms that can allow people to come together, not necessarily in the same physical space, but at the same time to be able to engage with what was essentially a very large data set. And the other thing that I love from this quote is this idea of data having the ability to allow ourselves to testify to each other's existence. At my studio, we've been working on one very new project, and I'm not going to show you much of it because there's not much of it to exist, but what we're doing in St. Louis is we're building a community space in which people can come and create very large-scale maps together about their lived experience in St. Louis, and then to use those maps as instruments to explore civic data. So you might draw a map of your neighborhood, and then we can project on top of it demographic information, traffic information, access to healthcare, so on and so on. And the idea here is, like, how do we balance maps like these ones? This is a typical map room, a kind of war room, with these ones, these hand-drawn, very beautiful maps. This is a map of somebody's paper route when they were a child. How do we balance maps like this? This is the census dot map of St. Louis, which shows the incredible racial divide that exists within St. Louis. How do we balance maps like this one, a historic map of so-called blighted districts in St. Louis during the 1800s, with maps like this one? This is a hand-drawn map by an early resident of St. Louis, Gene Taylor, who drew what the city looked like in 1877. And here I think it lies the central conflict of how do we deal with data? How do we present the objective in line with the subjective? How do we present the kind of cold clinical magnitude of data alongside with human story? And I don't think I have an answer for you, but I was doing some research around this project, and I stumbled upon this phrase called geosophy, which is the opposite, maybe not the opposite, but a pair to geography. Whereas geography is about what the world, quote unquote, actually looks like, geosophy is the study of the world as people conceive of it and imagine it. And I love this idea that we might move away from using data as this purely objective thing, and instead as a data to understand knowledge from any or all points of view. J.K. Wright, who came up with this idea, writes about how geosophy is really this idea of geography, but geography for everyone. And in tandem for this, I want us to consider, what does data look like if data were for everyone? What is it like to live in data? It's to be used. It's to be without agency. It's to be overwhelmed by complexity. What if we were to turn that around and leave this so-called big data behind and instead enter an era of data humanism, where we might first design data systems for the well-being of the people from whom it was taken? We might, wherever possible, provide mechanisms for feedback. We might honor the complexity of individual and community realities. Right? We might create real and functioning data publics. Everybody in this room, in some case, I think is a data professional in some weird way. And I think it's up to us to build these worlds. I've been thinking about this mostly because I have a 13-month-old son who has to live in this new world of data that we're all collectively creating. And I hope that if we consider these things and we primarily do this, we put another layer of wisdom at the bottom before we go about our endeavor of collecting data to make sure that these structures that we build are livable. And if we do that, maybe the answers are different. What is it like to live in data? To be empowered, to be engaged, to be equal, to be given new ways of seeing, to be given new ways of being, and maybe most importantly, to be at home. Thank you. I'm going to just quickly disengage here.
Thank you so much, Jer. Your work is as powerful as it is beautiful. I'm a big fan of a love story, and that was a good one. I especially really loved how you showed participatory research, where the studied also are involved in the study. I think it's really powerful and interesting. This next session is a bit of a treat for me. It gives me a chance to highlight some Library of Congress staff and partners whose work I think you'll find interesting and relevant. I'll start us off, and then we'll have Matt Weber, an assistant professor in the School of Communication and Information and co-director of Rutgers NetSci Network Science Research Lab. Matt and his colleagues Ian Milligan and Jimmy Lin of Archives Unleashed Incorporated led a datathon here at the library quite recently. Matt is going to talk about Archives Unleashed and its impact on the web archiving community. And last up, we'll have Deborah Thomas, the library's program manager for the National Digital Newspaper Program, and Leah Weintraub-Groskal, a senior program officer at the National Endowment for the Humanities and coordinator of the National Digital Newspaper Program. Deb and Leah will talk about NEH's recent Chronicling America Data Challenge, in which members of the public submitted projects using historic newspaper data in a national competition. But first, I'll start us off by talking a bit about my team, National Digital Initiatives, who put this on today, who we are, what we've done, and what we're going to do in the future. That's us, National Digital Initiatives. I'm going to wander around. Is that lavalier? Great. So, hello. Hello? Great. Hello and welcome from National Digital Initiatives. Let me introduce you to my team. There's me. I'm Kate. That's my picture. And me, my face. And Jamie Mears. Jamie, you nearby? There's Jamie. Everybody say hi to Jamie. And Mike Aschenfelder. Mike, do you mind standing up and waving? And Abby Potter. Also, I think you guys met Jane a little bit earlier, and also I think in the crowd are Eugene Flanagan and Colleen Shogun from our executive management team. They provide the support and structure to make all this possible, so if you like what we're doing, please see them and thank them. As I mentioned, I'll talk a little bit about National Digital Initiatives, our team here. But first, I want to tell a quick story that I think illustrates the Library of Congress's long and exciting history of technological innovation. And that's the story of Henriette Avram, whose work here at LC replaced ink on paper cataloging with distributed electronic cataloging records. Henriette Avram was born in New York in 1919. She did 2 years of pre-med at Hunter College and then left to start a family. She was in her 30s when she started learning how to program. And I really like this story because there are people who will still tell you that if you haven't been coding since you were in diapers, you'll never be able to do it. And I'm here to tell you that they're wrong. She did it and she changed the world. Henriette and her team here at the library created MARC, which is a structure to hold bibliographic information for materials of all formats. Does anybody in the room remember card catalogs? There are people like that are colleagues' age that do not remember it, so don't laugh at me. I really do miss the beauty of them and the smell. Like, do you remember how they used to smell? But that's about all I miss. They were kind of hard to use, right? And what Henriette and her team gave us is the power to share that information across oceans and search it at a keystroke. So right now I can sit at my desk and search the holdings of the British Library to decide whether I want to take a plane flight over there. In the past, that would have been impossible. It also gave us the ability to do really, really good precision recall. You know, like searching with a search string is much easier than looking up Beagle and then realizing, oh, that's not how someone intended to cataloging it. You have to look up a different name. It also gave us shareability. So it's the kind of work that I find really interesting. An application of effort here made everybody's life a little bit better. So we could swap cataloging records. We could have joint teams where we could do copy cataloging. You know, it really improved all of our lives. I think of Henriette Avram as a sort of a hidden hero of computer science. She's a personal hero of mine. She came to libraries from software, like I did, and really took her adopted home as a place of her heart, like I do. But she did all of this before computers were networked, before relational databases were a thing, before character encoding was really mature. And I'd really like to just take a moment and reflect on like what she was able to give us at a time that you know, this kind of sharing of information was really very limited. And I think also when I think about her story, it shows me the power of combining disciplines, which she did in her own self. And I think that, knowing many of you, that you do too, right? You have, you know, you have a data science background and you work in libraries, or you're a software developer who's also a journalist. And she did that herself. But also we do that by having rooms like this, where we share our knowledge and get to know each other. And I think that that's where we see really, really cool sea changes, where we can provide like cross disciplines. Her work really started the digital revolution in information science, and it's something we carry forward today. Here at the Library of Congress, but also broadly in the field. I think about her as the person who really started libraries' commitment to open source. So for those of you who work in software in the libraries, we're avid users and contributors to open source, but also standards work. You know, we're famous for getting committees together and all working together, right? And I think it really does lift the tide, and that's the kind of work that I'm really excited about. It also shows to me how innovation can look like a dot in a timeline, but it's really not. So people say things like, MARC was released to the public in 1968. But really, it was 10 years of iterative releases. And it only looks like a dot in a timeline in hindsight. And it still continues to improve today. You know, we have teams of people working on the standard here and internationally. It's an international standard that now contains character support for all current used languages. You know, so it's this thing that continues to blossom. And I think about that in relation to other work here at the library, like lock.gov. It's also another dot on a timeline, but is actually a continuous improvement. And we add new collections all the time. My colleagues in OCIO and library services put forward an enormous amount of work to release these new treasures to the public. Just this year, we released a lot of new collections, including George Patton's diaries, the Chicago Ethnic Arts Projects, and Walt Whitman's papers. I want to zoom down one more level and just take a close look at one collection that we've released. And we could just as easily be looking at any of the other collections, like the ballroom dancing instruction manuals, which are a hoot, you should really check them out, or the 2014 election web archives. But I picked this one because it's really special to me, and I think it's really exciting. Rosa Parks' personal papers are on loan to the library for 10 years from the Howard G. Buffett Foundation. They contain 7,500 pieces of personal correspondence and papers and 2,500 prints and photographs documenting her private life and public activism on behalf of civil rights for African Americans. The materials came here. They were assessed and stabilized by the LC Conservation Division. They were cataloged and described by librarians and archivists. Files were moved by people and software. They were assessed, validated, prepared for access. Metadata was transformed. Websites were created. Search index were populated, and rights were assessed. And that's a few years' worth of work in less than 140 characters. And those of you that are librarians in the room, you know that this is just the job, right? A bunch of invisible work to make information findable and usable. But I kind of want to make a big deal out of it because we make a big splash for cool new websites and exciting new visualizations, but the sustained and careful effort that it takes to get new information out is something that I think we should really celebrate. And I think it also speaks to something that I've been thinking a lot about, which is this tension between innovation and sustainability. And I think about this in terms of lock.gov and the sustained effort it takes in getting new collections ready, and in the enduring power of MARC and other bibliographic standards like BibFrame. And I think of Henriette Avram as my shining beacon because of her love of software and libraries, but also because she really believed in the power of infrastructure, which is something that I can get really excited about. I think infrastructure is really cool. It's the roads that we all drive to get cool places, right? And I think that groups like ours, like National Digital Initiatives, can either become or be perceived as like the cool new things group. And I really don't want to do that. I want to do things that lift the tide and have a view to the future. So with that all in mind, as we were doing our planning for National Digital Initiatives, we came up with a couple of goals that I'd like to share with you today. The first one is to maximize the digital collection, the benefit of the digital collection to the American public and to the world. We have a lot of stuff here at LC. We have a lot of it, and a lot of it's publicly available in digital. We have 10 million historic digital newspaper pages. We have 1.2 million prints and photographs. We have the personal papers of George Washington, Lincoln, Carl Sagan, Jackie Robinson, and many other maps, books, and archived websites and other treasures. We have this really awesome team here called Educational Outreach. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, but they focus on K through 12 educators and students, and they prepare resources and programs that help teachers get material out to their students from the library, teaching with primary sources. And I'd like to think about how we can extend the benefit that they give to advanced scholars and to the public and to the curious. And how do we teach a new generation of journalists to come to the Library of Congress for reference help and for resources? I think that's the kind of thing that would be really exciting to work on. We'd also like to enable more creative reuse of the collection. The great mustaches of LOC. I tried to grow one today for an example, but it didn't really work out. And people use these like for mugs and t-shirts, and it's really neat to see that kind of economic benefit from things that are in the public collective. But it also, it's fun and exciting, and it brings people to the collection too, which is great, but it also serves a more important scholarly purpose too. Back to the Rosa Parks collection for a second, which contains this amazing and powerful handwritten note in which she says, "I had been pushed around all my life and felt at that moment that I couldn't take it anymore." This note gives us insight into Parks as an American hero in that moment. But other pieces give us a more fuller picture of her as a human. And that's why I love her pancake recipe, which was picked up by the popular press and food bloggers. From what I hear, it makes great pancakes. Has anybody tried it? Yeah? How is it? Oh, yeah, okay. Peanut butter is her secret ingredient, apparently. But it really, the pancake recipe, I think, helps us paint a fuller picture of her as a person who had a family, who had friends, who wasn't an icon frozen in time, was a real person, and really inspires us to think about the power we could have, just being ourselves and thinking about, what we could do. And I think also it brings people into the collection. So people read on their favorite food blog this thing, and I hope that it inspires them to think about what they could learn about Rosa Parks from Rosa Parks and brings them into the collection. The second goal we have in NDI is to incubate, encourage, and promote digital innovation. We have a really small staff, as I just demonstrated, which I like, actually. It helps us keep focused, it makes us agile, and it lets us try new things without there being an impact on the critical production work of the library. I think of us as sort of an interface to the outside world. I used to say a semi-permeable membrane, but I got a lot of weird looks on that one, so people told me to stop. And in terms of an interface, I think of us as being out in the community, thinking about standards, thinking about projects that would be really interesting and relevant to people inside the library, but also being involved very closely with our library colleagues and what they're working on, what they're interested in, and helping the communication path between those two. How many of you remember chemistry class? So this is one of my favorite energy diagrams, exothermic reactions. As you know from chemistry, an exothermic reaction happens spontaneously, but sometimes they need activation energy. And I think that's true of many of our projects here, right? Like, we've got great ideas, we've got tools, but we need a little bit of help getting over the hurdle. And I think in that case, NDI can provide a catalytic effect, right? We can be the catalyst. And we're not enzymes, right? We don't have the power of an enzyme. But what we do have the power of is knowing people, knowing technology, being able to connect folks. So sometimes a little bit of application of effort from an outside team at just the right time can get the ball rolling, and I think that we can help provide that. I like to say that libraries are poor, right? We're not Silicon Valley, but we're scrappy and we like each other, and that's our power, right? We're like a stream over a boulder. Our problems may be immovable, but we are many, we are focused, and we have a very long memory. One of our focuses will be building on relationships. We'll be building relationships that can lead to successful partnerships. So we co-hosted Dipla Fest a little while ago, which was an exciting event that brought many librarians from across different libraries to here and to the National Archives. And we also co-hosted Archives Unleashed a few months ago. In the interest of no spoilers, I won't talk much about that because Matt's up next. But I do wonder if I could tell you just a quick story about that. So we had, the teams were made up of scholars, programmers, and librarians, which is kind of unusual. It differs from a classic hackathon, which is mostly programmers. And that collaboration ended up being really exciting and awesome to watch. And we had one team that was looking at some of the Supreme Court web archive data. And they were getting some results that, from a text analysis that they weren't expecting, though they looked a little wacky. But luckily, there was a law librarian on the team, and he said, okay, well, I know a little bit about the contours of the data, and the reason you're getting this is because blah, 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 right? Like, he explained that like there's some weird artifacts that you might expect. So we helped them construct a query that made the results work out the way that they could have expected. And I think that really illustrates the power that libraries have in data science, right? Where else can you go to get the data, but also to talk with somebody who really understands it intimately and can help you with your research. We're also working on a proof of concept for a digital scholars lab. At the Library of Congress, we have the John W. Kluge Center, which hosts scholars from all around the world to be in residence here at the library, to work with our collections and also create a community together, and then share the results of their work with policymakers and the public. And we're thinking about how we can help support them with advanced digital scholarship research in partnership with the Kluge Center staff. To that end, we've engaged with two outside experts, Dan Chudnoff and Michelle Gallinger, to do a proof of concept implementation. So we're thinking about something very lightweight that we can iterate over time. And we will have a report out after that's completed, and we'll hope we'll have something to share with you soon. I'd like to introduce you to Tong Wang and Chris Adams, our inaugural Digital Innovation Fellows at NDI. They're doing a fellowship that's focused on demonstrating an innovative use of the digital collections. And we hope to broaden the applicant pool in future years, so keep a lookout for it. Biking will not be a requirement. That's just a coincidence. So if you don't like biking, don't worry. And lastly, this meeting today. As you could probably tell, our theme for this year was collections as data. And this is the capstone of this event, where we invite all of you fine folks here to chat together. This is a particular love of mine, so I'm really excited about it. But we're also exploring other avenues, like how can we encourage more contributions to open source and shared tooling? How do we evaluate and help with skill building, technical skill building in libraries? And how do we improve on shared infrastructure? Things like that where we can apply a little bit of effort to get a large result. Contact us. We're small, we're new, but I'm proud of what we've been able to accomplish already. I hope today that you'll enjoy the selection of speakers that we've put together. I'm really excited to hear from them. But I hope you'll also take the opportunity to make friends with each other, get to know each other, and think about Henriette Avram and the power that a determined individual can have over the course of human events. Because I look around the room and I see hundreds of you. And more importantly, I see a network of professionals that can really help actualize those ideas. So think big and make friends. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Matt Weber. I'm an assistant professor at Rutgers University. I'm in the Department of Communication in the School of Communication and Information. And it's really an honor to be here today. Thank you to Kate and to her team for organizing this. Thank you for inviting me back after the chaos that we created when we were here in June. I had the privilege of being here in June with my colleagues Ian Milligan and Jimmy Lin, both of whom are faculty at University of Waterloo outside of Toronto up in Canada, to host the Archives Unleashed event. It was the second iteration of Archives Unleashed. And I want to tell you a little bit about the Archives Unleashed journey, what we aim to accomplish, and why I see this as being such an important movement and important initiative for engaging with collections as data. So Archives Unleashed is an agenda that Ian, Jimmy, and I put together to address what we see as the central problem of web archives being a tremendous untapped resource for scholars, something that has incredible potential for research, and yet scholars are relatively unaware of how archives can be utilized, what we can do with them. We came up with this idea a little more than a year ago. When Jimmy, Ian, and I were at a conference together, we were at a reception afterwards, and as you do at these receptions, we were standing around a bar table, drinking a few beers, and we were talking about the different data sets that we had, and we were talking about how underutilized these data sets are. And we jokingly said, we've got to do something about this. We have to figure out how we can better educate people and how we can unleash the power of the archives that we have. And Jimmy jokingly said, we have to unleash the archives. Come on, guys, we've got to do this. And I should have run away screaming at that point, because lo and behold, we actually came up with a way to start educating people about how to utilize archives as a research tool. And so we saw this opportunity to develop a forum for researchers to engage with archives and to learn about the ways in which these can be utilized in their research agendas. Web archives are an amazing resource, but access and tools for utilization are often a problem. We're seeking to address that. We're seeking to keep calm and hack and to engage with the data. Our vision behind this is interdisciplinary, and our goal in this, as Kate highlighted, is to bring together researchers from different backgrounds, because in part, we've realized that in order to create an active research agenda, to bring researchers into the fold to work with web archive data, we need to bring together different disciplines. Point in case, I'm a communications scholar, Ian's a historian, and Jimmy's a computer scientist. We come from entirely different disciplinary backgrounds. We speak entirely different languages as academics. And yet, together in the same room, we're able to work with data and create meaning out of that data as we collaborate. I'm going to borrow a story that Ian likes to tell, because I think it's particularly salient to the conversation that we're starting to have here today, which is that Ian comes from the world of history, I come from the world of communication research, and we often in those disciplines look at data, look at the data that we're given as a black box. Look at the way that that data is collected as a black box. It sits in this box, we go to it and we say, look, here's what I need. I need some data on newspapers in the United States. Give me what you've got. And that data is spat out to me, and I use it, and I create research, and I never really ask how that data came to be. And what we've started to realize is that we need to open that black box, and why it's so important to have these different disciplines represented and engaging with one another is that by opening up that black box, we can start to ask some important questions about what the data are, how the data came to be, what some of the underlying assumptions are, and then how that data can better be utilized in research. I was actually very excited to see Jared's slide on hotels and the map of hotels in the world, because I think it underscores that problem of needing to better understand exactly what the data are and how they came to be, what they mean, so that we can better utilize them in research. Okay, so let's put this into action. We came up with this idea that in order to better educate researchers, better educate scholars about the ways that web archives can be utilized in research, we needed to create a venue for scholars to come together to learn, to exchange ideas, to educate one another about the tools that are available. And we quickly realized it takes an army. We've been very fortunate to have a lot of collaborators in this initiative. We've had support from our universities, from Rutgers University, from the University of Waterloo. We've had support from the Library of Congress, from the National Science Foundation, from the Institute for Museum and Library Services, the Internet Archive, University of Toronto, and I could go on with this, but our list of collaborators has really been never-ending, and we're always amazed at the people who are willing to support us in this endeavor. The format that we came up with was to host a 2 to 3 day event where we brought together an invited group of academics, largely graduate students, faculty, librarians. We start with introductions. We start by getting people networked, engaged with one another. We break everyone out into teams, into work sessions, and then we have people come up with these presentations based on what they did. So let me show you a little bit more about what that is and what that looks like. And I'm going to highlight the last two events that we've hosted, the first two events that we've hosted. The first was Archives Unleashed 1, which we hosted in Toronto in March. The second was Archives Unleashed 2.0, which we hosted in June here at the Library of Congress. And so what this plan looks like in action is academics in a room together starting to engage with one another, starting to mingle. And what we do is we bring these people together. We bring our 40 to 50 scholars together into a room. We've assembled for each of these Archives Unleashed events a set of donated, curated data sets. In the case of the event that we hosted at the Library of Congress, we had a data set of Supreme Court hearings, web archive pages around Supreme Court hearings. We had archived web pages around the US elections. We had archived web pages and Twitter data around terrorist activity. Archived known terrorist Twitter accounts. We had donated collections from Canadian government. When we put these collections out there, we put the individuals together in a room, and we start to ask people what they're interested in. And as moderators, Jimmy, Ian, and I take on this role of trying to assemble groups into teams, assemble individuals into teams that are focused on particular questions, whether that be sentiment analysis, event detection. And we were able, at both of these events, to formulate these groups of 4 to 5 individuals that would then spend the next 2 days working together on an emergent research question. In order to help to lubricate this process, we believe in the importance of socialization, and it really is critical for these events that it's not just everyone together in a room, that we're getting people out and engaged with one another, socializing. So absolutely, the first day, we get everyone out to a bar in the evening, we get people engaged with one another. We do our fun getting to know you games and really break down some of the barriers that might exist between these individuals otherwise. And then we come back day 2, day 3, and we put everyone to work. We spin up virtual machines using donated computing resources. We allow the teams to have access to high-performance computing needs that they would need in order to quickly analyze and crunch the data. But we also bring social scientists in the fold. We bring communication scholars, we bring historians to the table so that we can also be asking critical questions about what the data mean. We have a lot of applicants who will come to us when we put the calls out for these events who say, look, I don't have any technical skills, but I have a lot of interesting questions I want to ask about web archives. And these are exactly the people we want in the room, because we want to be asking those critical questions of the data that are being extracted from web archives. We have lightning talks where we offer scholars an opportunity to share the work that they're doing, again, to build the community and to help each other to engage with one another. And then ultimately, at the end, we share the work that we've been doing. We come back together at the end and present on the research that we were able to generate and spin up over 2 to 3 days. This is a photo of the group that came together for Library of Congress. And in just the couple months since we hosted this event, we have been following up with everyone who participated. And it's been amazing to see how these teams coalesced and how they've continued to stay in touch with each other and carry on the event, the research agendas that they started at this 2 to 3 day workshop. So we share, we engage, and we ask questions of each other based on the research that we generated. We also form connections. I'm an academic, I'm a researcher, so I can't help but study the people that we bring together. And I have a graduate student who's very interested in the way that people form collaborations, and he mapped out a sociomatrix of the way that people connected at the Archives Unleashed event. This is actually based on the Toronto event. Think back to Jer's image of the 7th grade classroom. This is our scholars engaging with each other and forming connections just over 2 to 3 days. And this was asking people who you had talked to and exchanged ideas with before the event versus who you had exchanged ideas with after the event. And we saw that we formed some very close-knit groups out of this and close-knit clusters of researchers over the duration of this event. We also, of course, polled individuals to see if they were satisfied with their experience, if they were satisfied with the engagement. And not that we're patting ourselves on the back here, but people walked away generally happy and feeling that they had engaged across barriers. We also saw some really cool research coming out of this. It's only 2 to 3 days, but we're able to generate some pretty interesting insights into the data that we granted teams access to. So Kate mentioned the Supreme Court data. And this is a word cloud visualization of the URLs that were in the Supreme Court data. And you start to have some interesting head-scratching moments. For instance, here seeing doubleclick.net popping up as one of the most prominent websites in the Supreme Court data. This is where you have that head-scratch moment. You're like, well, I'm looking at Supreme Court data. Why am I seeing DoubleClick in here? And this is where it's so helpful to have not only the computer scientists, but the humanitarians and the people who created the collections, because we start to realize there's some quirks in the data, clean this out. Pull out DoubleClick, which is an advertising hub, an advertising website, and we're able to extract some more valuable meaning around the way that these websites are connected. We're able to generate word clouds around the confirmation votes to see a little bit as to how people were voting, whether the confirmation candidates were being supported, not supported, but also to see some of the keywords that were emerging and the themes that were emerging in the discussion around these candidates based on the text that was in the archived web pages. And again, only 2 to 3 days, so this is an initial snapshot here. We're also able to move a little bit further. I mentioned team looking at terrorist networks and ISIS Twitter data. And they were actually able to take this a little bit further and find that there were particular types of Twitter accounts that served as amplifiers on Twitter to amplify certain messages and certain themes in the conversation. And they were able to identify the characteristics of those Twitter accounts based on the data that they had available. We're moving this forward now. We have a third event that's tentatively planned for February of 2017 at the Internet Archive in San Francisco. And we have a fourth event planned at the British Library in June of 2017. And after that, we're focused now on building a sustainable model for this. The work to date on Archives Unleashed has been driven by myself, Ian, and Jimmy, and our collaborators and that network that I mentioned at the beginning. But we recognize that going forward, we need to create a broader educational model for working with web archive data and for educating researchers and librarians about ways to open up access to these data sets. And so Kate referenced Archives Unleashed LLC. We're looking to build, and we've applied to create a nonprofit organization around this idea of Archives Unleashed to build a more sustainable educational model for bringing together interdisciplinary teams to engage with web archives and to learn the skills necessary to create research out of these data sets. And so we have this long-term vision of creating a sustainable model that will move us beyond these Archives Unleashed events and build on the momentum that we've created thus far. If you have questions about any of these events, if you'd like to learn more, I'm happy to serve as a point of contact, so please shoot me an email. The archivesunleashed.com website has all of the information about the event that we hosted at Library of Congress. If you replace the .com with .ca, you will find information about the first event that we hosted. You can also access the Archives Unleashed 1.0, and I believe the 2.0 projects are now up as well via that bit.ly link. It's also linked via archivesunleashed.com. And thank you again for having me here today. Thank you again for listening. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Great. Do you have slides for us? Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you, partner, in this endeavor. Good morning. Yes, a round of applause, yes. Good morning. I'm Leah Weinrib-Groskow. I'm a senior program officer in the Division of Preservation and Access at the National Endowment for the Humanities, and I'm also the program coordinator for NEH for the National Digital Newspaper Program. This is Deborah Thomas. She is the program manager for the National Digital Newspaper Program at the Library of Congress. So the NDNP is a partnership between NEH and the Library of Congress that represents a long-term effort between these two agencies to develop Chronicling America, an open access searchable database of historic US newspapers. And Kate talked about sustained efforts. This is really the culmination sort of a sustained effort. This program's been going on for 10 plus years, and it also builds on the US newspaper program, which was the effort to microfilm all those historic newspapers before they fell away to dust. At this point, we have millions of pages of digitized newspapers and descriptive information contributed by states and territories across the country. One of the best things about NDNP is that the Library of Congress has made all of the data open, and they've developed a well-documented API to explore it in a number of different ways. It's an incredible collection of data that's just waiting to be used for scholarship, research, education, and public programming. I'm here to tell you about a successful contest I ran at NEH to encourage creative and substantial use of Chronicling America. First, Deb is going to go over the goals of NDNP and explain the data she and her colleagues have made available. And after that, I'll describe the data challenge and the excellent results. Deb?
Thank you, Leah. So I made the magic happen, but now I don't know what I'm doing. Aha. All right, well, so this is newspapers, historic newspapers in particular, and I'm just going to show you a few, oops, that was extent. I'm going to show you a few examples of newspapers that may or may not show up on the screen. At any rate, newspapers have something in them for any kind of discipline or humanities studies or social sciences. As you can see from the images in the background, there are advertisements, there are news articles on scientific events, there's economic articles, there's genealogy, there's literature. Any kind of thing you want to study can be found in historic newspapers. The goals of the National Digital Newspaper Program in particular were primarily to enhance access to American newspapers. Our whole goal with the program was to create a national level collection of what is currently today a distributed collection across the United States. The Library of Congress has a very large collection of American historic newspapers, but it has a particular collection focus. It is not the collection of American historic newspapers. The collection of American historic newspapers is actually stored in state libraries and archives around the country. And so using digital technologies, we're able to bring this material back together again through the partnerships with the National Endowment for the Humanities and individual state institutions representing their state in the program. We have developed a permanent digital resource including selected historical content from the states that are currently participating. Eventually, we hope to cover all 50 states as well as many territories as are able to participate. The structure of the program is focused around shared resources. We share the costs of the program with the National Endowment for the Humanities. The National Endowment for the Humanities provides funding to each state to select and digitize materials from their state collections, their newspaper collections, based on some basic criteria that we provide. And they digitize their collections to specifications established by the Library of Congress. The Library of Congress receives the data, aggregates it, and sustains it for the long term, and makes it available to the public. One of the key elements of the program over the past 10 years and into the future is focusing on paced scalability so that the Library of Congress and the National Endowment for the Humanities can make this program last into the long term, essentially, and to ensure that the data that we get at the end of the program is is usable with the data that we get in the beginning of the program. So we have gradually increased the size of the program. We started in 2005 with 6 awardees, which seemed like a moderate amount of people to start working with. And now we're up to working with more than 40 states and territories, and we have many, many, many millions of newspapers. In addition to all those aspects of actually creating the content and bringing the content together, we focus the structure of the program and the resources on planning ahead for technical change and sustainability. In the fact that we have ensured that through various mechanisms that the data that we receive is all fairly consistent. We have a very detailed technical specification, which while has been described as richly detailed, where we have a fair level of confidence that this material is in fact going to last into the future, and whatever the next form that this digital data needs to take to be usable in the systems of the future, we can move it in that direction as a whole data set, and we won't be dealing with individual pieces from 50 different producers. So this is a screenshot of the Chronicling America website. It's loc.gov/it's chroniclingamerica.loc.gov, or the Historic Newspapers badge from the Library of Congress homepage. It provides access to searching the newspapers and browsing them as well. And this is the user interface available. This is a map of the states participating in the program so far. As you can see, it's happily very green. We're still working on filling in all those other little spots. But this year, NEH just announced grants to Alaska, Colorado, Maine, and New Jersey. We're very happy to have them join the program and join the other 40 states, including and territories, including Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, which the Library of Congress represents, which is all available in the Chronicling America website. So currently, the status of the website is today we have 11.3 million pages online. That's approximately 75 terabytes of live storage, and we also have 750 terabytes of archival storage. The master archival files are kept offline for safekeeping. We have 44 states and territories participating in the program actively. We have representation content from 40 states and territories. We also have, in addition to the actual digitized newspaper pages, one of the tasks of the awardees when they select the newspapers they want to digitize is to create a 500-word essay about the significant historical context of that newspaper. Why was this one particularly important enough to make available, to digitize and make available? And so we have 1,100 of these essays that have been written by scholars and knowledgeable researchers and librarians from around the country that really put the newspapers in their place and time and explain why these were significantly important content. In addition, just those 11 million pages represent 2,100 different titles. But that I talked a little bit about, one of the goals of the program is to create a selected amount of content available through this program and through the Library of Congress website. That's a selected amount of content because at 11 million pages, we're only working with 2,100 titles so far out of the 153,000 titles that have been published in the United States. That gives you a little bit of sense of the scale of newspapers that have been published in the United States. This is always ever going to be a slice off the top, and hopefully it's a very rich and valuable slice to research and scholars. And in addition, for reasons of sustainability and archiving, we have 10,000 reels of microfilm that were created during the digitization process. So just a glimpse into what the site allows you to do. The site has two main features. One is the digitized newspapers, which are full text searchable at the page level. You can search by place, time, and keyword, which are really the important things when you're looking at newspapers. You have a certain amount of information about every issue and page. You can navigate within them. You have visual search highlights that are in red. I don't know if you can see that on the screen or not, that indicate where your keywords occur in the page, and that gives you the chance to zero in visually on articles of interest and where your results may be, you may be willing to spend the time zooming and panning into the materials. In addition, there's the ability to manipulate the image on the screen and make it full screen. The other kind of data, which is also part of the Chronicling America website, is the U.S. newspaper directory. This sort of forms the backbone of all of the newspapers that we might want to digitize, and actually represents the program that Leah mentioned, the USNP program, the United States Newspaper Program, which was structured to identify, catalog, and selectively microfilm the nation's newspapers. All the records that were cataloged under that program, the 150,000 titles that we know that have been published in the United States, were identified and cataloged and stored in WorldCat, which is part of the OCLC data set. OCLC makes that data openly harvestable, so we have harvested that data and put it on a newspaper-specific interface for users to be able to find out information about newspapers that have been published in the United States, even if we don't have the digital copies available. These records have information about who holds them, if they have digitized content elsewhere, it's in the records, and they provide more information for resources that enhances access to newspaper, more information for researchers that enhances access to newspapers across the country. So the U.S. newspaper directory is also searchable by place, time, and keyword, and it includes website links to individual locations where these materials may be found, as well as holdings records. And finally, well, not quite finally, but close, what's available and how is it available? Leah mentioned open access to this data. Well, what that means is that the data is available for harvesting or reuse outside of the individual interfaces that we provide through the website. So we have digitized page images. We have optical character recognition, which is machine-readable text for all the pages. We have metadata that surrounds every page and issue, which is in a standardized METS format, in MOD's descriptive characters, characteristics, which describes the place and time of that particular issue, as well as the newspaper directory records. All of these pieces can be taken out of the site and and analyzed in different ways by researchers or individuals that don't involve the actual website. So the way that we make the data available is through the Open API, as well as through the public website. We provide stable URLs that are helpful for many reasons. In particular, they are human readable, so that you can project and predict what the next URL you might be accessing could be. There are machine readable views like JSON, which makes it a bit easier to play with the stuff. And there are prefab data sets that we have created specifically on the request of researchers who really just wanted to access the OCR, for example. So we have created batch downloads that people can access and take away for use and manipulation later. And now I will turn it over to Leah to tell you about the specific uses that have been made of late.
Thanks, Deb. So you just heard about the incredible amount of data that we have available and a number of ways that researchers can access it. Chronicling America is an exceptionally valuable and public-facing product. It's one of the best-known and most used resources that's ever been produced by both NEH and the Library of Congress. As a historian myself, I used the site well before I came to NEH for my own research. The site's used heavily through the user interface, and there have been a few large-scale digital humanities projects done with the open data that are really cool to look at. But we at NEH wanted to see even more people using the open data. At NEH, we decided to try hosting a contest to get people thinking about creating interesting projects. So we used challenge.gov, which is a platform for agencies across the federal government to host competitions. It's been around since 2010, and it's a response to the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy's call for government agencies to promote innovation using prizes and challenges. Our challenge encouraged members of the public to ask the question, how can you use open data to explore history? We purposely left the challenge's parameters broad. And we encouraged entrants to be creative in thinking about what humanities themes really interested them and how they would get at that through the open data. So projects could create maps, visualizations, or tools, and entrants also were allowed to mash up the data in Chronicling America with other data sets in order to get their results. Because the Chronicling America database covers so much in these millions of pages from north to south, east to west, across the country, various political, religious, and cultural standpoints, we really think that the sky is the limit. And we had prizes. We got many interesting entries. I don't have too much time to go too deeply into any of them, but I think a short look at each of the 6 winners will give you a taste of the variety of projects we got. You can find links and more information about the winners and their projects on the NEH website if you're interested. Our first prize winner was Lincoln Mullen for a site entitled America's Public Bible, Bible Quotations in U.S. Newspapers. The site tracks biblical quotations in American newspapers to see how the Bible was used for cultural, social, religious, or political purposes. It shows how the Bible was a contested yet common text. So you'll find quotations in things like sermons and Sunday school lessons, which were reprinted in newspapers across the country. But you can also find the Bible used in every side of almost every issue, including slavery, women's suffrage, and capitalism. Next, we had a tie for second place. One second prize winner is by Andrew Bales, entitled American Lynching, Uncovering a Cultural Narrative. This site explores America's long and dark history with lynching, in which newspapers acted as both a catalyst for public killings and a platform for advocating reform. Bales integrated the Chronicling America data with datasets on lynching from Tuskegee University, as well as Project HAL, which is based on the Beck-Tolmay confirmed inventory. The site is intended to tell the story of lynching in America through maps and other visualizations, as we often do with data, but Bales also wants to connect that data with the stories of the victims. Oops, sorry, I didn't advance the slide. That's a quick look. The other second prize went to Amy Giroux, Marcy Galbraith, and Nathan Giroux for Historical Agricultural News. This is a search tool for exploring information on the farming organizations, technologies, and practices of America's past. The group sees farming as a window into all kinds of things about American history, including social, economic, political, and cultural. Additionally, they see their project focusing on one subject area as sort of a statement about big data. So by narrowing it down into this one subject area, they've created a useful data set that can be kind of extracted from this mass of data in case people maybe don't know what to do with it because there's so much of it. So the challenge's third prize was also a tie. One third prize went to another team, Christy Palmer, Caitlin Pollock, and Ted Polly for Chronicling Hoosier. This site tracks the origins of the word Hoosier, its geographic distribution, and its positive and negative connotations over time. The project uses visualizations that are all connected with Chronicling America to tell the story of the word, which is not what you might expect. Additionally, they have documented and made all of their code open so that anyone inclined to do so can apply it to another word that they're interested in. The other third prize award went to another team, Claudio Sant and Trevor Goodyear, for usnewsmap.com. Sant and Goodyear made a really interesting point when they were explaining the origins of the project. So many people use Google Ngram's viewer in order to track public discourse across the United States. But books take time to write and publish, and many times they come out in multiple editions, years apart, potentially skewing the results if you're looking at what people were talking about at any given time. Because of their quick publication schedule, newspapers capture the public discourse better than almost anything else. So this site is built on the Chronicling America data and allows users to discover patterns and watch news go viral, so to speak. For example, you can track terms like miscegenation and scalawag, which quickly gains currency in the 1860s in response to the political situation. And finally, we awarded a K-12 educational prize, which this year went to teacher Ray Palin and the AP US history students at Sunapee High School in Sunapee, New Hampshire, for Digital APUSH, Revealing History with Chronicling America. So this group of 15 students used word frequency analysis, which is a kind of distant reading, according to them, to discover patterns in news coverage. They broke into teams and researched issues that caught their interest. For example, the case Plessy versus Ferguson, the words secede and secession, Uncle Tom's Cabin, the KKK, and labor unions. According to Palin, the project was similar to the usual assignment of writing a paper in that students had to identify an important historical question and think about ways to research the answer. Using data, however, allowed them to learn a whole different set of skills than writing a research paper. So I realized I didn't have much time to go into much depth about these projects, but only to provide teasers, just to indicate the vast array of subjects represented. I do think that this contest holds several lessons for those of us interested in collections as data. First, know your collections. I've been interested in the kinds of projects that could come out of Chronicling America since before working at NEH, when as a historian, I used the site for my own research on civil liberties, religious groups, and free speech. Additionally, as a librarian, the site is also important to me as one of the only freely accessible sources for historic news. This collection holds so many possibilities as a data set that it was good to see the field respond to this challenge. Many of the winners sheepishly told us that they were happy about the contest because it gave them a deadline to do a project that they've been intending to do for a long time. It may not be possible always to hold a contest like this, but it might be something to think about if you want to gather a critical mass of people working on your collection and stir up excitement about it. I want to call attention to how many team projects we had here as well. And I think that it's important to remember that a lot of times we have people working together outside of traditional academic department and crossing departmental lines, and we should encourage this in any way that we can. I think that the high school teacher, Mr. Palin, pointed out that academic value of these projects extends well beyond what he pointed out extends well beyond the lessons in secondary school that he is teaching. This intellectual work really involves, as he pointed out, similar question identifying to any sort of research and should be valued in the academic community no matter what you're doing. And finally, I think this contest points to the importance with any collection of maintaining contact with the communities using the product. Not just putting the data out there, but really trying to understand how people are inclined to use the collection and learning from them at the same time that they learn from the collection. Thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions during the course of the meeting.
Hello? Great. Thanks, everybody. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break. Let's meet back at 11 o'clock. We're live streaming, so we've got a really stand schedule. So we'll be back at 11 o'clock to learn about working collections as data. Thank you.
toggle it somehow? Do you know
What do you need to do?
like, do I need to like tell it what the source is?
John. He's controlling it in the back, so I think he will have to push a button to make it go on the screen.
Because I wanted to test, I need to make sure the presenter view is going to work. Is it?
Okay, well, if it's your computer, it should work.
Yeah.
But he'll
Sure, yeah, whatever makes you happy.
That way I don't have to walk by.
Yeah. And this is your water?
Yes, that's
Great.
mine.
Could you all please take your seats?
Deborah Thomas.
Please take your seats, everyone. We're getting ready to start. Welcome back, everybody. Just as a reminder, we're live streaming, and if you want to participate in the conversation online, use the hashtag #AsData. Additionally, several of you have our handouts today that were kindly prepared by our colleagues in Collections and Services about possible resources that researchers interested in using collections as data might use. Can we pull up the blog post, please? So if you go to our blog, which I had on my slide earlier, it's at blogs.loc.gov/thesignal. We've replicated the links from the handout. For those of you who are watching remotely, you can access those resources from the blog site. Thank you. So our next group of presenters has been helping others work better by developing tools, platforms, and methods for making data collections more accessible. Elizabeth Lorang has been working with the Chronicling America dataset, demonstrating the potential for collections to hold not just answers, but also methods for further research returns for all. An associate professor of humanities and a humanities librarian at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, she is also a faculty fellow in the Center for Digital Research in the Humanities at UNL. Her research areas include digital humanities and digital scholarship, American poetry, and 19th century American newspapers. She is the co-PI of Image Analysis for Archival Discovery, an NEH-funded project that seeks to leverage the information potential of digital images for discovery in digitized collections. Next, we'll hear from Ricky Punzalan, an assistant professor of archives and digital curation at the College of Information Studies at the University of Maryland. His research includes understanding the relationship of archives and collective memory, the dynamics of digitization and decision-making in collaborative settings, and the uses and users of digitized archival images. He also examines virtual reunification, a strategy to provide integrated access to dispersed ethnographic archival images online, which he will speak about today. Closing this session is Mark Buslag, a developer with Zooniverse.org, the world's largest platform for people-powered research. Mark focuses on developing user interfaces that accomplish research previously considered impossible. Powered by citizen science and coffee, his recent work includes assisting with the relaunch of Notes from Nature, a project to transcribe and digitize museum specimen labels. Let's get to work and welcome Liz Lorang.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers and our hosts for the invitation and the opportunity to share my team's work with all of you, as well as the opportunity to hear about the projects that you all are working on and then the conversations that all of us can have over the course of the day. The project I'll be talking about today has been possible only because of the contributions of our research team, past and present. So while I'm here presenting on our work today, I want to be sure to acknowledge that research team. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague at UNL, Professor Lin Kiat-So from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, as well as my former undergraduate student, Grace Thomas, who contributed early on to this project in key ways. I couldn't be more delighted that Grace is now on the staff of the Library of Congress as a data specialist. She's been here for about a month now, and also that she's able to be here today. So my presentation today is in 3 parts. First, a statement of a problem or a challenge that I think we face in working with digital collections and in developing digital collections. The second part is a discussion of an experiment of sorts that my research team and I are working on in order to attempt to address that challenge in some way. And then the third part is a look at the longer term and sort of where we're headed next. So the first part then is this challenge. And the fundamental challenge that we're working to address is that for all the wealth of digitized primary materials now available, finding materials of relevance in these collections remains difficult for all but the most routine use cases. And this challenge is documented most recently by Green and Courtney in 2015, and in their surveys and interviews of scholars working with digital collections of primary materials, the authors found that one of the most prominent challenges cited by respondents in their use of digital collections was the inability to search effectively through the collection materials. And these findings align with those of some other studies over the last couple of years that similarly show the difficulty of finding items of interest in digital collections, and also the degree to which more fine-grained level of descriptive detail can be significant to successfully analyzing corpora. So my sense is that this difficulty in finding materials of relevance arises in part from one reason is the level and degree of description of items in collections. But the difficulty of finding materials of relevance is also due to the ways in which platforms and interfaces shape engagement with and circumscribe access to materials, including the primacy of text-based searching and barriers to bulk access. Even when there's an API, for most people, that's still going to be a barrier to access of some sort. So addressing this challenge of connecting people with items of interest is going to require efforts on multiple and creative fronts. In response to this challenge, my team, the Image Analysis for Archival Discovery team, is focusing on the digital images in collections rather than on machine-readable text. Our work starts from two beliefs and takes up two questions at this point. The first belief is that locating relevant materials in digital collections is already often a difficult endeavor and will become increasingly so as more content is digitized. And second, that we leverage little of the information potential of the millions of images that we're creating as we digitize the cultural record. So we're asking two questions. What more can we do with those millions of images that represent the digitized cultural record? And what kinds of discovery might serious attention to these digital images yield? Now, both academic and industry sectors are increasingly interested in image-based methods for identification and discovery. One significant area of development is in image recognition and image searching of primarily visual works, including artwork and contemporary mass photography, such as photos posted to various online platforms. There is an increasing array of computer vision software designed for such applications that are in use in academia and industry. The emphasis, however, is very much on images of artwork or images of contemporary photography or images of items that we understand first and foremost to be visual works. So as my team engages with these questions, we're interested in turning the focus to image analysis of textual materials, so looking at the digital images of textual materials. To return to the title of my presentation, we're interested in what happens when we look at text as image. So I have a series of 4 slides that attempt, in a very crude and unsophisticated fashion, to illustrate the differences between where we are with computer vision in contemporary photography versus computer vision for the purposes of archival description and discovery. So the first example is an image of a sloth that I uploaded to Google image search just to see what I would get. And not only were the search results pretty highly matched to the image, but there was also a sense, like Google knew that what I was interested in not only was a sloth, but a cute sloth. And for me, this is like the best case scenario for image search. I didn't have to wade through lots of other kinds of sloths. I got right to the cute sloths. So if we contrast that with an image of a 19th century letter, I went through the similar process, and the results, I think, are a little more varied. The images look kind of like the image that I presented, but the sense of what I'm interested in at this point is being intuited as items that are handwritten. And we can start to see some real potential for that, to be able, within a collection, to pull out the items that are handwritten. But what if I'm interested in certain types of handwritten items that haven't been described? Okay, here's an example quickly of a newspaper, in this case again. The recognition was pretty good, I think in large part due to the fact that we have so many digitized newspapers and digitized from microfilm. But I want to look at this fourth example, which is a poem that I've cropped from a newspaper image. And now I wasn't expecting to find lots of other cropped newspaper poems, probably because I'm one of the few people who actually does that. So there's not a huge corpus of them at this point. But there starts to be a pretty wide gulf here between what is in my image and the sorts of things that I would think would be of interest and what is being suggested as possible results. First and foremost, this is recognized by the Google image search at this point as me being interested in handwriting, which is very clearly not the case here. And also, while I wasn't expecting to find poems in newspapers returned as the result, I was sort of thinking maybe there would be some printed poems, right? So again, sort of the range and the gulf of the effectiveness of these sorts of searches thus far, from something like contemporary photography to wanting to find specific types of items within digitized collections. There is, though, an emerging body of work in the arts and humanities interested in the visual signals or visual analytics of textual materials. Recently, the visual page research team has analyzed visual features of books of poetry in order to explore visual meaning in those print pages. And in a similar vein, the Shapes viewer at BloodAxe, the Poetics of the Archive, allows users to explore its archive by drawing the shape of a poem, and the search then returns poems of similar shapes. Then BloodAxe demonstrates the potential of thinking about textual materials visually, particularly the visual as part of the meaning making of the text. Both of these projects, however, begin with known pre-selected items from relatively small corpora. So they're starting when we already know what we have here is an item of interest. So my team and I are extending visual analysis approaches for the purposes of identification and discovery. And this takes us to part 2 of my presentation, sort of the experiment that we're currently working on. So our work now looks at whether we can identify poetic content in historic newspapers based only on visual signals. We're using the Chronicling America collection of newspapers as our corpus, and given a newspaper page image from Chronicling America, we want to be able to say whether or not the page features any poetic content, and ultimately where the poetic content is on the page. So we've been ambitious in our goal, seeking to identify as little poetic content as a single couplet quoted in a news article, to finding pages with single or even multiple full-length poems. To do this work, we've created a machine learning classifier to distinguish between images from newspapers that feature poetic content and those that do not. This required determining the visual qualities that we believe are important to identifying or distinguishing poetic content, translating those visual qualities into measurable features, developing algorithms to measure then those features, assembling a set of sample images where we knew the ground truth, whether or not the image contained poetic content or not, compiling the feature measurements for both sets of images, and feeding those values along with the image's status into an artificial neural network to help the system learn what values tend to signal poetic content, and then finally testing the classifier on unlabeled images. We published early results of this work in DLib magazine last summer, and at the classifier training stage, we achieved precision and recall of just under 91% and 80%, where precision measures how many times we were correct whenever we predicted an image contained poetic content, and recall was measuring how many times we correctly identified poem images out of all poem images. Now, these numbers dropped when we tested the classifier to just under 75% and 62%, but they were nonetheless encouraging enough that we decided to undertake a larger case study. We did not want to overfit our approach for such a small set of page images that we had used for this initial test. And so at this point, we know we have more work to do, but we didn't want that work to reflect only this very small sample. So we've recently undertaken work to look at a much larger set of images. Specifically, we moved to a case study of Chronicling America's newspaper pages from 1836 to 1840. For this work, we have 2 goals. One is to scale the system, and the second is to test and analyze the accuracy of the classifier on a much larger set of data. We focused on the 5-year period 1836 to 1840 because at the time we started it, it represented the first 5 years worth of content in Chronicling America, and we knew that we could expect to find a significant amount of poetic content in newspapers from this period. The first step in the process was to develop a script for batch retrieving images from Chronicling America, and we now have a script that allows us to retrieve images based on, we're working primarily with date parameters at this point, but in the future we'll likely add some additional parameters as well, such as by newspaper or by state. For the current study, we retrieved nearly 22,000 images, what was at that time all page images from 1836 to 1840, but Chronicling America is growing at a really tremendous rate now, so our numbers are, so we're now already only working with a subset of those 5 years. Getting the page images was the most straightforward part, though it was not without some complication. Importantly, the system we've developed for measuring and evaluating features, though, doesn't actually process the entire pages at once. Instead, we process the full page image as overlapping image snippets and look to see whether any of those image snippets from the page contain poetic content or features signaling poetic content. So in the earlier stage, we created those image snippets manually, but we now needed an automated approach to this process. We need to be sure that the image snippets themselves are good in order to increase, right, the chance that we will have accurate classifications. So we developed a process for evaluating all of the page images to see if they could be effectively segmented, checked each page image against several set of rules, and this was something we did automatically, and then broke each of the pages that passed into the subsequent snippets. So approximately 8,800 page images passed the segmentation process and yielded 509,000 image snippets. And each of these snippets then undergoes a series of processes represented by those images on the screen, and we capture the images at 3 different stages, and those are what we use to measure the features and do the feature extraction. So this work is still very much in process, and while we don't have big results just yet, hopefully we will by the end of October, we do know a few things at this point. First is that we've learned about both historic newspaper pages as well as about the duplicative processes that have brought them to us in Chronicling America. A variety of factors affect whether or not a page can be segmented. These include contrast ratios, the presence of a number of illustrations, or the presence of text or images spanning multiple columns, and noise in the microfilmed or digitized image. Second is that since we know that we want to know at a high level of accuracy how good our classifier is, so we need to know the ground truth of the page images and the snippets. We could have done some sampling, but at this stage, this is very much a research project, and we want to know at a very accurate level how accurate the classifier is. This has meant that I have manually classified those 8,800 pages so that we can check the machine classification. According to the manual classification, so the work that I did, of those 8,800 pages that passed segmentation, 1,678 of them contain poetic content, while just over 7,000 do not. But according to our machine learning classification, again, which is classifying at the snippet level, but we can extract the page metrics from that. So the machine learning classification suggested that there were 4,440 pages containing poetic content, which of course is much higher than my classification. And even more than that, when I compared my classification with the machine learning classification, we overlapped only on 785 pages. So we know that we have work to do here, and where we're headed next is to do, so we need to then be able to look at the snippet level, which means I'm evaluating those 90,000 snippets to determine their classification, so we can really do a detailed analysis on where my classification and the machine's classification agree and where they differ, and then start pulling some things out from that. So this is why it slowed down a little bit at this stage, but once we have the manual classification and the machine classification, we'll begin the work of deriving detailed statistics and thinking about the ways in which we can further improve the classifier. And so that might be techniques to make sure that we're not quite as aggressive in returning snippets as true, so we can look for see only if concurrent snippets are classified as true, for example. And then we'll have to see, though, how accurate our features that we think are important for signaling poetic content turn out to be. So we'll be turning to an understanding of what we get from our classifier results. We will be analyzing the data sets, doing some written analysis, and doing an early stage look at how our classifications for newspaper content in languages other than English compare with our classifications of newspapers in English. Since the 1836 to 1840 set includes some newspapers in Spanish, we can start testing this idea that an image-based approach for textual materials should be language agnostic. Okay, so in the longer term then, and I'll hear both, so when I created these slides last week, I felt compelled to talk in fairly broad terms, but only yesterday I learned that our research team has received IMLS research grant funding to continue our work, and we have a surer course for that work. We're embarking on a new partnership with colleagues at the University of Virginia, with whom we seek to extend our software across a more diverse range of digitized newspapers and textual forms, and to assess the broader potential of image analysis as a methodology for image classification, identification, discovery, and retrieval in digital libraries. Given the visual distinctiveness in poetry and the immediate potential for scholarly impact, we seek to refine our methods on poetic content, but now also to cross a number of boundaries, including geographic, temporal, and linguistic. And I can say more about the work that we're interested in doing in the course of that grant, but our hope is that this work ultimately will affect how we develop digital collections, both pre-release and post-release of the collection. We seek to develop new strategies and workflows for librarians and archivists to identify and classify materials and to facilitate researchers' abilities to pose new questions of digitized collections. Ultimately, we hope this work might also materialize in more creative interfaces, such as that on the Blood Axe archive, that allow users to query collections in ways beyond the text-based search or browsing conventional organizational schemes, such as date and publication. Before we can get to those interfaces, however, we both need to create the underlying data as well as broaden our sense of what's possible with the collections that we build, and this will require us to work with both text and image, as well as to see text as image. Thank you.
Okay, good. Hello, everybody. I really appreciate being here. I'm one of those people who were basically a librarian through and through. I have a bachelor in library science, so meaning at 18 years old, I decided to become a librarian. So being at the Library of Congress and, speaking here is, I'm from the Philippines, so it's such a big deal to be here. So if there's anyone watching, yeah, I'm here. And it's awesome. Okay, enough about me. Let's talk about virtual reunification, which is one of my passions. First, I'd like to premise this conversation by talking about, that digitization has become a fundamental responsibility. I mean, when I say this, occasionally I'll get some nasty looks from other people because they don't appreciate this idea. But, we have to wake up. This is, institutions are expected to be doing digitization. I know that there are resource disparities, but, I teach Introduction to Archives, and I'm now expected to teach my students, putting digitization as part of archival practice. So this is part of our realities right now as cultural heritage institutions. With digitization, we facilitate discovery. In fact, there are studies that indicate that having a digital surrogate will help institutions discover the actual artifact, will also bring people to use collections more broadly. We are redefining relationships with our patrons by providing digital products. We are rethinking our work as heritage institutions, and it also redefines what it means to perform library archives and museum work. And it's also, this conversation of convergence and collaboration has been happening even before digitization, but I think digitization is one way to ensure that institutions are truly collaborating by sharing resources and expertise. So the way we've handled dispersed collections in the archival community in the past is that first we acknowledge them in our finding aids, saying, you know, this collection is also found in 5 other institutions. Sometimes we're comprehensive, sometimes we're not. Another thing at the theoretical level, we've tried to expand notions of provenance, ownership, and what it means to have records in our custodies. And finally, we are using technical standards and tools in reconnecting and linking collections together. Here's one quote from 2001 by Jeanette Bastian. She says, "Standards such as the EAT now offer the potential of virtually reuniting fragmented collections and relating distributed collections through the online linking of finding aids." And she's talking about this in the context of the records of the US Virgin Islands. So move to more contemporary times, we hear the term virtual reunification, which is a very short definition would be allowing dispersed collections to be brought together. It's a highly collaborative endeavor. It will involve multiple institutions, multiple scholars in various disciplines, and multiple expertise within cultural heritage work. It harnesses the affordances of the digital. The problem with many dispersed collections is that it's almost entirely impossible to reunite them in their physical formats because, one, you encounter geographic limitations. Things are in far places. Physically, sometimes materials are in different formats that are quite challenging to be brought together in their physical forms. And they say that finally, with digital surrogates, we can bring things together. It also facilitates cultural diplomacy. In some projects, virtual reunification projects, in Europe, for instance, it involves multiple institutional or national institutions. Here's some examples of virtual reunification projects there's many out there, but these are some. My favorite is the Walt Whitman Archive, and I'm sure it's familiar to many. It brings the work of one person, and also from various institutions, and trying to do multiple ways of engaging with the material. Reunification, or bringing together the whole of collections, has its deep roots in the analog world, specifically in the humanities. So, in art history, there's such a thing as catalog raisonné, or in music, complete works, or in literature, you have critical or scholarly editions, and in history, we have, or which is more related to archival work, historical editions. So, you have historians going to different repositories, trying to collect all writings of Thomas Jefferson, for instance. So, there's a long scholarly trajectory in bringing together collections. What I've noticed about virtual reunification is that there's lack of attention to photographic materials. There are projects out there looking at image processing and pattern recognition. There are projects that would exhibit photographs, for instance, but they're not at a particular scale where you have them from all over the place, different institutions, multiple stakeholders, and just truly, bringing them and doing scholarly work with those materials. It's also touted as a way to do repatriation, meaning returning collections to source communities by digital means, but there's no clear explanation of what it really truly means to return something that's digital. More on success, but less on barriers. When I read the literature on this subject, people are celebratory, saying, yay, we did it. It's difficult. Congratulations to us because we've done it. But actually, we learn from barriers, from projects that tell us that these are the problems that we've encountered, so that when we do it again, we know things to expect. And also, it's unclear about interinstitutional collaboration. When 10 institutions are involved, and one of those is, let's say, a historical society in one county versus the Smithsonian, there's an imbalance in terms of resources and prestige in that project. So there's a lot to be done and discussed in this area. And in the world of digital repatriation, anthropologists and people who study digital repatriation have acknowledged that there's some problem around the notion of returning copies of artifacts to Native American communities. Is it really return? Is it really repatriation if you're providing copies, no matter how good the resolution might be? But at the same time, not all communities want the actual artifacts to be returned to them, that many communities are quite happy with digital surrogates that they can use in the classrooms and in their communities. So there's really not one solution to this issue. And where does the return happen, and for whom is it done? Is it for the institution, is it for the community, or is it for the scholar facilitating the return? So my project looked at the photographs taken in the Philippines in the early 1900s by a colonial administrator that was assigned in the Philippines, Dean Worcester. He was a zoologist, and because of his interest in zoology, he started going around the Philippines to document the different indigenous groups of the country, and in the process managed to amass a cache of photographic materials. Here are some examples of the photos. And here's more. So the rationale is that for us to be able to manage this new territory called the Philippines, we need to understand its people. And more importantly, we need to understand their resources so we can trade. So that was the whole premise around the ethnographic surveys that he did in the early 1900s. Now, the photographs of Worcester currently are in more than 10 institutions, but I looked at 10 institutions for this study. There's an effort to consolidate them since the 1970s by doing a union catalog of sort for where they are located. There's a research demand on these photographs, and it's in various stages of digitization, and there's some funding available for this, and yet reunification is not happening. So I said this is probably an ideal case to study and examine, in a context where something is likely to happen, yet it's not happening. What's stopping it from happening? That was my particular question at that time. So I went to 10 institutions that collected these photographs. Two of those I would classify as natural history museum. 4 are anthropology and archaeological museums. 2 are archival institutions or archives, and 2 are special collections. You will see, and I'll get back to this, that in these multiple institutions, the photos are of different formats and different types of state or stages in terms of digitization. But so you go back to the idea of, if you want to bring something together that's dispersed, who decides on behalf of the communities when only institutions are talking? And how do you display indigenous images when, if you want to produce something scholarly? Another problem that I've seen is that, there are many dimensions to dispersion. When you say I'm reunifying something that's dispersed, so are you referring to, the physical distance that they're scattered in various places? Are you talking about temporal sort of dispersion because they were dispersed at different moments in time? Provenential, I'm using provenance from the archival sense in terms of chain of custody and ownership to these materials, or is it material? The challenge is material. So here's one visualization, elementary one that I created for myself of, to show you some notion of dispersion that's geographic. It's in multiple places. It could also be provenential. So in one institution, the material is categorized as a collection by Frederick Wooster, the son of the photographer who then donated it to the American Museum of Natural History. And then later the negatives were transferred to the University of Michigan Museum of Anthropology. So, provenance as well is quite dispersed. Sometimes it doesn't just go in one direction. So it's also temporal. They were given to these various institutions at different moments in time. So there's that, the earliest collection that I found was at the National Anthropological Archives. And also materials. Sometimes the photograph would be in a scrapbook. Sometimes it's a lantern slide. Even if you compare two scrapbooks, images are, put in different chronological order or different parts of the same, or two different scrapbooks. So there's a lot of researchers are interested in the meaning around the changing of this, chronological representation of the photographs. And also among institutions that I've interviewed, they seem to have this notion of, so we can't show these photographs to everybody. And so we have to make sure that we are more responsible around, who gets to see the image. So as far as these institutions are concerned, they have to see it first because they need to work on the collection. And then the source communities, of course, the different indigenous groups that would take ownership of these images, and then researchers and scholars, and then maybe the Filipino immigrant communities who are living in the US, and then the general public, the last. So it's a different notion of access. I know that many information professionals are very much in love with universal, unfiltered, unhindered access, but it's just not the case for ethnographic collections with ties to indigenous communities. So finally, I'm leaving you with three questions. The first is, what does it mean to assemble the whole? As I said earlier, there are many dimensions to dispersion. Does it mean getting all of those dimensions together in one representational kind of digital project? What is the object of reunification? Sometimes we actually care about relationships, fixing relationships with communities. Is that what we want? That ultimately the outcome is that we have good relationships with communities, that the material recombination or assembly of these things are a way towards that. Another is, if reunification is the solution, what really is the problem? Is this sometimes, I hear of availability of technology, that it will solve things, that it will do a lot of things for us. But is this a solution in search of a problem? So thank you very much.
This one. Excellent. Oh, are you duplicating, or can you split the screen by chance? Ah, sorry about that. You'd think a web developer would know how to, Thank you. All right, perfect. Well, on a personal level, I may be the most surprising and unlikely presenter today, as not long ago, I sat in a library to escape the beautiful chaos of my then one-year-old daughter. I was combing through programming books to build an app of my own. I had recently resigned from a 10-year career as an accountant and auditor to pursue a passion for web development. Shortly thereafter, I started my current dream job as a web developer for Zooniverse.org. So it's fitting I introduce you to a surprising tool that will unlock the data of your collections in unlikely ways you may not imagine, the Zooniverse. The Zooniverse is the world's largest, most popular platform for people-powered research. And I'm one of 26 Zooniverse team members, many also with unorthodox backgrounds, including PhDs in astronomy, the humanities, ecology, and philosophy. There's an amazing team of developers and data scientists, as well as education and outreach ambassadors. Today, I'll introduce you to the Zooniverse through our diverse projects, then focus on transcription projects, and give you a brief overview of our project builder. It all started with Galaxy Zoo in 2007. Like many scientists, and likely many here today, 2 astronomers had more data than they could process. They had over 1 million galaxies to classify before they could even use the data to ask the interesting questions about our universe. One of them remarkably classified 50,000 galaxies over a month, classifying morning, day, and night, but would likely go insane or spend the rest of their life classifying to complete the data set. Now, the pattern recognition required for the initial classifying humans excel at, while computers yet do not. Their solution was to harness the power of crowdsourcing with Galaxy Zoo. They implored the general public to go and review the images and classify them as spiral or elliptical, with a tutorial if needed, and the results were incredible. There were 50 million classifications during its first year alone, with over 150,000 people contributing. Eventually, it was determined that the crowdsourced consensus was as good as classifications provided by professional astronomers, showing that the crowd gets it right. The research team has since published over 40 peer-reviewed publications, including some where volunteers are listed as co-authors. These are just regular, everyday volunteers. Galaxy Zoo accomplished research otherwise thought impossible. And it gets more exciting. In the upper left here, we have legendary guitarist for Queen, Brian May. He's also a PhD astronomer and an avid Galaxy Zoo participant. And he inspired others, like Hanny van Arkel there in the upper right. She's a teacher in the Netherlands. She classified the warped spiral galaxy in the center image towards the top, but asked what's the object below it. The researchers looked into her question, and it turns out it's a galaxy-sized gas cloud driven by a black hole in the neighboring galaxy that recently shifted from active to quiet. Scientists knew of it, but had never captured the phenomena. Hanny was the first person in history to witness it, and it was aptly named after her. Which illustrates that the more people you engage in your project, the more likely someone will make an amazing serendipitous discovery. So each project has a forum that we call Talk. Talk is where volunteers can communicate with each other, as well as with the researchers or experts. In this project, the first discussion is for specific images, the next is general questions, and there's specific discussions that are unique to this project. Now, Talk is where we often see these serendipitous discoveries like Hanny's Voorwerp. And a key to a successful project is that the research team engages with its volunteers through talk. This is our current landing page of projects, and since 2007, the Zooniverse has expanded to over 45 active projects with several hundred researchers that have led to over 100 peer-reviewed publications. The Galaxy Zoo papers alone have had thousands of citations and reuse of the data. Galaxy Zoo in its story encapsulates 3 important points I'd like to emphasize. First, engagement with volunteers will equate to the success of a project. Secondly, crowdsourcing is both about classifications and serendipitous discoveries. And third, crowdsourcing leads to accurate and reliable results. Science Gossip is a transcription project that bridges the citizen scientists of the Victorian period with the citizen scientists of today. Before computers and cameras, citizen scientists had to draw what they saw. But those drawings have been locked away in the pages of those Victorian periodicals until today, through Science Gossip, volunteers can help classify those drawings, unlocking the origins of citizen science. What may have taken a diligent historian over 10 years, volunteers were able to accomplish in 1. It's accomplishing research otherwise thought impractical. One volunteer found the left image and illustration by Mabel Rhodes on the anatomy of the rat flea and asked in talk if it was the first female contributor. And her question inspired the community. They discovered numerous women engravers and illustrators, including many previously uncredited. One volunteer's question brought the collection to life in an amazing and unexpected way. Penguin Watch is one of my personal favorites. You get to spy on penguins for science. You tag penguins in remote regions to help us understand their lives, the environment, and the effects of climate change. A contest for Penguin Watch volunteers was held, and the winner got to go to the Antarctic. And you could see the winner of that contest in that lower right jumping into the Antarctic seas. And I'm not sure all of our volunteers share that level of enthusiasm, but the number one reason that volunteers do participate is simply to contribute to scientific progress. Runner-up reasons are that they're fascinated in a project or that it's just plain fun. We have over 1.5 million registered volunteers across 237 countries, ranging in age from 5 to 95 years old. It's a wonderfully diverse group, all making real contributions to science. Snapshot Serengeti is another one of my personal favorites. Volunteers help classify images from hundreds of camera traps in Serengeti National Park, providing a powerful new window into Africa's most elusive wildlife species. It was launched in 2012 and it's been incredibly successful. In the first 3 days alone, there were over 1 million classifications. They processed an 18-month backlog of images. And there's a related publication that showed that the crowd is as good as experts in consensus scenarios, or were 97% accurate compared to the 98% accuracy of experts in other scenarios. Again, the crowd gets it right. And personally, I now know the difference between a hartebeest and a wildebeest, and this project is just plain fun. To elaborate more on what I mean by consensus, Snapshot Serengeti has 25 volunteers classify an image before retiring it, unless the first 5 say it's blank or 10 agree, thereby reaching a consensus. Now, this image is pretty straightforward, and as you can see in the lower right, volunteers are currently all in agreement so far that there's one giraffe in this image. While this image is challenging, one volunteer thinks there are 4 wildebeest, another 3 rhinoceroses, one wildebeest, and others buffalo. With certain images, it's just not possible to get consensus, in which case 25 people will classify the image before it's retired. Now, even experts can't agree on these images, and though these images are the minority, most, or over 70% of images, are retired with the consensus before getting to the 25 classification maximum. So now we'll focus on some transcription projects, starting with Annotate. Annotate is in collaboration with the Tate Museums and Archives, and it's a Museums of the Web top prize winner. In addition to creating art, many artists wrote diaries and letters and made sketchbooks that contained rich details about their lives and creative processes. Volunteers transcribe these documents from the Tate collection and reveal the secret lives of artists. I like to have the artist's works open in one window and classify in another window. It gives a whole new appreciation for the art and the artists themselves. For documents such as this, OCR doesn't work, which is why we need to transcribe them. Transcription can be quite challenging. It's not as straightforward as clicking on a penguin, but we try to make it as straightforward and simple as possible. For annotate, we utilize a transcription method I'm going to refer to as line by line. And we don't ask volunteers to transcribe an entire page. We do not ask them to even necessarily transcribe an entire sentence. We simply ask them to transcribe one visual line at a time that they feel that they can do in confidence. This creates quality collective efforts. Each line's XY coordinates and related transcription is then compared with an algorithm, creating hopefully consensus and vastly reducing the need for experts. To date, the average rate of accuracy for a line transcribed by multiple people on Annotate is 95%. This rate of accuracy is in line with estimates on OCR accuracy, which are 94% for grayscale and 97% for bitonal. So accuracy in line with OCR on documents that can't use OCR. Again, showing that the crowd gets it right. In collaboration with the Folger Shakespeare Library here in Washington, D.C., another transcription project that we love is Shakespeare's World. Volunteers transcribe handwritten documents by Shakespeare's contemporaries and help us understand his amazing life and times. It has a similar line-by-line process, but there's added complexity for the type of historical documents. Now, what we've learned with this project as well as others is that if you have a great UI for volunteers, that they can accomplish complex and difficult transcription. Again, it helps to break the transcription process down to an approachable level. So documents are divided between recipes and letters, and for those interested in delicious dishes or juicy gossip from Shakespeare's time, I personally enjoy the recipes. They can be tough, but it's fascinating. And there's also a wonderful blog with Shakespeare's World, just like many of our projects, that gives updates and shares great stories from the project. The next transcription project is Decoding the Civil War. You can witness the United States Civil War by transcribing and deciphering messages and codes from the United States military telegraph, including, there's one telegraph from Abraham Lincoln to Mary Todd 2 weeks before his death, updating her on the war after a meeting with General Grant. It's incredibly interesting. And then there's other telegraphs requesting whiskey or clean underwear. It runs the gamut, and it's a fascinating perspective into the people's lives of this remarkable time in our country's history. Now, as you hopefully can see in the animation, this is a variation on the method I previously mentioned. Here, volunteers underline a line and then transcribe, and we ask volunteers to do an entire telegraph before proceeding. An additional method that we worked on years ago in collaboration with the New York Public Library is Scribe. The method of Scribe is that one volunteer marks the document structure, and then the same volunteer or a different volunteer can do the work of transcribing. There's also a verification process. Scribe is open source like everything we do is. I'd encourage you, if you want to do a transcription project on your own outside of the universe, check out Scribe. It might be a very useful tool for you. There's also a method that the Smithsonian uses where one volunteer might transcribe, a different volunteer would review, and then an expert would review, and there's feedback all along that cycle. And there's no right or wrong method. The best method depends on the project. So coming back to Decoding the Civil War, this was recently launched and built within our project builder. Now, a little over a year ago, we launched the project builder. It's an easy-to-use, browser-based interface to create a project, and it's incredible. We're really proud of it. Right now, anyone can build their own project for free in hours. Go to zooniverse.org, click Build a Project, and you're on your way. It's that simple. There's an overview online. I'm going to give an overview, but there's a detailed tutorial, and there are message boards online if you'd like to try it yourself. So this is a screenshot from within the project builder. Don't worry about the details shown. My intent is just to give you a general feel for the interface. In the far left menu from top to bottom, you have a project what we refer to as a project section, a workflows section, and a subject set sections. I'll start with subject sets. It's likely your collection, typically in our case images, though we're experimenting with video. You can upload your subjects into the project builder, or we do support externally hosted images. You can include metadata, like your internal IDs and other info, which can either be shown or hidden from volunteers. And once you have your subject set into the project builder, you could then create what we refer to as a workflow. It's the sequence of tasks that you ask volunteers to do. And we have many types of tasks, including text tasks, especially useful for transcription projects, a drawing task, and drop-down tasks. Some are behind an experimental flag, so in which case ask and we'll enable it for you. Also within the project, or in the workflow editor, you set the retirement for a subject, which is how many times it's classified before it's no longer shown to volunteers. So once you have a subject set in a workflow, you've completed the core of the project. Now here we see what a volunteer sees while classifying within the Notes from Nature project. Notes from Nature is where volunteers transcribe specimen labels that we recently relaunched after rebuilding within the project builder. Now, I work closely with this project. It's been a wonderful experience. It has an incredible research team. And what you can see here are 2 text tasks where a volunteer can type the specimen collector name and number, and then 3 drop-down tasks to enter the month, day, and year, all within what we refer to as a combo task. And this is an example of what you can build and what a volunteer would then see. Within the project builder, you can also add other collaborators or people to help you. You can add content for your project landing page. You can create a team page, a research page to give more detail about what you're looking to accomplish. You can create tutorials, field guides, and mini courses to help volunteers classify. You can set up your talk where the incredible serendipity I mentioned earlier happens. And you can export aspects of your project, including volunteer classifications, either on day 1, months in, or whenever. There's a review process to be featured on the main page, but as soon as you build your project, you can share a link with it to anyone. A successful project articulates their purpose well, has workflows that are as straightforward and simple as possible, detailed help for volunteers, and an active research team on talk, which it helps significantly. So the Zoomverse is expanding at an exhilarating rate with exciting challenges ahead, especially with transcription projects, which we'd love to collaborate with you on. We're constantly working with machine learning experts to further their research, as well as make sure we're not wasting our volunteers' precious time. And we're actively improving the Zoomverse on mobile. We're open source. Check us out on GitHub. The Zoomverse works, and we want you to join us. Help us accomplish science otherwise thought impossible. Unlock your data or someone else's. We won't make you jump in the Antarctic seas, but you may end up with a galactic-sized gas cloud named after you. And on a final note, we're also thrilled to announce 2 upcoming open calls for partners with text or audio transcription projects needing custom tools or interface. It's hard to express how excited we are about this. These open calls are made possible by new funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services for a 3-year effort to better support this community. As part of this effort, we will take the lessons learned through these new custom-built projects to improve the tools that we offer to all through the project builder. So thank you for your time today.
So we're going to have time for questions. So if Liz and Ricky, if you want to join us up here. During this, we have about 15 minutes for questions. So, and if you have a question, you're in the audience, raise your hand, and we'll have volunteers with mics that will find you. I see we have one hand raised in the back already. Also on Twitter, if you are following along, you can tweet your questions using the hashtag #AsData. So again, we'll take questions for about 15 minutes. I'm going to mention this quickly because we might because we'll just break for lunch right after. We're going to break until 1:30 after the question round. And just a reminder, you'll have to, if you leave the building, you have to pass through security to get back in. So come back, plan for that if you leave the building. If you don't want to leave the building, you can go to our main cafeteria in the Madison building via some tunnels. And if you meet by the information desk, then a Library of Congress staff will help you go through those tunnels. So just that quick piece before we start. Do we have somebody with a microphone in the back here? Yep, please go ahead. You want to start back here?
Hello, I'm Hollis Gentry, and I'm from the Smithsonian Libraries, the Smithsonian Transcription Center, and the National Museum of African American History and Culture. We launched recently a transcription project transcribing the Freedmen's Bureau records, a Reconstruction era group of federal documents, and we launched it just a little over a month ago. My question to the last speaker is, what kind of incentives do you offer to your volunteers to continue with the process? How do you deal with some of the difficulties or the challenges with the transcription? What kind of a system do you have to keep them going?
Are mics? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the transcription is challenging, so it's difficult to keep volunteers engaged. We have found that talk and the community that builds around these projects is really the strongest way to keep people engaged, and that not only helps people ask questions or get through the difficult challenges that might be related to that specific transcription project, but it also helps people explore interesting ideas that they may have, because usually the people who are getting involved in these transcription projects they're interested in the material, of course, and they may have, they come to it with interesting ideas or ways, perspectives, and when you have people sharing this together through our forum talk, it just builds on itself, and that's what keeps people engaged, I think, to the highest degree. We don't have any other, occasionally our research team might have like prizes or giveaways or whatnot, but that's really not the core of it. In all honesty, one of the smaller points was like the people participate and continue to participate just because they want to further the purpose of the project. So it's really our volunteers are primarily motivated by their altruism. So, and they get kind of hooked into it. And once they get a little practice transcribing, they often continue to. Hope that answers.
Great. Do we have another question here? Right here? Yep, go ahead.
This question is also for the last speaker. For the tools that you mentioned, and I'm actually really interested in your audio tool that I think is going to come out. Are you limited to what language you can apply this to? Like if I have a collection in, say, Czech, could that work on that?
Well, so I'd have to check exactly. Well, so I'm kind of just thinking out loud here. We could build like a UI that could support that. That would be a custom. Currently, I'm not sure if we have that capability, but that would be a custom project that is, potentially feasible. We have lots of plans, including internationalization. So if we were to incorporate that on like a global site level, it might also complement a specific project or collection. And you said in Czech? Yeah. So, I don't think we'd be able to, support that today, but the technological barriers I don't seem too large. That's the wonderful thing about the recent funding is we can explore these types of challenges that much more easily now going forward. So I'd have to check to give you a specific direct answer of what we can do today, but if we can't, we hope to in the future.
We have a couple questions down here.
Hi, I also am interested in the project of the last speaker, and I'm coming at it from a peculiar angle, which is that I've spent some time as a volunteer in senior living residences, and one of the issues there is that everybody is limited in what they can do. So some of the projects that have been very successful in that environment till now have been seniors doing English language teaching using Skype with students from around the world, and that's super successful, and I can imagine that some version of this could apply in that environment as well. But I'm just thinking, is there a possibility that there could be, let's say, a simpler interface overlaid on what you have now, so that people who have a lot of time on their hands but limited abilities could be effective and useful and have some productive activity in their own lives?
Yeah, absolutely. And the projects really run there's a wide range of difficulty in our projects. Some currently up there right now. And actually, I guess I should be embarrassed to admit this, but I'm not. My favorites, like the Penguin Watch and Snapshot Serengeti, are very approachable. And while some certainly are more complicated, like some of the astronomy projects, some of the transcription projects, there are some that I think would be very accessible to like the people that you're working with. And sometimes we will, we do a lot of educational outreach too, so we do try to consider making the projects accessible to as many people as we can. But that's an interesting area or opportunity. I'm not sure if we've fully considered, but I would think right now there actually would be some projects that might be that might apply.
Another question here? Oh, here, down here first.
Hi. I work for a data storage company, so often we think about how you're going to store all of that stuff. So all of you store mountains of data, right? You're all working with that all the time. So my question would be, how do you possibly store all of that? And then how long do you store it? And then how is it similar or different for each of you, because you have such different projects in a lot of ways?
So for our project, at this point, we have a manageable amount of data because we are maintaining the images after we've processed them, and then the feature data sets. I'm at an institution that has both a data repository, and the expectation that the institution will be the place that manages that data. So, and we have a number of systems in place, and so we work with Deepin as one example. So we'll have to see, and since our needs are not necessarily for, it's not preservation forever, we're looking at managing the data for reproducibility over X number of years, and I think our plan at this point is 5 years. So since we are not the collectors of the original images and we don't need to maintain the digital images, it's not to say that we may not run into some challenges, but I feel like institutionally we're in a pretty good place for that.
Well, with me it's the same. I do have copies of some of the photos that I study, and I believe in locks. Lots of copies keep stuff safe. So I put them in multiple hard drives. I also I also have copies that I use for just basic processing and work. So I have a digital file that's better resolution and more preservation copies. So I teach Introduction to Digital Curation, so I kind of have to follow what I teach, which is like the OAIS model of doing things. But I'm not. I definitely don't have collections at the level of a repository that would make large corpora of materials such a daunting task for me.
And we actually also, we're not necessarily responsible for maintaining the images or the collections over time. Someone who's going to create a project, they're really the ones who are responsible for, over the long term, maintaining and storing and organizing those in our case, often images. But just from like a technical standpoint, I mean, we use AWS, the Amazon Web Services, to host a lot of our information. So I guess we're in the cloud for the most part. And actually I'm a front-end developer, so I'm somewhat ignorant in terms of the entire back-end picture or ops picture, but I think, yeah, essentially sounds like we're actually all kind of somewhat similar.
All right, so I think we have time for one more question. We have one up here in the back.
Hi, this question is for Ricky. Ricky, I was very intrigued by your grid to analyze the virtual reunification, and I wonder if the provenential, geographical, et cetera, I wonder if these have been used for indigenous collections, or is it typically for anthropological fieldwork?
So the model that I did was primarily to explain the complexity of virtual reunification for mainly people who are in charge of collections, because I do tell them that if you are trying to capture the whole, you need to have some. At this point, I don't think it's possible. So consider this as a way to analyze the problem for yourself, and create representations that would somewhat allow the representation of these different aspects of dispersion. Now, so this is mainly for ethnographic collections that I've studied, but I do think that other types of collections could use this model as well. For Native American communities or indigenous communities, for that matter, I'm starting a project that's recently funded by IMLS called Valuing Our Scans, and this goes to communities, looking at the impact of digitized collections once they're downloaded, because we are quite good at doing research on like how do we discoverability, when you search for something, how quickly can you get at something that you're looking for, but what happens once the image is taken by a person into their homes? What happens? Do they keep it? Do they use it for something else? What's the impact of this? So I'm taking that model more to inform my research on that project. So yeah, so this is an ongoing conversation, if I would put it that way. So I'm definitely learning a lot as I move on.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have to break here for lunch. Again, meet back here at 1:30 and leave time for security. Give our speakers a hand.
Just stay here? All right. Thank you.
everybody. Oh, my mic's not on. My guy's not here. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you so much for coming back. I was a little bit worried. So we're having a little bit of trouble with the closed captioning here. So we're just going to have a little chat for a bit so that you don't, leave and lose interest. As a reminder, we're live streaming, so those of you who are live streaming, join the conversation by tweeting with the hashtag #AsData. I had a question. I was looking at the registrant list and looking at all the different people from the different kinds of institutions that are here. Can you raise your hand if you're from a library, please? Oh, lots of libraries in the room. Libraries represent. Can you raise your hand if you're from an archives? Oh, lots of archives people. Can you raise your hand if you're from like a media organization? Oh, awesome, awesome. What am I missing here? University. Museums, obviously museums. Museums, hello, thank you for coming. University, not a library. Oh, good, good, good. Okay, what else am I, like you're here by yourself because you're just like, want to make friends and be cool. Hey. Oh, a federal agency. Oh, yay, thank you for coming. Our friends and brothers and sisters. Oh, sorry, right, obvious. So what else could we talk about right now? Tell jokes. Not Ella jokes. Does anybody have any questions? We can take some questions if you could yell out enough. Someone up there has a question? Yes. Hello. Oh, we have a tiered storage system. We've got lots of folks in the OCIO in the audience if anybody wants to jump up and answer on my behalf. But I don't work in OCIO, but from my memory, we're using a tiered storage system. So lots of the things for permanent archival purpose go off to tape. And then we have nearline storage for our access systems. Anyone else? How are we looking? Yeah, we're getting there? Okay. Why was 6 afraid of 9? Wait, no. No. Thank you. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. It's all in the delivery, I think. I don't know. One of the things, when you saw my presentation earlier, it showed a picture of the stacks in the Jefferson building. And one of the things I think is really interesting about the building here is that the stacks are actually foundational support so that you couldn't remove the stacks and the shelves from the Library of Congress without it collapsing, which I think is kind of a beautiful, beautiful metaphor. As Thomas Jefferson said, I cannot live without books. A little known fact, he was actually the Hermione of his time, not very well liked by some people. But yes. Oh, that's a great question. So my friend Leah from NEH asked, how did I first hear about Henriette Avram? And my friend David Brunton introduced her to me, who is also a software developer and a fan of hers, and I think she's really awesome. Yeah. Any other questions? You people are leaving me hanging. I don't mean to blame you, but... Justin Littman. Hi, Justin. Well, it's hard for me to give the entire perspective of the inside because I only have mine. But I am thrilled. She's a huge inspiration, and I will say that when we did a welcome video and a welcome photograph, many of you may have seen it on the Facebook page, but the huge thunderous applause getting ready for her arrival, I think really spoke volumes to me about how excited people were. Yeah, we couldn't be happier. Oh, the question from Twitter?
Here's a chance for Kate Florence to do her stand-up comedy routine.
It's not very good. It's not very good. Yeah. Yeah. No, the question was great. The stand-up comedy routine is not very good. How do I feel about metadata? I think it's very well known. Oh, so the question is, how do I feel about metadata? And so the history of metadata has been studied for many, many years. And I think that we have come to the conclusion, after years of intense investigation, that metadata rocks. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
How many jokes do you get about late fees and returning library books?
Oh, well, how many jokes do I get about late fees and returning library books? Well, we are not, for most of the public, a circulating library. So as far as I know, we don't have late fees. Is that right? No, they just cut off your account. They cut off your account, yeah. But anybody over the age of 16 is welcome to come here and get a reader's card, so please do. I'd also like to mention that we have a couple of jobs posted. If you check the jobs page at the Library of Congress, might as well squeeze every drop of juice out of the orange. So if you go to the jobs page at Library of Congress, one of the most exciting new jobs, I think, is the Chief of Digital Collections Management and Services that's posted right now. And I think that person is going to do a lot to shape the digital future of the Library of Congress, so please apply for that. Anybody else have jobs that they're advertising for that they'd like to mention? No other questions? Oh, this is so thanks to the Office of Equal Opportunity and Diversity Programs, we have live streaming. So someone, I believe, is on the phone listening and live typing what's going on. And we also have our awesome interpreters live here. Oh my gosh, we have a question from the front here. Do we have any pirate shanties from the collection? And we do, actually. We have a lot of pirate shanties in our folk life collection. Nikki Saylor, head of the archives, right here. In fact, there's a finding aid. So if you Google pirate shanties, you can find the finding aid and listen to pirate shanties to your heart's content.
And there are also pirate maps and geography maps.
That's another great question. There are also pirate maps in the Geography and Maps collection. In fact, in the Geography and Maps collection, if you get a chance to head down there at some point, which I really recommend, they're just world's largest map collection. Lots of good stuff. They have a whole section in the collection full of maps of fantasy locations. So maps of places that don't exist in the real world, like Rivendell and Lord of the Rings places. It's really neat. Oh, I would like to repeat that joke. From Dan Chudnoff in the audience, he says, if you'd like to process pirate maps as data, do you know what programming language you'd use? R. I have a rebuttal. The pirate's favorite love is the sea.
There are two questions. One is please repeat questions, and the second is where are we on the schedule?
Oh, good question. So I'd like to repeat the question. The question is, where are we on the schedule? And we are on after lunch. Next up is concerns for data scholarship. But we are right now working to get the closed captioning working, so we're on a pause on the schedule. It doesn't say it there, pause, because we just invented it. So don't look for it.
What are the concerns for data
There are, so Mike Aschenfelder asks, what are the concerns for data scholarship? And I would like to tell you, but I don't want to have spoilers. Yeah, so I don't want to ruin everyone's good ideas by just telling you now. Oh, that's great, thank you. So one of our colleagues mentions that if you're interested in imaginary maps, which I am, because I'm way more interested in fantasy than the real world, that you can check out the Maps Division's blogs. So we have several blogs at the Library of Congress that highlight exciting treasures from the collections. So you can go on blogs. If you go to blogs.lsu.gov, you can find it there. And they did a series over the summer of blogs from imaginary locations. Yes? Oh, another colleague from the Library of Congress said that related, there's an exhibits on, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Literary maps, if you go to the exhibits page. Any other treasures anybody wants to highlight? Because there's a lot, you know. Yes. Yes, so please interrupt me, Deb or Leah, if you'd like, but we do currently have many non-English language American newspapers, including, I believe, Russian. No, we do not have Russian currently. But it is eligible for selection. We have hundreds of thousands of pages in 6 different languages currently, which is a fact that I knew, that Deb did not have to tell me. Okay, I've been given the signal that we're okay to start. Thank you for indulging me while we got ready with the live captioning. We'll begin again. Can I have the website back up, please? So before we begin, I just wanted to mention another resource that's available for researchers working with collections as data. You've heard a lot about Chronicling America, which is part of our historic partnership with NEH to make available millions of historic newspaper pages. We also have WDL, the World Digital Library, is a partnership between the Library of Congress, UNESCO, and hundreds of partners throughout the world to provide a place to highlight the gems of their collection. What's really exciting about WDL is all the metadata and description information is translated into 7 different languages. So we have an API for WDL. It's at api.wdl.org. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, please peruse that. And we're very much available to you. I'm not one of the developers, but the developers are very much available to you if you have questions about it. So with that, let's begin. The second half of our symposium begins with an examination of the practices used to collect, use, and serve data. Cultural heritage institutions take their commitment to protecting patron privacy and honoring copyright and donor agreements very seriously. And these commitments can have downstream and sometimes unexpected consequences when you are accessioning and creating access to collection data at scale. We're excited to bring you a group of speakers who are thinking critically about this work. Our first presenter is Burgess Jules, who is the community lead for Documenting the Now, a tool and community developed around supporting the ethical collection, use, and preservation of social media content. Along with his work with DocNow, Burgess is an archivist at the University of California Riverside Library, coordinator for Inland Empire Memories, a community-owned consortium of cultural heritage organizations that has the goal of sharing the diverse history of inland Southern California. He previously designed the DC Africana Archives project at George Washington University. And I know we have some GW folks in the audience today. Next is the Library of Congress's very own Nicole Saylor, head of the American Folklife Center. She leads a team of archivists, ethnomusicologists, and folklorists who curate collections that document folk culture from around the world. Collections range from the earliest recordings made in the 1890s on wax cylinder through born digital collections such as StoryCorps, a large oral history project. The AFC archive is the nation's oldest and largest archive of ethnographic documentation, including folk songs, stories, and other creative expressions of people from diverse communities. Today, she'll discuss the API-driven accessioning of digital folk life and how that enables people to collaborate with folklorists in the cultural record. Maciej Sikwowski is a programmer, writer, and painter. You might know him from his work running the Pinboard bookmarking website and the Bedbug Registry. Maciej has also spoken thoughtfully about ethics in Silicon Valley, online privacy, and the right to own our own data. One of the reasons we asked him here today is because he has written so warmly about his love for the web and the need to be active in its stewardship to keep it a place that connects us with knowledge and each other. He said, quote, "The web we have right now is beautiful. It shatters the tyranny of distance. It opens the libraries of the world to you. It gives you a way to bear witness to people half a world away in your own worlds. It is full of cats. We built it by accident, yet we're already taking it for granted. We should fight to keep it," end quote. I think some of those same ideas apply in interesting ways to today's topic. It is my pleasure to welcome Burgess to the stand.
Okay. Thank you for having me. It's right after lunch. People are all energized, and now I'm going to depress you with all my concerns about collecting social media data. I'm actually really excited that this session is part of the program today because we don't do enough thinking around the ethics of doing this stuff and how to protect people. So I'm really glad to see that this panel is part of the program, and I'm glad to be part of it. So where is the, okay. All right. So at a basic level, Documenting the Now is a project to build free and open source tools that are easy to use for collecting, analyzing, and sharing Twitter data. It's a collaborative project between UC Riverside, the Maryland Institute for Technology and the Humanities at the University of Maryland, and Washington University in St. Louis. The DocNow team, our development team, has been hard at work over the past 10 months, really trying to build something great that everyone will be able to use, and I'm really excited for what's to come. But today I'm going to focus less on the technical part of our work. What's been really exciting, what's been the most exciting part of the project, in my opinion, is how much people from all kinds of backgrounds have engaged with some of the ideas that we've been addressing. And I think those ideas can help us address some of the more serious implications for building collections of data, especially as they relate to social media data. So because our work was inspired by the activism and protests that followed the police killing of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014, I think from the beginning of the project, we felt we had a responsibility, really, not to forget that there are, in fact, people behind all this data. That's why DocNow has such a focus on ethics of collecting this type of content for long-term preservation. We're really interested in how our building of these collections might affect people's lives. It's also why we're being really transparent with our work, while at the same time trying to help build a community of people who also value these ideas. So really, at the higher level, DocNow is about a couple of things in my mind. It's about valuing people enough to care about how we collect and steward their data. And it's about helping to build a community of archives professionals and other folks committed to engaging with content owners and creators in equitable and safe ways as we collect their data. These two things are priorities above our technical work on the project, and a lot of credit really has to go to Ed Summers for the project being framed this way. Ed has been my partner in crime over the past couple years doing this work, and he's also a principal investigator on the DocNow project. So we all agree that there's an immense value in social media data, especially as it relates to our work in archives and libraries. I'm primarily interested in collecting that type of data, especially Twitter, because I think it presents tremendous opportunities to document some aspects of African American history and culture. For example, this is a Pew, a graph from the Pew Research that talked about how young African Americans are the highest users, among the highest users of Twitter, especially, right? So a large number of African Americans have found a space where they feel free to share and engage in issues that matter to them, and especially considering how little information we hold in our traditional collections about African Americans, I think this is a good opportunity to at least learn about some of those issues, if not collect data about them. So we've also seen the value that platforms such as Twitter have had in amplifying voices, right? In the current movement for Black Lives, we've seen it in the Arab Spring, and several other social justice events that have played out online. This is a screenshot from the brilliant work of Dean Freelon, Meredith Clark, and Charlton McIlwain, Ferguson, Black Lives Matter, and the Online Struggle for Offline Justice. I highly suggest you check it out if you get a chance. It's a 90-something page report about the impact that Twitter and other social media had on spreading the message in Ferguson. So all of this is good, but we should also acknowledge the significant responsibility and embrace the challenges that come with collecting, preserving, and making that kind of data accessible. And we should be prepared to do this work in ways that don't compromise people's safety, disregards their rights as content owners and creators, or presents their data in ways that distorts people's original intent. Because we know we're not the only ones interested in collecting this kind of data, right? So this is a screenshot from this is a screenshot of an email from the ACLU California last week published a report about the growing use of social media collection tools by law enforcement, especially local law enforcement. And they were able to get their hands on a lot of documents for this, and this is a screenshot from an email that a company, Geophedia, which is really popular in this space right now, is sending out to its clients about Ferguson. It's saying, hey, we have a lot of good stuff on Ferguson protesters here. Click here to view the collection. And here I think the ACLU articulates really well, the danger to people of color and other minority groups when police start using these kinds of tools, right? And for those in the back, I'll go ahead and read this. The racist implications of social media surveillance technology are not surprising. We know that when law enforcement gets to conceal the use of surveillance technology, they also get to conceal its misuse. Discriminatory policing that targets communities of color is unacceptable and secretive. Sophisticated surveillance technologies supersize the impact of racial profiling and abuse, right? So there are some real issues we have to consider here. How will our collections of social media data be different than those built by law enforcement or private security firms? I think that's a question we all need to think about. Here's an image of two prominent activists who became well known during the Ferguson protests. Here they're being labeled as threat actors by a private security firm. This is DeRay McKesson on the left and Jonetta Elzie. I think this is in relation to the Baltimore uprising when they found out that this company, especially ZeroFox, was doing a lot of data collection for local law enforcement. So it's a scary situation because these companies are increasingly interested in this data as a way to punish people for being active citizens. When Ed Summers, and I'm dropping Ed's name a lot here today, you're going to owe me a beer after this. When Ed Summers first published a blog post about the Ferguson Twitter data set we collected during the first month of that event, a private security firm was one of the first groups to reach out to him asking if they could access that data, right? It's a real concern for people in our profession to be aware of. So for example, how do we make sure that the massive Twitter data archive being built right here at the Library of Congress doesn't become a tool that these groups can use against already marginalized people, right, whose only request is that the police stop killing them? So how will the library respond to requests from private security firms and law enforcement for that data? Part of the answer is that we have to engage directly with people generating social media data to understand how our work in collecting this type of data might affect their lives. I think that will be an important way for us to come up with some policies around offering public access to some of this content. It's a difficult task, but I think it's possible. And it's especially tough because of the number of people who can engage with an issue on a social media platform at any given time, right? That number can be daunting. I'm not sure how large the LC Twitter data set is now, but I'm sure it's significant. And just in the past couple weeks, Ed has collected almost 2 million tweets related to the police killings of Keith Scott in Charlotte and Terrence Crutcher in Tulsa. So it's a big job, but I think it's possible. There are ways to engage if we're willing to drop some of our traditional models of building collections that prioritize our ideas about professionalism and the myth of neutrality over the wishes of people and communities. So last month, the Doc Now Project hosted our first advisory board meeting in St. Louis. And this was an opportunity to get our awesome advisory board members, I'm sure some of these these faces are familiar to you, to get together for a deep dive into many of the issues we've been raising around social media, web archiving, ethics, and technology over the past year. And this was a really, we had 6 really great panels of insightful and challenging discussions. And I really hope you'll check them out on our website, docnow.io, when you get a chance, because I don't think this group of people really has been brought together before in the context of sort of archiving digital media, web archives. So definitely check it out if you get a chance. It's in the meetings page on our website. But I want to focus on just one of those panels for the last few minutes because I think it's a great example of the type of community work we're going to need to engage in the future if we want to continue building these types of data sets as archives. The panel was made up of 4 activists from Ferguson who were some of the many organizers in Ferguson after Michael Brown's killing. It included Alexis Templeton, Rasheen Aldridge, Kayla Reed, and Ruben Riggs, and it was really expertly moderated by Dr. Jonathan Fenderson, who's a faculty member at Washington University. And I was really thankful for the activists for joining us because these are people who have 9-to-5s, they're students, and they took time out of their day to be with us for a good chunk of the day, and so we really appreciated that. And they really added a richness and a realness to the event that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And they talked about their lives before Ferguson, they talked about their lives during Ferguson, and their lives now. And there were some really difficult conversations that happened on that panel. It's about an hour and a half long, our longest panel of the day. And I think that there's some real good stuff in there. So check it out. I'm seeing my 5-minute cue here. So I'll go ahead and stop here, but I want to share a short clip from that panel with you. It's about 6 minutes long, so. And I'll just leave it open, and then we can get into conversation that way. So let's see if this will work. It worked during testing.
So you all are in a room full of people who are really interested in documenting the now, right? To try to be able to capture what's happening, particularly with social movements as it's happening, right? And so one of the things that's really interesting is that...
Sorry. You're going to hear from Alexis first and Kayla second.
This is a story that you all helped create, helped make into a global story, But at the same time, it's a story, and in many ways attempted to control via Twitter, right? But at the same time, it's a story that's become so big that it's also beyond any of your control, right? And so one of the questions I really wanted to get at was, how do you all want the movement to be remembered? And what are some of the things that you would like people doing research around your lives, your work? What are some of the things you want them to be conscious of? You can't stop them, right? But what are some of the things you would want them to keep in mind as they're doing that work?
Can I go first?
Yes.
All right, cool. So, to like, really iffy about, I guess I'm more so just talking to like the Black folks in the room. When documenting the movement, like internally, like, don't wash out like the internal politics of it. Yeah. And like the argument, like don't wash that stuff out. Don't wash away the homophobia. Don't wash away the sexism. Like don't wash away the misogyny. Like don't wash away those frontline stories about what was happening to people like internally and how people felt unsafe, like with people they were fighting next to. Like don't leave that out, because we have in all our movements, and it leaves people so scorned and so hurt and so bitter, which is why a lot of the arguments happen online, which is why, like, you know, they don't really bother me, because it also humanizes our movement, and I don't think we've got that with a lot of, I don't think we've gotten that with any Black movement that we've had. They've never been humanized. They always felt they had to be perfect when fighting the system, and we just fucking aren't. Like, we just aren't. We're depressed. We like to drink and smoke to cope. Like, we curse. Like, we have kids. We have jobs. Like, we're married. We're not. Like, we're scorned, like whatever, like we're human, you know? And like, I don't want people to forget that. Like, I actually humanize the people out there, these everyday people, because they're literally like, just like y'all in this room. Yeah. And like, we just can't wash them out of the story.
Yes, sir. Real quick, I saw the 5-minute sign, so we gotta wrap
I'll
it
be
tight.
quick. Yeah, so
My bad.
for me, it's that's really important. And the other thing I would add to that, is just the idea of what Ruben was hinting to, that social media at first was this super democratized space, but it somewhat perpetuates elitism. That for those of us who have like I have like 15,000 followers, Alexis is, whatever, it changes, but it's a lot. And so people, some like mistakenly put your value at how many people choose to follow you. And leadership isn't based on how many followers you have online. Leadership is based on how many people you're invested in and developing on the ground. And so some of the most important things that I feel like I accomplished in the last 2 years maybe weren't told on social media, right? Because they didn't need to be told on social media. And my development into self and our relationships, like those stories aren't told on social media. And so just being conscious of the fact that for every face that you see that has been lifted up, that we are standing on the shoulders of hundreds of giants that we'll never even see again. And Ferguson wasn't because the four of us just came together in a huddle and said, we go fight for Black liberation. It's because thousands of people in St. Louis said, yo, this is messed up and I'm not gonna let this do it. I'm not gonna let this stand. And we see those people every time we go to Target, hopefully when you don't go to Walmart, when you go into your local fast food spot, you see those people who, for a moment, say, I'm gonna give all of myself to a space and then go back to life. And so we've been epically blessed, like we worked for it, but also part of it is just this crazy equation that happened that put us in the elevated space. And so our job in the elevated space is to always fight for those who aren't in those spaces and represent them well. And I think we really try to do that, but that's your job, is to tell those stories, to find those people. And if you can't find those people, at least create space for that narrative to be built, that like, for the rest of my life, I owe people I'll never know. And I take that shit so seriously. You know, like in every space I represent, it's like my mom and my grandma are like behind some window I can't see. That's the way I need to behave, because people literally sacrifice their lives and comfort for one person, and we have somewhat benefited from it, right? And somewhat been super traumatized by it, and in the benefit has come more trauma. But like accept that and like tell our whole selves. And so I made this commitment in therapy, because I didn't go to therapy before Ferguson. But I made this commitment that said, like, I commit to my community and myself to love us in our entirety. And that's the non-romantic stories. That's we were hungry, we didn't have food. That's the subway lady giving us a sandwich when we ain't had no money. That's then her getting cancer and putting up a GoFundMe and reaching out to Ferguson activists who had platforms now to say, y'all, I have cancer. When she would come out every single night and ask us, did we need to use the restroom again before the subway closed? That's a story that a lot of people don't know, but was so important to just how we sustained that kind of community existed.
Right. Okay, all right, so that's all I have, and look forward to the discussion.
Oh, hello. It's an extremely tough act to follow. Thanks for that. I want to thank NDI, Kate, for this wonderful opportunity to participate in such a terrific event. So my talk is a rehash of a paper that we put together for the upcoming IPRES conference. And so it's less about the ethical considerations of this work and more about the technical side of the work, but I'm certainly happy to talk about ethics in the Q&A. So I'd like to give a shout out to the co-authors, and I invite them to chime in to correct and expand as needed. I welcome that. I also want to shout out to Julia Kim and Melissa Lindberg in the American Folklife Center, who are the ones in receipt of these big piles of ones and zeros, and they push them through our system for preservation, and we couldn't do it without them. I also want to take a minute at a forum like this to acknowledge the AFC Director, Betsy Peterson, and other senior leaders in library services and in web services for sort of recognizing the importance of these projects and creating conditions where this kind of experimentation and innovation can exist. So today I'll be talking about a collaboration among my library colleagues to pull down web content for preservation and access that moves us beyond classic web archiving methods. And I'll focus on two community collecting projects, one to solicit and harvest community-generated photos off of Flickr, and then another is to gather oral narratives generated through a relatively new StoryCorps mobile application. So both projects involve a public call to action, and they prompt public engagement in building library collections. They leverage our partnerships, or by leveraging or partnering with third-party software platforms, these efforts allow us to focus on preservation and long-term access of records while still supporting immediate and dynamic engagement with communities. Kate got into it a little bit, but just a brief background on the American Folklife Center. We are a large ethnographic archive with more than 5 million items, closer to 6. And these collections include extensive audio-visual documentation of traditional arts, cultural expressions, oral histories, and they offer researchers access to songs, stories, and other creative expressions of people from diverse communities. And as mentioned, they range from wax cylinders created in 1890 that we talked about yesterday at the conference in the other building to the Born Digital StoryCorps collection, among many others. And we have pretty much every technology, AV technology in between, represented in our collection. I'll mention too that we're perhaps best known for our collection of field recordings. These are performances of songs, instrumental music by little-known grassroots musicians, but also by famous musicians such as Elizabeth Cotton, Aunt Molly Jackson, Woody Guthrie, Leadbelly, Jelly Roll Morton, Burl Ives, Johnny Cash, and so on, some of whom did very famous performances right on this very stage that are in our archives. All right, so moving ahead, maybe. the American Folklife Center was created in 1976 by an act of Congress. And we have a wide-ranging mandate to preserve and to present folklife. And so I'm showing you just a snippet of the legislation, the verbiage from the legislation, which defines what folklife is and sort of sets our tone for a collecting scope, which I would say is broad, if not wildly ambitious, to try to get all of this documented. So I want to point out that the digital collecting initiatives that I'm going to talk about are part of a long history of the archives of soliciting public collaboration in documenting the cultural record. Even with the founding of the archives, Robert Winslow Gordon went out and recorded singers to document American folk song. Of course, Alan Lomax, right after Pearl Harbor, who was then the assistant in charge of the archive, sent a telegram to field workers in various locations throughout the United States, telling them to please do man-on-the-street interviews to get people's reactions to what had happened. We've since built on that tradition with doing the same for 9/11, for sermons and orations that were commemorating the inauguration of the first African-American president, and so on. So of course, with the proliferation of smartphones, tablets, and wireless internet connections, networked communication is increasingly where the cultural record is being documented. And so AFC staff have long recognized this need to preserve folk expression on the web, and until now have not had but paper tools to do them. So you'll see we have a very respectable collection of scam emails that are in boxes, printed out. But anyway, we've since evolved, and in June 2014, we worked with Abby Grotke's team in the web archiving program to create a web cultures collection. And we co-curate this with scholars who study digital culture, and we're capturing a set of sites that document the digital vernaculars. And so we're up to about 49 sites, ranging from Know Your Meme. There's a pepper spray everything meme, that's one, on that site, and to creepypasta.com. And feel free to Google that later. All right, so just briefly, yeah, I love that one so much. Anyway, so we're looking at sites that document, communities that are engaging with each other, DIY communities, fan communities, people talking about urban legends and lore. Again, these are just extensions of the kinds of documentation that we have in the analog. All right. So by way of background, the Library of Congress has been collecting web archives since 2000 and has a well-established practice for acquiring and processing the collections. Most website collections are harvested via a crawler tool, Heritrix, and they are saved into a format called WARC. The crawler works from a list of known seeds that are starting URLs, and then you're doing a great job. And it crawls to a specific depth from each one following internal links on websites. There's no verification against the original source. That's not possible in this context, but the results are subjectively reviewed. And these methods are appropriate for collecting documentation of everyday life, but they're different and distinctive from the kinds of abilities that were offered in these two projects I'm going to talk about in 10 minutes or less. Okay. We first started working with library developers to collect user submitted photographs via Flickr that document Halloween, Day of the Dead, and the other sort of constellation of holidays that surround late October, early November. So participants were asked to post photos to Flickr with that hashtag. We've done it again, we did it again last year. And then have a Creative Commons license accompanying that. We've since expanded that. This is our 40th anniversary of the center, and so we've asked people to document their traditions and do the same thing. So at the end of the calendar year, we'll be working again with developers to pull that content into our archives. So the Flickr harvesting projects, like the StoryCorps project I'm going to talk about in a minute, have these contours that are well suited for a different approach to acquiring and processing. There's no external links in the data, no easy list of seeds that link to the collections externally, and most of the data was created, in the case of StoryCorps, in an app. And so the data sets, they also need to be treated differently in terms of access, but in the case of StoryCorps, and Flickr, access is being handled by these third parties, so that lets us off the hook for now. Okay, so anyway, at the library we seem to have settled into a rhythm where we treat born digital data sets and web harvesting as two dependent but related practices. Data sets are generally collected in time or tag-bound chunks by querying an external API. They're downloaded onto LC storage in Baggett structure, and then continue through the usual workflow, depending on whether they're slated for preservation or online access or both. Okay, so let me just move quickly into the StoryCorps example. So this venture is an extension of a long-standing relationship we've had with StoryCorps. StoryCorps started in 2003. They're now among the largest oral narrative projects of their kind, and interviews have been collected at mobile booths and permanent story booths located in New York, Chicago, San Francisco, and Atlanta. The traditional interview is two people who know each other talking with a facilitator for about 40 minutes in a booth. And then each recording is preserved at the Library of Congress American Folklife Center. And then these snippets of this stuff gets broadcast on National Public Radio's Morning Edition. And so since the inception of the project in 2003, the signature, what we're calling, face-to-face StoryCorps, is they've garnered more than 67,000 interviews. And so then in 2015, founder Dave Isay won the TED Prize, which when you win the TED Prize, you get $1 million, which is great. So Dave wanted to create an app to take StoryCorps global, and so he did. And so we were like, whoa, okay, let's do this. So, so we worked with StoryCorps developers to put something together. And that's what I'll talk about. So as StoryCorps developers were designing their app, they worked with the software developers here at the library to identify, design, and construct this transfer mechanism. The team agreed that an API would benefit both parties. The library could receive or fetch, oh boy, 5. And then it would allow StoryCorps to expose their collection for harvesting instead of spending staff time prepping it and pushing it out to us. So one of the main requirements for the API was the need for fixities. While StoryCorps developers considered their content fluid, library developers were adamant that we need things to be fixed, right? And so explaining this to an external partner was beneficial, of course, because it's a technical facet of the library world that exposes archival preservation practices more broadly. This was where my cool graphic was going to go to explain that, but I couldn't do it. Anyway, so each interview package consists of metadata files, JSON format, and there's an optional upload of a selfie with your interview partner in JPEG, and then an MP3 audio file. And those are discrete packets that are served up. And StoryCorps was happy to add the checksum feature, which is like a digital fingerprint of sorts, against which later comparisons can be made for errors. And so the MP3 was hosted at SoundCloud, and StoryCorps wasn't sure if SoundCloud would be cool with adding that, but they were, after a little bit of back and forth, happy to do that for us, so that made it a lot better. So then decisions had to be made, like, what about the associated metadata? Like, do we care about likes? Do we care about descriptive tags? We decided likes were too fluid, and a snapshot at an arbitrary point in time seemed a little bit meaningless. But we certainly thought tags were incredibly important, of course, metadata, rocking and all. So anyway, once developers were happy with the general design of the transfer mechanism, then both parties began to iterate, and StoryCorps on the API side and the library on the fetching side. And I will blow through a few technical details. Anyway, there were two, so in doing this work, just to jump to the two big classes of errors that we were trying to protect against were one, a single file or a tape gets destroyed, in which case the checksum will reveal this. And then the second class of error would be losing access to a collection through correlated errors, which is a class of mistakes where somebody follows a bad practice or relied upon bad code. In that case, an inventory can help identify those kinds of things. And then they can make a copy. Okay, so this is how the development is going. I'll just move ahead. All right, well, so in closing, these projects have enabled AFC to engage a broad public to collaboratively build its collections, as it's always done. And we're able to do so in an automated way and in a way that bakes in sound preservation practices, which we love. And if there's time to play a 1.5-minute clip, okay. I'd like to close with this clip from a StoryCorps.me interview. And I want to say that, this is a tremendous corpus, a research corpus, these interviews. And they do get dinged sometimes for being overtly sentimental, the stuff you hear on Friday, and this is no exception. So enjoy, but I'll leave you with this.
Well, this last question basically just says, take time to tell your interview partner what they mean to you. And so I'm going to say that to you. I absolutely adore you. You're easily the best thing that's ever happened to me in any way, shape, or form. While, like you said earlier, there's so many things that we may still be unsure about with our future, I can at least say that I know I want you in it. So, in the home that we've built together, in the lives that we've made together with each other, and in the family that we've started with our little furry friend here, Asia, Colleen, Annette, Adcock, will you do me the greatest honor? And will you marry me?
Yes. Of course I will.
What better way than to talk about all the wonderful things that we've done in our lives so far, and then just think about the great things that's going to happen in the future.
Oh my gosh, you're so amazing.
And I don't know if you know, I didn't tell you this yet, but this can also be saved in the Library of Congress's archives forever, so that everyone can listen to this.
So happy.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
This has been my interview / surprise proposal to my wonderful girlfriend and now fiance, Asia. I'm Rory T. Miller, now the happiest man in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have never had a simultaneous translator before. So let me begin by saying to all of you, pumpernickel, flapjack, chandelier, riboflavin, hockey puck, calzone, moose antlers. I owe you a drink. My name is Maciej Cegłowski. I run a little web archive for about 20,000 people. So to be invited to the Library of Congress is like being a kid who glued some fins to a cardboard tube and was invited to tell NASA about rocket propulsion. Like every speaker has correctly said, it is a signal honor to be here. It feels especially strange for me because I'm used to talking about the US government as a big, scary adversary. But here I am in a government institution that, despite the fact that we all went through a metal detector to sit here, champions not just freedom, but the fundamental right to privacy and the dignity that that entails. During the panic that followed September 11th, Carla Hayden, who was then head of the American Library Association, took a principled stand against provisions in the Patriot Act that required libraries to divulge what their patrons were reading. She did this in the face of ridicule from the Attorney General and the administration. And of course, now she is the Librarian of Congress. So what a wonderful institution. So it's particularly sad, feel free to applaud about that, yeah, what a woman. So for me, it is depressing to think that those provisions that seem so threatening and un-American look almost quaint now when compared to what we have done in the commercial internet to destroy privacy. Libraries have a commitment to protect information about what their patrons are reading. But Amazon knows every book that you've read. If it's electronic, they know it down to the page. Google has your correspondence, your web history. Your phone company knows where you are and where you've been based on a device you voluntarily carry with you. We all know the depressing litany. And in some ways, the commercial internet is the opposite of a library. The libraries exist to inform. The commercial internet is there to extract as much information as possible. There's no ulterior motives in a library that I know about, but when you're online, there's an ulterior motive behind every link. Every click is there so that you share something or click something else or stay on the page, pay attention to an ad. But these unlibrarians that I unfortunately represent have made enormous advances in technology. And I'm here today to talk to you about machine learning. I want you to hear it from me rather than out on the street or from your friends. Okay? Because I've come to think that these machine learning techniques that are amazing are kind of like a deep fat fryer. If you have never deep fried something in your life, it's life-changing. You taste it, it's amazing, and then you start to think, this would work with anything. And you're kind of right. It does. Like in my college days, I had friends who worked at the snack bar, and they conducted lots of research along these lines. They would deep fry cheese, candy, pens, name tags, and it all came out tasting pretty good. And then, as you know, if you subsist on it like you do in college, it kind of gives you a little bit of a hangover. In our case, the deep fryer is this toolbox of statistical techniques. The names keep changing. It used to be unsupervised learning. Now it's called big data or deep learning, AI, machine learning. Next year, there's going to be a new buzzword, but the core ideas don't change. You feed your computer lots of data, and it learns how to recognize structure. Now, in any deep frying situation, you want to ask yourself, what is the stuff being fried in? In Poland in the 70s, where I'm from, there was a crafty person who bought a high-pressure deep fryer from Italy, and they brought it to a resort town in the mountains. They called it the frico polo, and people would stand in line for blocks. You had to bring your own chicken because this was under communism, but if you brought your own chicken, in 3 minutes it would be high-pressure deep fried and returned to you as the most delicious, hot, tasty thing you had ever eaten. And this was a huge fad until the health department came and closed it down, at which point it was revealed that the frico polo machine had never been cleaned, and the stuff inside it was basically black tar, and that's where the flavor secret of the frico polo. So what is your data getting fried in, right? These algorithms train on very large collections that you don't know anything about, and sites like Google operate on scales hundreds of times bigger than what we're familiar with in the humanities. For this reason, I've referred to machine learning as money laundering for bias, because you can smuggle in a lot of preconceptions based on how you train. So for example, if you go to Google Translate and you plug in an Arabic article about something horrible in Syria, or an opinion piece on terrorism, you get something in English that looks like it's written by a native speaker. But if you put in Arabic, a kid's letter home from camp, say, or a passage from a novel, it looks like it was written by the Frankenstein monster. The algorithm just can't handle it and doesn't know. And it's not because the algorithm is obsessed with war and things military, that's just what it was trained on to do. I'm sure other languages have other idiosyncrasies. It's not always a problem. Some uses of machine learning are benign and wonderful. If you do optical character recognition, you benefit from a lot of these advances. But others are problematic. I would be very wary of using sentiment analysis, for example, on any collection, or anything to do with social networks, without careful thought as to where it had trained. I find it helpful to think of algorithms as a dim-witted but extremely industrious graduate student who you don't fully trust. So if you want a concordance or an index, or you want them to go through 10 million photos and tell you where there are horses, then that's perfect. But if you want them to draw conclusions on gender based on word use patterns, or if you want to do social network analysis on census data, then you want some adult supervision in the room when they're active. But besides these issues of bias, it's really the opportunity cost that irks me. This love affair with computational techniques removes a lot of the potential for surprise that comes when you deal with actual people. Because if you go searching for patterns in your data, you're going to find patterns in your data. You know, woohoo, right? What gets lost in that data is what's fresh and really interesting and different. And we've seen entire fields disappear down the numerical rabbit hole. Economics came first. Sociology and political science are still trying to get out. Bioinformatics is down there somewhere and has not been heard from in a while. In my eyes, the excitement's not in the computational possibilities. The computers are a tool and they eliminate some drudgery, and it's fun. And deep fry some things, it's tasty. But the real excitement is in human potential. Because for the first time, we can make things available to anyone on the planet. And I don't think we've internalized the enormity of that step. Now, as you all know, just throwing the data online is not the answer. When I was I'm laughing because the Andrew Mellon Foundation once hired me as a program officer. That was crazy of them. But when I was a program officer at the Mellon Foundation, I remember working with early JSTOR and finding out that 50% of JSTOR records had never appeared in a search results page. So not only had no one read them, no one had even seen them. They might not as well not have been digitized. And part of that was because of extremely restrictive agreements with publishers, but part of it was a failure of imagination. Here you have every journal article under the sun and no attempt to connect it to people outside of the academy. For the same reason, we completely flubbed Wikipedia at Mellon. Nobody could imagine that the effort would succeed. I remember my boss went as far as exploring whether to print a copy of it and have it published that way, but, but that's where we stalled. And then later, after leaving Mellon, I saw librarians fail to engage with some vibrant communities at Flickr and Delicious in early days, services that they later grew to love, basically because of a lack of trust and openness to an experiment around unstructured tagging. When we talk about data, a lot of our language is extractive. You talk about data flows, data mining, data crunching. It's like a rocky substance that you have to smash to get the jewels out. I like that. But in cultivating communities, I prefer to think of a gardening metaphor. You need the right conditions, a propitious climate, and a judicious sprinkling of bullshit. But it also requires some patience in weeding and tending, and the ability to accept that you don't know exactly what is going to grow. If we take seriously the idea that digitizing collections makes them more accessible, then we have to accept that the kinds of people and activities that those collections attract are going to seem odd to us. We have to give up that control. It should make perfect sense because human cultures are famously diverse. It's normal that there's different kinds of music and food and dance. We enjoy these differences. Unless you're a Silicon Valley nerd, you delight in the fact that there are hundreds of different kinds of cuisine rather than a single beige slurry that gives you all your nutrition. But when we go online, our horizons narrow. We expect that domain experts and programmers can meet everyone's needs anywhere. We think it's normal to build a social network for 7 billion people. I've called this the Mormon bartender problem. When you try to make things for people while lacking the visceral experience of their lives, imagining that you can just think your way through it. I'll give you an example from my own website. I run a very vanilla bookmark archive where people save URLs for later. So it's a search engine for scholars, journalists. I even have a priest who researches his sermons on it, which I'm happy about. But one of the biggest groups of users on my site are writers of fan fiction. I'll explain what fan fiction is because you're all going to pretend you don't know, even though I know all the librarians here are avid writers of it. So this is a vibrant subculture of people who write stories, often highly erotic, that are set in various fictional universes. If you always thought that there were sparks between Holmes and Watson, this is the subculture for you, and I encourage you to come explore it. So fanfic authors came to my site, adopted the tagging system, and to them, it's a search engine and publication tool. It's not an archive at all in the sense that I intended it. And they do a lot of additional technical work to make it suit their needs. For me, it was like watching bees arrive in your garden and set up a hive and make honeycombs and honey. You just observe and wonder and hope you don't get stung. it was really a wonderful experience. But it made me think the internet has to get a lot weirder than it is. People out there are also tired of this deep-fried data flavor, and they want substance. They do interesting things, but you have to trust them first. In an institutional setting, this can be frightening. It takes courage to ask for a grant to bring a collection online when you have no measurable outcomes other than the hope that it'll attract something interesting. It takes even more courage to award such a grant. It takes courage for a young faculty member to devote time and energy into projects that someone might use to make a cat video. I realize that that's not, the royal road to tenure at most institutions. And it takes courage to commit to maintaining those collections for a long time and for staying engaged with the people who use them. But the search for intelligent life on the internet means you have to put away some preconceptions about who your communities of use are. Now, I thought the fanfic authors on my site were just pursuing a harmless, quirky hobby. What I didn't realize is that online, the frivolous blends easily with the serious. Fanfic authors tend to be women. Britta Gustafson has called fandom a secret seminar on feminism. Young fans use stories to explore issues of gender identity, and in some cases, they use fandom to discover that there's something called gender identity that they're allowed to have and think about and question. And they do it through the medium of something they genuinely enjoy. They learn to deconstruct plot elements in writing in a way that would make a Russian structuralist critic blush. They coach each other in writing better. They coach each other in technology. Because serious people enjoy frivolous things and they mix and mingle with young people at the same time, it becomes a sort of secret educational system that works in surprising ways. My friend Sasha Judd, who in an upcoming talk will describe something similar with fans of the boy band One Direction. The band has an obsessive following, again, of young women, and in chronicling the lives of these beloved band members, they reach heights of technical achievement that media companies can't get to. They are de facto professional archivists, developers, video editors, and journalists, but they don't think of themselves that way. And to real technologists, in quotes, these interests aren't serious, so they don't matter. So these women would never dream of applying to jobs that they're already effectively doing. I think of this as like a dark matter of talented, motivated, and interested people online who just aren't connected. And I'm convinced our time is much better spent trying to reach them and engage them than playing with the same algorithmic toys. I've talked a bit about bringing collections online and making them accessible. There's also the question of how to deal with the flood of stuff that is already on the internet and coming from it. One approach is to go to people who have control of the data, the big companies, and partner with them to study it. I think that this is awkward, though, because the very thing that the Librarian of Congress objected to in the Patriot Act, this intrusive, constant surveillance, is the bread and butter of online services. Much of the valuable information is collected in ways that would never pass ethical standards in academia, and ways that even the NSA would be constrained by law from using. But the data is there. There are no laws that constrain us from collecting it however we want. And I know that you can hear that data calling to you. It's saying, study me, preserve me. These fly-by-night companies, they're going to lose me, analyze me. You can try to add layers of ethical paint to this conundrum and say that you're really helping, but I worry about legitimizing a culture of universal surveillance like this. I'm very uneasy when I see social scientists working with Facebook, for example. People are pragmatic. In the absence of meaningful privacy protections, their approach to privacy has become click OK and pray. Every once in a while, there's a big hack that shakes everybody up, but since we have yet to see a really big, tragic misuse of personal information, we're just kind of hoping it doesn't happen. But remember, we live in a time when this spiritual successor to fascism is on the ascendant in a lot of Western democracies. Having large, unregulated collections of private information harvested from people, often without their knowledge, is just dangerous. Don't legitimize it. People face social pressures to abandon their privacy. Being on social media has become an expected part of getting a job or an apartment in places. Now the Border Patrol wants to look at your social media data. So when you work with online behemoths, realize that the behavioral information is not consensual, and there can't be consent to this kind of mass surveillance. It's an illusion. I want to talk momentarily about my bread and butter, which is actually collecting websites. I hope you'll forgive me for being technical in this part of the talk, but the average web page right now is a giant pile of steaming garbage. I don't mean the content, but I mean the way it's structured and fits together. So everything is a Frankenstein monster of dependencies and JavaScripts and things pulled in at display time. And what does it mean to archive these steaming piles of garbage? You can save the rendered image in the browser, but then you forgo all the dynamic behaviors it might have. Is a dynamic ad on a page just an annoyance, or is it a valuable window on life in 2016? And if it is, then which of the ads are we supposed to archive, and how do we pull it in, and who should it be targeted to? You end up in a situation where you have to build a simulator of the entire computing environment of today, and I don't think future generations will forgive us for doing that. It's bad enough to live through it now. Game developers have already wrestled through this program. They have stuff that we can learn from because they've tried to emulate video games, including classic ones that turn out to be surprisingly hard. They were implemented in hardware. But the reason these game developers are able to do it is because they're also passionate about playing those games and continuing to have them and teaching them to their kids. So once again, communities pop up as kind of a lifesaver. One problem that an institution like the Library of Congress faces is you can't just kind of roll up your sleeves and go in there willy-nilly and say, we'll archive however we can, because what you do will be considered normative, and then everybody will follow the lead. So I understand it's a dicey problem, but communities can help us. An example from LiveJournal might help. So LiveJournal is an early blog site that was very popular. One of the features it had was for every post, you could have a little thumbnail type image. And what began happening is people would use those images as a sort of gloss on the post. They would kind of riff against what they had written with their choice of thumbnails. So some people would have hundreds or thousands of these images, and it became a sort of art for how to do commentary the silent way. LiveJournal, totally unaware of this, imposed a limit of 16 images, and it was a retroactive limit. So they destroyed a lot of the value in their archive without even knowing that they had done anything. It's easy to say that, well, you talk to your users, you find out about this, but I think a lot of stuff falls in between the cracks when people use multiple sites. People's online presence is complicated, and it's not limited to one or two places. So the only way to know how to preserve is to talk to them. The problem isn't that we can't store this stuff. We have more than enough storage. It's just that we can't recreate these environments in a faithful way without bringing in all of the operating systems and browsers and ad networks that exist now, which is an impossible task. Focusing on communities, like I said, means relinquishing control. It's scary, but there are some key steps we can follow. So making materials available in open formats without restrictions, with a serious commitment to having a URL be a permanent promise, goes a long way. Publishing text as text, APIs like we've seen talked about today, which I find very encouraging, and a commitment to fair use that the Copyright Office has also shown, so that people can freely create and stitch this stuff together without fear of automated robot emails from lawyers. I want to give my wistful closing memory in of a place I never thought I'd be wistful about, the Glenview Public Library. I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, and it was a suburban library like any other. But like a lot of nerdy kids of my generation, I spent half of my adolescence there or at home reading books that I checked out from there. It was my window on the world before the internet. And I never reflected why this unremarkable suburban library existed, or who funded it, or where its values came from, or how long it would be around. It was just a part of the landscape to me, like Lake Michigan. But it taught me that, like everyone else, I had a right to learn, and that I was welcome, that I could ask questions, that I could learn how to find my way to the answers. And it taught me the importance of being quiet in public spaces. For the generation that's growing up today, the internet is that window on the world. And to them, it just exists. They take it for granted. And it's only us who have seen it take shape and are aware of all the ways it could be different and how contingent it is that need to worry about it. The coming years are going to decide to what extent the internet is a medium for consumption, to what extent it's going to lift people up, and how much it's going to be a tool of social control. As it exists today, the internet is kind of a shopping mall. There are two big anchor stores. There's Facebook and Google. And of course, there's an Apple store in the middle. There's a food court with a couple of punks and lots of surveillance cameras everywhere watching everything that happens. And outside in the parking lot, there's the bookmobile, which is you guys. There just to add a veneer of classiness to the place. This isn't my dream of the web. My dream of the web is for it to feel like the big city. It's a place where you rub elbows with people who are not like you, someplace that's a little bit scary, a little chaotic, full of everything you can imagine and many things that you can't, and a place where there's room for chain stores, for entertainment complexes, but also for people to be themselves, for people to create their own spaces, to learn from one another. And of course, room for big, beautiful, huge, tremendous libraries. Thank you very much.
So if Nicole and Burgess can join us up here, we are going to do 15 minutes of questions and then take a quick 10-minute break.
Love that.
But let's first get to the questions. I believe we have the folks with microphones.
That was great. Excellent.
And then also you can tweet your questions to AsData, the hashtag. Are there any questions in the audience here? Got one right here.
Hi. This is for any of the speakers who would care to respond. I've actually discussed this a little bit with Nikki in the past, but I'm particularly interested in whether there's a place for ethnography in the kind of collecting that we're talking about doing at this point, where we are either going out as either informed scholars or informed members of community and trying to gather the data, but we're not necessarily, at least in many libraries, taking the step that, let's say, an anthropologist or a practicing folklorist would, of then documenting what we're doing and why we're doing and what we learned. And I'm going back to even thinking about the old style participant ethnography that was prevalent in mid-20th century anthropology. I just wonder if there's a place for, I'll just add that I think libraries tend to, although we're getting a little better, libraries tend to think of the metadata we collect as neutral, and yet, as we well know, no metadata is completely neutral. So I wonder about that step of documenting our thought process at the moment when we're creating the metadata or making the decisions about the collecting. So if any of the three of you have any thoughts, I'd be very interested.
That's got to be you.
I'm looking at you.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like what you're asking is sort of more informed collecting. And, you know, I see this is something that archivists sort of already do in some ways, right, in our traditional collections. But we've seemed to sort of move away from that when it comes to web archives and social media archives. I think we sort of, take that distance that you feel from between yourself and that type of collection, and we just say, well, it's too big of a problem to deal with to try to engage. And at least that's what I'm seeing as I'm looking at some of the collections that's being built out there. I don't see enough engagement with the people producing the content. And I think, that's something we're going to have to go back and figure out.
I would definitely agree with the idea that ethnography is a good model. These online communities that are out there kind of uncontacted, they remind me of like the Andaman Islanders, where you have to go, you go in the helicopter and they throw spears at you for a while, but then there's a rapport and you're able to talk meaningfully back and forth. We really need to reach out to people who would be freaked out by the idea of talking to archivists or librarians, but can come around to understand that what they're doing has value, not just in their own eyes. And I think that will add a lot to the richness of what we consider to be the online world.
I think some of what we're doing on another project with analog materials called Traditional Knowledge Labels, it's a pilot. We're working with tribal communities to assign these labels. They assign the labels, and then we will pilot a project to put their labels and the definitions of their labels online. So the labels denote the cultural preferences of a tribe. So maybe something is supposed to be listened to seasonally or by women only or whatever. And so the Folklife Center is actively working on that in kind of with its oldest materials, some 1890s recordings right now. But yes, I think that And it's antithetical to all these ideas of DH and scale and blah, blah, you know. I mean, it's very high touch and very long-term relationship building. And I think that we have to be doing that.
Any other questions? We have one in the middle here. Well, for the recording, we'll need your, yeah. Thanks.
So I'm curious, if you're not the Library of Congress, if there are copyright implications or issues with web harvesting. Like I personally use web scrapping or scraping, I'm never sure how to say it. And you had mentioned that you weren't going to talk about ethical issues, but that you'd be happy to bring them up now, so I'm not sure if that's part of it.
Yes, so we have to get permission from the site owner to crawl the site, at least in the class of websites that we're most interested in that have cultural, that are focused on cultural expression. So yeah, there are some sites that are on our wish list that we expressly aren't getting permissions to crawl and don't do that. So, does that answer your question or not? Yeah, okay.
Any other questions from the audience here? Do we have any coming in through Twitter? Let's see if we don't have questions, I may cut this short and invite everybody to come to the, after our next session, after 5, we're meeting at the Hawk and Dove for a social hour. So we can talk more, but because we ran a little over with our technical difficulties, we might stop this now and go right to break. So we'll come back in, let's say 10 minutes. So that's 10 after 3, 3:10. Is that, yep, okay. So back here in 10 minutes, please, thanks. Yep.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Hi everyone. In the beginning of the program, I asked how we can encourage collections to be used as data by scholars, librarians, and members of the public. As with any type of research process, librarians and educators are an integral facilitator and community advocate. Each of the speakers you will now hear from are involved in projects that empower and provoke communities to seek knowledge through computation. Harriet Green, English and Digital Humanities librarian and associate professor at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, studies the people in the process, how they curate and investigate humanities data. Her current projects include serving on the research teams for Publishing Without Walls and the Hathi Trust Research Center, the IMLS-funded Digging Deeper, Researching Further, librarians empowering users to mine Hathi Trust digital library resources, which she will speak about today, aims to educate academic librarians through a Train the Trainer program to support digital scholarship on academic campuses. When our group was initially thinking about this topic, we took a field trip to the Maryland Institute of Technology and the Humanities to meet with our next speaker, Trevor Munoz, and the talented team there about how they can support researchers at the University of Maryland. Trevor currently serves as the core team member for the Synergies Among Digital Humanities and African American History and Culture initiative, which he will talk about today. Besides being the associate director at MITH, he is also an assistant dean for digital humanities research at the University of Maryland Libraries. In both roles, he works to foster digital programs that involve close collaboration between librarians, archivists, and other digital humanities researchers. Closing out the session, we'll hear from Marissa Parham, professor of English at Amherst College, and the director of the 5-College Digital Humanities Initiative, which serves Amherst, Hampshire, Mount Holyoke, and Smith Colleges, and the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Its purpose is to help artists and scholars integrate technology into the humanities scholarship and creative work, and also to bring insights from humanities disciplines to the implementation, development, and critique of technology. Our team first encountered Marissa when we read her interview in the Los Angeles Review of Books series, The Digital in the Humanities, where she asks the question, who can participate in an inquiry? A question at the heart of community building, and one we think about every day. So please, let's welcome to the stage Harriet Green.
Great, thank you, Kate. And I'm really excited to join this day of invigorating discussions about our digital collections as data. And I'll be speaking, as Kate indicated, about a new initiative we've launched to train librarians in methods for digital scholar research. So I'll first briefly give context around the issues that motivated our projects and some of the landscape, and then talk about our project itself. So as we've seen and heard from presenters earlier today, accessible digitized content and data is increasing rapidly, and the roles of libraries are changing accordingly as more researchers and teachers integrate data into their work and scholarship. As the Association for Research Libraries Strategic Thinking and Design Initiative report declares in its vision of the future, in 2033, the research library will have shifted from its role as a knowledge service provider within the university to become a collaborative partner within a rich and diverse learning and research ecosystem, end quote. This future declaration frames how librarians are and will encounter new needs and types of research queries that challenge our skill sets, knowledge, and scope of library services. And it's been made evident today, the data deluge is imminent for the humanities and social sciences as much as the sciences. So in light of all this data that we have in the humanities and social sciences, how can libraries prepare for supporting emergent data-driven research? So I won't repeat the points made by previous presenters about data, but I wanted to highlight this characterization of data from the Our Cultural Commonwealth report, published about 10 years ago from the American Council of Learned Societies, because it's in the context of building cyber infrastructure for the humanities and social sciences. And it defines concisely but thoroughly that richly diverse types of data that research needs. And the report goes on to say that cyber infrastructure isn't just the hardware and the software, but it's the people. And to quote, a cyber infrastructure for humanities and social sciences must encourage interactions between the expert and the amateur, the creative artist and the scholar, the teacher and the student, it's not just the collection of data, digital or otherwise, that matters, at least as important as the activity that goes around it, contributes to it, and eventually integrates with it, end quote. So of equal importance to the data is the researcher, teacher, and librarian/research expert who explore, expand, and curate the data. Thus, we're prompted to examine what libraries are and should be doing to engage in digital scholarship. So there have been a number of studies in recent years that have looked at how libraries are accommodating their spaces, services, and personnel to serve in digital scholarship needs. And among others, the newly released ARL Spec Kit 350 by Rick Mulligan on digital scholarship centers and libraries that found that support is relatively new. So that of the responding libraries, 67% of the digital scholarship library personnel had joined within the last 5 years, and 74% have been doing this digital scholarship work only for less than 5 years. And digital scholarship support is frequently distributed across the libraries from librarians and archivists to professionals to support staff and student assistants. Support for digital scholarship in libraries is growing rapidly, but is still nascent. And then on the individual level, other studies have examined what librarians are doing in digital scholarship now and what is needed. So there have been 2 recent volumes from ACRL and Purdue that present a variety of use cases of digital humanities programs and projects, and groups such as ACRL's Digital Humanities Interest Group and the New Library Special Interest Group and the Association for Digital Humanities Organizations are spaces where library and communities involved in DH are growing. And then several libraries have also begun to launch programs to train their librarians in digital scholarship skills, such as University of Maryland's DH Incubator, which Trevor will talk about in a few minutes, the Columbia Library's Developing Librarian, and Harvard Library Lab, among several others. But despite these initial advances, there's still a ways to go. And how can we empower all academic librarians to engage with digital scholarship and new forms of research? So this is where our project intends to step in. We proposed a project to the Institute of Museum and Library Services, which they kindly funded, that's called Digging Deeper, Reaching Further, Libraries Empowering Users to Mine HathiTrust Digital Library Resources. So for the next few minutes, I'll talk about how our project seeks to build librarians' capacities and skills in digital scholarship methods, specifically by connecting librarians to collections, digital collections, via skill building and research methods for tech mining. So to first talk about our motivations and philosophies for the project. To set the context, our work is based in the HathiTrust Research Center, which is the research arm of the HathiTrust Digital Library. Many of you may be familiar with the HathiTrust Digital Library as a digital library of over 14 million digitized texts and materials, or over 5 billion pages at last count. In the HathiTrust ecosystem, the digital library collects digital content, provides public access, and preserves the digital content. While at the Research Center, we enable researchers to gather content from the digital library into curated data sets, or what we call work sets, and then analyze and produce new scholarly findings. The HathiTrust Research Center is jointly led by the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and Indiana University Bloomington, and we collaborate on research development of HTRC services and researcher support. And we most prominently facilitate researcher access to textual data. So at the moment, you can obtain access to the public domain corpus as full text and in other more granular formats, but our ultimate goal is to provide access to both out of copyright and in copyright text via tools that facilitate non-consumptive research. And my HTRC colleagues are working on these new developments very soon, and that's more details can be found on our website for that. But as we develop tools and research resources in the HTRC, we increasingly realize that in order to develop effective services for users, we need to know how they go about their work and learn firsthand from them what they need to do or support large-scale text analysis research. So in the last year, we conducted a user assessment study for the HTRC consisting of about 15 to 16 interviews thus far with scholars from a variety of disciplines, technologists, and librarians. And HTRC team members Alex Kinnaman, Eleanor Dixon, and Peter Organisiak did some initial analysis of the interview data that we've coded to develop preliminary user personas, the digital project librarian, the faculty member, and the graduate student. And so we're finalizing our analysis, and these personas are not concrete by any means, but they begin to characterize the different levels of users that engage with our data. You have the faculty team member, researcher with advanced tools or advanced needs, the newer graduate student researcher who's still exploring methods and tools, and then there is the research support personnel, characterized here as the digital project librarian. And this user persona of the digital project librarian particularly caught our eye and affirmed something that we have been considering. As we seek to engage researchers in using the collections of the HathiTrust Digital Library in their scholarship, we realized that librarians are a critical linchpin in connecting researchers to the data and tools as they strive to provide access to data and match tools to the researchers. Oh, and there's the circle. And so in 2015, we were awarded a 3-year Laura Bush 21st Century Librarian Program grant from the Institute of Museum Library Services to develop a digital scholarship training program for academic librarians, as titled there. And I want to highlight the word empowerment in our title because empowerment is key to our program. We seek to teach librarians about the fundamental approaches to text mining, how to work with textual data, and then, as I'll explain in a minute, enable them to teach others. And then given that the HTRC is the anchor for our training and the textual data is core to the HTRC, the focus of curriculum is on text mining. But our goals are preparing librarians in ways that enable them to support digital scholarship more broadly. So here are our formal goals, as listed up here. Arming librarians with new content for instructional services that address the curricular and research needs of students and faculty pursuing digital scholarship. Empower librarians to become active research partners on digital projects at their institutions. And provide foundational knowledge to transform academic libraries, scholarly commons, and DH centers into more data-intensive collaborative learning spaces through the use of this curriculum and the knowledge that enables them to participate in scholarly dialogues. So our project team is listed here. It's led by me, and then the co-PIs include my Illinois colleagues Beth Namachivaya and Stephen Downey, and we have 4 partner institutions who span different sizes and types of higher education institutions. So Indiana University Bloomington, which again is our HTRC partner as well, and is led by co-PI Angela Courtney, Lafayette College, Liberal Arts College, Dean Neil McElroy and Therese Heidenwolf, Northwestern University with co-PI Jeff Morris, and University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Stuart Varner was our original co-PI, but with his departure to Penn, Amanda Henley is now joining our team. So project began in October 2015, again, and we spent the last year developing the curriculum that seeks to train librarians and LIS professionals in approaches and tools frequently used in text mining research. And this year, we're now launching pilot workshops at all 5 partner institutions this fall and spring to test drive the curriculum. So to talk about the curriculum in a bit of detail, the anchor of the curriculum is the tools and services in the HTRC. So we teach them to work with the HTRC portal, which enables researchers to, again, build data sets of texts, work sets from the public domain corpus in the HathiTrust Digital Library, and then they can run a selection of data mining algorithms that are pre-installed with the portal, of course with the caveats that were mentioned earlier today. And then also we are teaching them how to extract other ways of getting HathiTrust data through things such as the API and what we call extracted features. But we also realize that librarians operate in many different contexts and field a wide range of research questions. So our focus is to really teach about the fundamentals about text mining and perhaps what we might call data science skills. We introduce participants to the command line, how to harvest data through web scraping, how to clean tabular data, and how to run basic Python scripts for data manipulation and basic types of text analysis, such as words frequency. Our curriculum is targeted at beginners mostly, and the platforms we use in teaching, such as Python Anywhere, are aimed at making these skills and activities as widely accessible as possible in various teaching environments. And so we ultimately aim to build foundational skills in text mining in librarians through a train-the-trainer approach. After the attendees participate in our workshops, we hope to put them on the road to developing these foundational skills, and they also will be given a full suite of instructional resources and tools at their disposal to then teach the workshops at their own institutions. So next year, after we do the pilots and refine the curriculum a bit more, we'll conduct a nationwide roadshow of workshops that will train LIS professionals at major conferences and in key geographic areas around the United States, in teaching both the HTRC tools and the principles of large-scale text mining. After the workshops conclude, we will refine our materials one last time and then release a toolkit that will contain a finalized package of the curriculum materials, tutorials, and other resources that all librarians can take and use, and it'll be hosted on our open institutional repository. And another outcome we hope to build is a network community of librarians who want to continue these conversations and share their experiences as they begin to teach text mining and digital scholarship at their own institutions. And also throughout the project, we'll be conducting a research study that assesses the process of curriculum development for digital scholarship methods and also examines strategies for LIS professional development. In this way, we hope to build a community of practice around a curriculum as the trainees become trainers. So our project, I believe, will be a significant step forward in addressing the questions of how do we build skills in digital humanities and digital scholarship and for data-driven research in our libraries. And I propose that there are a couple of particular larger issues that we should consider and begin to rethink about librarianship as we increase our interactions with digital scholarship work. So first, has been made clear by previous presenters today, we need to reconceptualize our work in collection curation and engagement. So not all librarians are collection managers, but most of us touch and interact with collections in various ways, from reference to cataloging to information architecture and interface design. And with the rapid rise in digital collections and our own holding, as well as throughout the scholarly landscape, from the vast digital resources such as the HathiTrust through to our small local digital collections, librarians will have to engage with collections as digital curators, become familiar with data acquisition, and think about the broader multiplicity of ways that users want to engage with our collections in digital and physical formats. And another key area and opportunity along with this is secure the library's future as a significant partner in research and scholarship, end quote. The Value Report is only one of a number of studies that suggest that research partnerships between researchers and librarians is more necessary than ever. So in conclusion, I believe projects such as ours will catalyze broader thought processes on how to train and prepare librarians to meet the demands of data-driven research and scholarship. We might consider these questions. What infrastructures do libraries need to build or revise for supporting digital scholarship? How do we empower librarians to build the skills needed to respond to new research needs? And how can librarians share skills, materials, and resources for supporting digital scholarship? So as we think more about how do we translate our collections into usable and accessible data, I believe that the skills and research connections forged by librarians with faculty and researchers will be key to advancing our success. So I want to thank, again, the IMLS for supporting our project, as well as the HathiTrust Research Center and our partnering institutions, image credits, and thank you.
Device switcheroo. I have learned after long, painful experience that I can't type my password and start talking at the same time. So my computer is very secure, but I definitely can't multitask for that password. So I want to say that I'm absolutely thrilled to have been invited to speak today alongside so many folks doing such amazing work. I hope that there is not a level of jaded cynicism at which getting to speak at the Library of Congress is not really all that, because it is. And I'm particularly pleased to be on this panel for two reasons. One, because my co-panelists are both people from whom I have learned a lot and whom I continue to look to learn, but also because this topic of developing communities of practice is one that I have a lot of complicated feelings about and that I love to talk about. So, and I'm going to try to do this in the context of this initiative that we're working on at the University of Maryland, Synergies Among Digital Humanities and African American History and Culture. And in a couple minutes, we're going to put that sort of front and center. But I wanted to just sort of make one other personal note, which is to say that I engage with collections, so me personally, I engage with collections as data in a number of ways. I occasionally write code to do some analysis or satisfy a curiosity. I have been guilty of committing the occasional data visualization. However, my main job is to work with people who are doing things with collections or want to do things with collections, and these are both analog and digital collections. Or maybe more precisely, my job is to help bring together and facilitate groups of humans who are engaged with data. And so I want to talk about the ways in which we're thinking through some of the issues that arise in the context of this initiative. So Synergies Among Digital Humanities and African American History and Culture is the formal name of our project, but it's far too long to keep saying over and over again. So we also refer to it as the AdHum initiative, and that's what I'll be doing henceforth. You'll notice that English grammar forces us to put those terms in one order for euphony, but it is important that the African American part comes first, AADHUM, AdHum. So this is our project hashtag, where hopefully we will be able to have further conversation around this topic. And I should also say that what you're hearing today is, of course, only one voice from what is already a sort of large and multifaceted initiative. So this is me, that's my Twitter handle, my contact information. But of course, I'm also speaking to you as a member of a community, or really multiple other communities. The people who have been working hard for 2 years to make this initiative a reality at Maryland. The team of people beyond that who are now joining the project and contributing their skills. And yet, even though this project is only really 7 or 8 months old, already the number of people, the community of people who are engaged in this work is quite large. So I can only speak to the limits of my personal experience and my reflections on the work that we are collectively doing together. And I think it's important not to forget that we are always enmeshed in these larger communities. And I'll come back to that point in a second. So the website for today's event explained in the kind of intro text that the rise of accessible digital collections, I'm quoting here, coupled with development of tools for processing and analyzing data, has enabled researchers to create new models of scholarship and inquiry. I'm a humanist, so I can't help sort of picking at the terms of the debate. And so I think one way that we can then understand communities of practice is as one model of these new modes of scholarship and inquiry, which is to say, communities are part of how accessible digital collections may be coupled with, or may fail to be coupled with, tools for processing and analyzing data to do work that matters to other humans. And so my basic premise then is that a world of collections as data depends upon the design and nurturing of communities. And the phrase communities of practice, I think, it's important to realize that this is a subset, right? The phrase communities of practice is a term of art and it comes from a particular place. To sketch this history very briefly and to do it absolutely no justice at all, the original nexus for the concept of communities of practice is in workplace anthropology, and it was chiefly focused on understanding adult learning and improving adult learning. And it was further developed to describe sort of ad hoc and improvised ways of sharing knowledge within organizations, within workplaces, to, quote, get the job done when existing knowledge or managerial direction falls short. And of course, people who've engaged with this idea have also been interested in how these practices create and reshape the identities of workers. And thus, perhaps unsurprisingly, the concept of communities of practice has been taken up and discussed as a managerial tool, especially for breaking through institutional barriers and promoting, quote, innovation. Andrew Cox has provided a very useful overview of the seminal works on community of practice in a 2005 article in the Journal of Information Science, for those of you who are interested in more. And the progression that he traces is certainly toward a more and more sort of organizational studies, managerial approach to communities of practice. And so then what should we take from the career of this term of art, communities of practice, as a concept to take back with us for our reflections on how we think about collections as data? Certainly there's much to like. Learning as an active social process, not a mechanical transfer of skills and knowledge, the emphasis on improvising new forms of work when old ones no longer suit, the seductive allure of breaking through institutional barriers and building a group identity with other like-minded folks. Certainly, I think the energy around today's event is certainly an expression of the hunger that we often feel when we use a term like communities of practice, right? We want to find others like us who are doing things the way that we're doing. And that can be both beneficial, and I think it can also block us from seeing other things. So what might the too easy acceptance of communities of practice as our vehicle for thinking about communities in the context of collections not allow us to see? I think there's a tendency to treat communities of practice as though they might be an emergent property of materials and methods, right? If you make materials available and you have people who might be expert in certain methods or who are becoming expert in certain methods, they will find each other, they will do amazing things, and certainly that is true. And some of the central scholarship on communities of practice can certainly be read to support this sort of quasi-emergent idea. But in my experience, this is really almost never the case. We're not seeing something important that's actually happening. It's important to remind ourselves that communities are not spontaneous or organic. And to quote the wonderful critical theorist Miranda Joseph, who's written beautifully on the idea of community, to invoke community is immediately to raise questions of belonging and of power. And that, I think, is one area in which the work we're doing within the AdHum initiative is sort of asking us to push beyond the idea of communities of practice that we've inherited from a kind of organizational studies context. In that context, it sort of notoriously has done very little to grapple with sort of notions of power and dominance, which are, of course, an important element of the communities that we all live in. I think it's important to understand that communities of practice are always communities within other communities. The work of designing them, because it is intentional design, and nurturing them also intentionally, will always be done in the context of the communities in which we already live. The structures of power, the relationships between people of different backgrounds, different experiences that exist in those communities already. We don't get to just sort of wipe the slate clean and talk in very sort of narrow technocratic terms about communities of practice as though they weren't already imbricated in the American community, the DC community, whatever community we find ourselves living in, the campus community, and we have to sort of take this into account in terms of both design and nurturing. It may be that not everyone who's working in our community, comes to work, with the same sort of emotional experience of things happening out there in the larger world. And so this is why I think it's imperative not to let the active work of community development sort of fall below the level of our full attention, because this work demands every bit as much as the building of collections or the development of tools, and we are responsible for the communities we create or fail to create. I think listening to the talk earlier, we're working toward being maybe a little bit more like some of those fan fiction communities that we were hearing about. And that might look different from the way that we understand communities of sort of senior scholars and junior scholars, or academics and members of the public. So to try and explain a little bit more of what I mean in concrete terms, I'll say a little bit more about how we're working through these challenges in the AdHum initiative. The initiative is funded by a grant from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, and we're about 3/4 of the way into the first year of 3 years of work. With the leadership of the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities, Bonnie Thornton Dill, the work of AdHum is led by the Center for Synergy under the direction of Sherry Parks, and the Maryland Institute for Technology and the Humanities, or MITH, under the direction of my boss, Neil Freistadt. Also partnering in the initiative are the Center for Global Migration Studies, the David C. Driscoll Center for the Study of Visual Arts and Culture of African Americans and the African Diaspora, as well as the university libraries, where I report to my other boss. And the work of AdHum is led by our faculty director, Catherine Knight Steele, and includes postdoctoral associates, MITH's digital humanities research faculty and staff, an advisory board of scholars from multiple disciplines invested in the study of African American culture and history, librarians and archivists, graduate assistants, and we hope faculty, students, library and cultural heritage professionals, and members of a still wider community that we hope to fold in. And it's worth saying, since Harriet mentioned the earlier iterations of the Digital Humanities Incubator, which is part of our plans for the AdHum initiative, that we've gone from the first iteration where it was solely focused on building up skills and capacity among our librarians to a model where everyone is all mixed together. And we take on that greater challenge of having all these people mixed together with their different experiences, different expertise, because ultimately I think that's the way we need to be working. And so the goals of the AdHum initiative are to advance and expand the fields of digital humanities and African American history and cultural studies, and to develop and diversify the pipeline for the next generation of scholars and professionals who foster engagement at this intersection. Which is to say that we are directly engaged in building communities of practice, in building communities, and that these communities will be a measure of our project as much as any of the scholarship, whether it be digital projects or traditional publications, or new courses or public programming that we also produce, right? We are willing to be measured by the community that we are creating, because that is a critical part of the work that the grant has set itself out to do. So rather than produce a single research project, AdHum seeks to transform both the digital humanities and the African American cultural studies fields. And so to accomplish this goal, we will do a number of things. We will foster a cohort of scholars and students working at this intersection. This cohort will facilitate all the kinds of people that I just mentioned. We'll be creating and revising new courses at the University of Maryland in disciplines related to African American history and culture, which is frankly all of them, and to provide training and development opportunities to support local and regional participants in conceiving and producing new research. I'm coming to that part in a second. We're also planning to organize a national conference to bring together those parts of this network that we can, who are doing digital research like this, that we can touch, that we can reach, and to oversee digitization and description of archival collections at the Driscoll Center and the George Meany Memorial AFL-CIO Archive at the University of Maryland Libraries that are relevant to research on African American labor, migration, and artistic expression, which are the core themes around which we're organizing our work. And I want to stop here and say also that this is only sort of the latest entry in work that many people have been doing for a very long time, right? Again, we're not wiping the slate clean. We are not newly bringing into being this collaborative community between people working in digital ways and people studying African American history and life. There's a long history of such work, and we are just happy to be joining that conversation, trying to do our part. So lest the central point be lost in all of these details, the way I would describe our community of practice, our community, is to say that AdHum is a community invested in the study of African American history and culture. And I want to phrase it that way because I think often, because of the history of the term communities of practice, we find ourselves using it in far too technocratic a sense, right? That it's about skills transfer or achieving some sort of organizational mission. And so we're putting the idea of all the different ways that we could use digital methods, digital tools, digital collections to study African American history and culture at the center. And by no means does that mean we are giving up being invested in a vision of digital work that explores new ways of using computing and that is informed by the scholars who have studied African American history and culture before our project even began. And a lot of the work right now is sort of imagining the programming that we call the Digital Humanities Incubators, that we have called the Digital Humanities Incubators in the past. And my colleagues, Catherine Knightsteele and Purdom Lindblad, are really leading this work, and I'm really sort of reflecting and reporting on the great work that they're doing. And as I kind of hinted, the DH incubators have been an evolving process where we started very much in the idea focused on being a way of sort of incubating project ideas, right? Building particular skills and capacities such that librarians could do digital projects. And that had some positives as far as they went. But then the next time we got a chance to run this programming, we decided that we would put the data at the center. And that has been a new idea that has sort of stuck with us, right? That we put the data in the center and ask our community all the ways in which they might wish to respond to it without presuming that we know particular methods or techniques that we just simply need to communicate outward to them. The scholar of visual culture, Laura Wexler, makes a nice point with regard to crowdsourcing and talking about how we go beyond sort of using the crowd for data collection or data production and being open to all the other ways in which the community might wish to respond to a given data set or a given collection, and to also be open to taking that in, even though it goes beyond, say, perhaps simple transcription. And so the idea of the incubators is still evolving, and we're evolving this idea with the ethics of building a community fully in mind, right? So this perhaps means, how do we stay in touch with people who come into contact with us or engaging with us for longer than we might if it was simply skills training, right? How do we build an ongoing relationship? Another aspect of it is, where do we do this work, right? We're all sort of embodied people, and the spaces in which we do this work and who else is in the room matters a lot about who can access and who can feel like they're part of our community. So that's an aspect that we're really thinking about. Erling Björgvinsson, Pelle Ann, and Per Anders Hellgren, pardon my pronunciation, who are sort of some key practitioners from the tradition of participatory design, have a nice way of thinking about this. And they are citing actually the work of Lucy Suchman, the feminist historian of technology. And she's arguing that we need to get away from viewing things as discrete objects and networks of devices, but instead to start viewing design work and technological development as, quote, entry into networks of working relations, including both contests and alliances that make technical systems possible. And as Björgvinsson, N, and Hellgren write, this is hard design work where various contexts or practices and technologies concurrently undergo change and therefore demand continuous, what they call continuous infrastructuring and aligning of partly conflicting interests. So I think it's useful to think about the work we do about building community around collections, around data, as this work of continuous infrastructuring. To think about it in terms of the people who are in our communities, the emotions that they're having, the desires that they have, the goals that they have, and then to structure the work that we do around how do we imagine sort of aligning all those partly conflicting interests, not getting caught up in the rush of finding people who are just doing things like us, but to think hard and do that hard design work, to do the hard design work of continuous infrastructuring or of designing and nurturing communities. So just as a closing thought, it seems to me that communities of practice may be a fine starting point for how we imagine access and use models for digital collections, but it certainly can't be the stopping point. Most of the core scholarship on communities of practice is 20 and 30 years old, which of course doesn't make it outdated in the humanities, but I'm sure people have said lots of interesting things since then. And in the spirit of being good interdisciplinary borrowers, we should probably try to engage those ideas as well. And I think it's particularly important as we do this to think about how we make collections as data into what Miranda Joseph calls legitimate sites of empathy and concern. Thank you.
I'm another computer person, so give me a moment. I've always had this dream that I would chat and say witty things as I got set up, but no. I won't go so far as to say the dream is dead, but it's not thriving. But fortunately, I have my bag, my mommy bag of dongles. So I've been interested today in sort of thinking about how things can be pulled together, right? I'm not here necessarily to pull things together, but I'm always interested, this is one of the problems of coming at the end of the day, I'm always sort of interested in where we can find connections between the things that have always been said. This is my way of copping out on the fact that I'm going so much at the end of the day and there's so much to say because of course I've been sort of hyper stimulated by all this stuff that people have said before. So I want to begin today by thinking about the kinds of issues that emerge when we think about data as a personal matter. So often we speak of collections writ large, and we're thinking about small things, right? So there's a way in which we talk about collections when we're thinking about sort of, digital humanities and library work and archives and so on. But when you're thinking about the raw material that constitutes collections, you're often just talking about personal things. Right? At some point, much of what we refer to as something pulled into a collection was something personal. And that's a little bit what I want to talk about today. Right? Collections are letters in attics, the boxes of receipts, piles of playbills in someone's closet. I had the huge privilege of being able to go to the museum of, the National Museum of African American History and Culture opening this weekend. And a lot was made, I think rightfully, of how so much of this sort of material history has been left out of conversation because it's been squirreled away in the attics of people who are not included in those kinds of archival conversations previously. So it was really sort of weighing on me as I prepared this talk and thinking about collections. I also want to think about what is gained and lost in the transition from one kind of narrative space, the local and the personal, into other kinds of uses, the archival, the computational, or so on. And even though I prefer not to belabor the usual dichotomies, even though I kind of began with one in my title, I've pulled this term datum storytelling because it helps me think about issues that emerge at the intersection of data, the way we talk about now, data, big data, so on, the revealed, the excavated, the collected, the seen, and the personal, which can be all those things, but also brings with it a sense of what is at stake in ownership, management, or the control thereof. If we accept that there is any conceptual value in data, then we must also accept that our lives have always been lived in streams of data. Data is a trace. I'm thinking here of recent works. For instance, the work done by Lupi and Posovic, this project you may have seen called Dear Data, in which each person, they're both artists, collected all kinds of personal information, then converted the personal information tracked over a week into hand-drawn data visualizations. I found this super interesting, right? I'll put it back so you can see a little bit more. I found this super interesting because there was a way in which it kind of took this notion of tracking, right? The watch you wear, the wearables, and so on, and made it back into what we usually think of as an easier kind of analog art, right? So I was interested then in sort of how they talk about it as well. This is a quote. "We've always conceived Dear Data," they write, "as a personal documentary, rather than a quantified self-project, which is a subtle but important distinction. Instead of using data just to become more efficient, we argue we use data to become more humane and to connect with ourselves and others at a deeper level. For Lupi and Posovic, life is parsed into data and so transformed produces newly malleable raw material for art, story, and visualization. In Dear Data, each datum is self-consciously deployed to tell a story." Datum storytelling, then, is a way of thinking about intentionality in archival development collection, and without losing at the same time sight of people, the sight of the human. And later on I want to interrogate this notion of the human just a little bit, but for now we'll go with this, right? But when we're thinking about this in data, the human, the person, is a referent. And I'm thinking of a human who can self-consciously manage, disseminate, parlay, and remix their trace. This reminds me of some of the restorative work that we know happens as we age. Telling stories and returning to our personal collections grounds our sense of self very much in that which is familiar. And so the metaphor I always use for this is this notion of sort of digging in the crates, right? A sort of hip-hop term. The idea is that there's a sort of archive that you're constantly digging through, but you're digging through it with the interest, I'll put it back, you're digging through it in the interest of being able to show people something new. So the archival is specifically deployed, again, the new is made out of the old, which sounds very corny when you say it like that. But when you're there, right, it's a moment of intense sort of meaningfulness, right? And it's very corny. I was looking for it. There's this old sort of, God, it was really embarrassing because I was looking for it and I realized it was essentially like a Coke commercial or something. They had won in some moment of marketing, and it was this old sort of, Mary J. Blige and Method Man commercial. And in that commercial, they were playing the song, "You're All I Need to Get By," and it was like a kid upstairs listening to the hip hop version, and then the grandparents downstairs listening to the old sort of Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell version. And the idea was like they showed a split space, the floor, and upstairs, right, you have the kids thumping out, and downstairs the grown-ups are like, yes, they finally found the truth, right? So this notion of sort of digging in the crates I've always found really interesting. And I think it's useful for thinking about the individual making choices, the generational, and community. It also brings to the forefront the idea of curation, the idea that the past itself is a collection, and that we think today about processing that collection to give historical contour to an otherwise infinitely mutable present. The idea of digging in the crates brings with it the joy of discovery, a joy amplified by artistic transformations that archival discovery will enable. What is more difficult to conceptualize, however, are the limits, or if there should be a limit to that digging. In an essay titled "The Digital Afterlife of Lost Family Photos," Taeju Cole describes work done by the artist Zun Lee, you can see it here on the screen, called Fade Resistance. In this project, Lee takes as his medium found photographs of African Americans. So the kind of stuff we were talking about, or I was talking about in terms of the museum, the stuff in attics, the stuff at flea markets, right? These collections of photographs that have been orphaned now, so no one knows to whom they belonged, but we know, of course, by virtue of being photographs collected, they were important to someone, right? How do we fill that gap? How do we think about this? Cole recounts one of Lee's anecdotes from the project, and I'm going to share it here because it encapsulates in a different way how we might experience the transition from data to datum in our increasingly digital life worlds. Who took these photos? Who did they depict? Cole asks. The basic contextual details we would usually expect from snapshots are missing here. The absence of this information is bittersweet. We are bewildered, but we are also ferried over from imagery into imagination. In Lee's case, the story of his orphaned Polaroids took a surprising turn. When he uploaded some of them to Facebook, the social network's facial recognition technology immediately began to match them with real people. Lee was not sure who was doing the tagging. Intrigued and wary, he sent a message to one individual who was tagged in several of the pictures. There was no response. Then several weeks later, he got a message from the same man, a curt request that he take the pictures down. Of the experience, Lee notes that, quote, he'd already been thinking about how databases and tags are not neutral, how they can wind up being hostile towards communities of color. I completely understand, Lee told Cole. Quote, this man was saying, we are not willing participants. The black body is used as a commodity, as something that is surveilled. The man was telling me, no, you're not welcome. This is not art. Get the hell out of our lives. And I understood it. Insofar as collection bespeaks curation, then our work, we must also be ready to think about the rightful sense of danger that the very idea of being collected might bring, and by extension, the technically invasive work of conversion of objects and moments into data, the parsing and the combine. So it's important, by the way, I should note in this talk that I'm actually quite a technical person, so it's kind of a shadow technical talk behind this. When I'm talking about sort of parsing collections and data, I'm thinking about some of the stuff we got earlier today of thinking about using images as text, for instance. I'm thinking about JSON. I'm thinking about the ways in which we break these larger things down into smaller, compartmentalized, and remixable units, right? The parsing. So to be clear, so it's like a shadow behind it. It's like the text shadow, right? But I only have so much time, so I'm just rushing through the other part for now. Oh, I wish I could have a superhero name, like Text Shadow, but whatever. So. Sorry. So I'm also taken with the problem of disappearance, which by default works against this work. In his essay, one example Cole turns to actually is this one, this photo. As he reads the back of the photo, he says, quote, it suggests that it was pasted into an album and then ripped out. And people who do this kind of work are familiar with this, even sort of the blackness of the glue, which shows it was archival. It was a particular kind of glue that was used, so when it was pasted into the album, it was made to last, but then it was nonetheless ripped out, right? How do we map and mark that transition? How do we think about it as well? This is no mere glue stick decision. As equally significant to us then in this image is what is hidden from us. Much of what is at stake in this example comes down to ownership. For the idea of personal collection is also an exercise in exclusion. Right, and my example is this: I've been doing work for the last few years in Octavia Butler Manuscript Archive, which is just amazing. But whenever I'm working, I'm at some point sort of overwhelmed by the sense that I have to be careful in thinking about that archive as her collection. It's a collection of her stuff, but insofar as she died suddenly and unexpectedly and young, we must as researchers live with the fact that she had little hand in its curation. I always wonder what she would have thrown away, and there's everything there, like little slips of paper, receipts, all kinds of private information, right? On the one hand, the fullness of that archive is a boon for researchers like me. But because she so carefully otherwise crafted her public life, I know that her deletions would have probably been just as instructive, albeit ghostly, as a somewhat wholesale inclusivity. I'm intrigued in thinking about what it means for her to lose so much of that narration, to lose agency despite legacy. Digging in the crates and permission just really can't always coexist when we're thinking of the past. Many, of course, have taken up the ethical questions of opening archives and so on, but I just want to think about this for a moment as a way of introducing this notion of how we might mourn in the midst of opportunity. So I'll move on. At the forefront of thinking about purpose and the MO of digital work, for me has been a commitment to openness, and we hear this a lot, it's important work, which, as many have pointed out, unlocks some of the negative or oppressive ownership relations historically associated with resource-enabled entities, collecting from sometimes even willing, but usually not, others when a big institution comes and gets all your stuff, right? Regardless, if openness, publicness, and access are the hallmarks of decolonial approaches to archive making, and I believe they are, I am also nonetheless interested in the meaningfulness of exclusion, elision, and deletion, but sometimes even in the name of narrative making. The meaningfulness, in other words, of storytelling. I am thinking here of Michelle Caswell's work on thinking about the kinds of agency made possible through the collection and also the deployment of archival materials. In inventing new archival imaginaries, theoretical foundations for identity-based community archives, Caswell reminds us that, quote, memory archives are not just memory activists, but visionaries whose work reconceives imagined worlds through space and time. In aligning archival work with memory and its futures, rather than only with historical recovery or representation of the past, Caswell offers us a way to think very instrumentally about our own archival projects. If, following Caswell, archives are, quote, not just about documenting a more diverse version of the past based on the identities of present, but rather by uncovering previously untold, ignored, or misinterpreted histories, communities can imagine and reimagine different trajectories for the future. So it's not just enough to say we're going to expand our archive by putting more kinds of people into it, right? This notion of empowerment around the archive is also about making the archive available in such a way that it can also be disseminated by the communities that need it most, right? It's an important distinction. Thinking about this, I would argue, gets us towards the generative possibilities of eliciting data, even computationally, from datum. In a talk titled Networked Knowledge in Digital Spaces, Storytelling as Decolonial Methodology, Emily Legg, building on the work of scholars of indigenous memory and history, asks us to think in very material ways about, quote, storytelling as knowledge making and a way of knowing that's not placed within one individual who passes down to others. Instead, it is knowledge that exists in a network state within the role of the community as knowledge partners. Again, I offer not all of this to make a commentary on the difference between storytelling and like the local versus data and like the machines or something, but that if we're thinking about how to decolonize that which is collected, we must also be thinking about knowledge transfer and therefore thinking differently about design and interface. The motion, quote, of knowledge is seated in its chaotic context and emerges when we're supposed to listen to it. The idea, right, is that you can't necessarily approach an archive already knowing what you're expecting to get. A proper archive, and this is something that's come up all day today, it's sort of serendipity, right? The idea, right, is that the archive is a depository that also teaches you, and that teaching depends on you on some level, not knowing what you're going to get when you go there. But as you can imagine, this is a very compelling design problem. How do we enable these arrivals, right? And underlying some of this, right, I'm thinking about, someone like Achille Mbembe, right, who in Decolonizing Knowledge points out, quote, decolonization is not about only design, tinkering with the margins. It is about reshaping, turning human beings once again into craftsmen and craftswomen, who, in reshaping matters and forms, need not to look at pre-existing models and need not to use them as paradigms. One of the deepest problematics we know of so many archives or archival collections, digital collections, is that they're modeled, right, on different kinds of repositories that assume you're working materially with the papers at hand. The digital is in fact different. I know many people are talking about this, but when we're thinking again about what interface can do, we need to be parlaying the digital rather than imagining we're reproducing some lost art form, some lost world, some idea of physical space that in its own ways was also oppressive. So at Five College Digital Humanities, we try to really work on ways of integrating these sort of theoretical and conceptual understandings alongside sort of very material practice. Again, it's like, again, the sort of shadow background. I'm talking about real projects. I'm talking about JSON. I'm talking about D3. I'm talking about all these things, right? I'm just trying to give you a different visuality for thinking it through, a different kind of visualization. One example of this work is our Zine Scenes project. They go by at Beyond the Riot. That's been a really interesting project. Now, to say a little bit more about it quickly, it works with what are essentially very localized zine collections, so small magazines made in very small communities, even just between friends. And as you can imagine, this holds a wealth of information about women's lives, right, in the last 30 to 50 years. It holds enormous information, right, about all the ways girls, for instance, interact with pop culture and ideas about growing up and so on. It's a corpus that's impressive. But at the same time, you're explicitly dealing with materials that were made on some level to walk a very fine line between the private and the public, right? They're made to be shared, but they're private. That's a difficult line to think about. And think Twitter and social media gets in a similar place. It's public, but also kind of private. You wouldn't actually just jump into someone else's Twitter conversation if you don't know the people, and sort of thinking about what that means, right? So they changed the project, not changed the project, but sort of grew the project into thinking about not just a repository, but a, quote, interactive digital subcultural platform. Right? The PIs, Alana Kumbier and Michelle Hardesty from Hampshire College, and Leslie Fields from Mount Holyoke College, along with their 5 College DH undergraduate fellow Nora Miller, realized that not only does a collection enable a vast number of computational, mapping, and visualization possibilities, but that eliciting the narrative and experiential meaningfulness of these incredibly localized and specific texts also meant creating some form of interface that can enable the user to understand how the experience of finding a zine is as important as what the zine itself holds, that the experience of navigating the archive is as much an educational experience as finding the actual object which the archive holds. Much of the zine's value then reproduces what we've been reading about and thinking about in terms of sort of indigeneity in archives in reproducing a kairotic moment of discovery, right? A moment when you realize this is it. I did not know this was it. How did I live without this? What is this? Much like musical improvisation, this sense of discovery requires the production of an incredibly deeply tagged archive. So this thing I'm calling kairotic and spontaneous, in fact, requires an eminently deeply tagged metadata, machine-readable structure. Because if we imagine that interfaces can function in the kind of flexible ways that we would like them to, the ways I would like them to, I'm getting away from the royal we, it's a sad day, but the ways we want them to work, right, then there's a way in which we have to go in the opposite direction of what one imagines this conversation might go. Right? We turn back to the machine readable, we turn back to the compartmentalized, we turn back to the smallest bits of data because it produces the flexibility that makes possible more kinds of interfaces, more kinds of exchanges. It's a quandary. We have to break it even more than we realized. This means moving away from retrieval as the archive's purpose and instead focusing on enabling users to personalize their encounters, to bring what they made to the archive, and by virtue of their own specificity, use it to make their own things. I'm happy to say more about this, particularly as the Zine Scenes project must also grapple with the kinds of resistance that Teju Cole wants us to think about. When to exclude and when to delete. Many items in the collection were likely produced by people who never intended for them to be disseminated at the kind of scale digitalization makes possible. They might want to share it, but the digital is something else, and it's something none of us could imagine 30 years ago. Again, if we imagine the most critically informed, decolonial, future-oriented perspective on archives, that work must still, nonetheless, grapple with the question of refusal that must be the part of any democratic understanding of data. At any moment, datum, the individual, must be recovered by being extracted from data, never to be returned again. I'll stop there.
Thank you. So can Trevor and Harriet jump up? Can we do a panel quick? Yeah, just questions. You can leave stuff there. Yeah.
Thank you. No pressure.
Sit in the middle.
Okay, again, so I think we have mics for Q&A out here. Do we have any questions?
That was an amazing talk. Thank you.
From the audience for our panel?
Now I can see them.
Well, do the panelists have any questions for each other?
I totally do.
Yeah? Okay.
I was really, I have to change my whole posture because I was on the hot seat and scared, but now I'm like, oh, I'm asking questions. But I was really compelled, Trevor, by this notion of community of practice as something that just can't be spontaneous and something that takes work. And I was just wondering, with the kind of work you do, can you say a little bit more about sort of what those challenges look like? You said this thing, and it fit in the talk because your talk was like the bomb. But if I were to step back, I would say that it was a little bit out of place in the sense that you said this thing where it was like, some people might come to work that day and not be feeling all the weight of the world of the things happening outside. And I thought it was very telling, an amazing way of like, when you're doing the work and you're doing the good work and you're doing the work that matters, right? And then you're working with a team and everyone doesn't have the same relation to the work. Can you say more about that?
Right. Well, I think it's, so one thing I didn't get to say was that part of sort of trying to imagine this structure and sort of keeping our community sort of before our eyes is, I think, to grapple with, the ways in which our different experiences are producing the new knowledge right there as we're having our different experiences, and not to say that that stuff is outside of the work that we're doing, but to try to understand how that comes into the work we're doing, and whether it's my experience that day or someone else's experience or all of our experiences, to find out how those different ways of coming to the work then shape the work, rather than trying to draw the boundary and say, oh, if we only keep all those things outside, then we can get on with it. Mm-hmm. So I guess that was partly what was on my mind.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You have a question back here? If you can yell, I'll repeat it.
Sure. It was actually something that resonated with me very much from Marissa's talk, actually, about thinking about these questions of deletion in the archive and our interfaces to what's deleted or missing, or what we ourselves need to protect in the archive. And so actually, I wonder if you have some reflections on this as well. But I mean, just as a sort of general way of saying, I mean, certainly, being attuned to looking for what's not in the records, like that's not a new thought, but also sort of trying again to sort of return to the conversation we were just having about, what do I see from my perspective, what does someone else see from their perspective, and can we sort of piece that data together? Though now I'm trying to put it together with this idea of data and datum. I'm not going to be able to do it on the fly. So certainly there's that. I mean, thinking about being conscious of the ways in which the people who might be in this archive are in the archive because they are being represented there, from, like by the state or from some other body, and not in their own control. And that, maybe we want to recover their story, but maybe we also, sort of don't want to expose populations that, have been sort of mistreated in certain ways. And so there's a lot of it that goes into it. I mean, we're really at the beginning of our process, and I'm learning from a lot of my colleagues about what they're bringing to this, what they want to look for. And so I think we'll have a better answer for you, in a year or in 6 months. And we're really kind of at the beginning. But I wonder if you had any reflections on that.
Yeah, I really don't know. There's so much in that question. It's the question of translation, right, between media and thinking about what happens when one thing becomes another. I do think the question of exclusion, right? You have exclusion that's sort of personal agency and choice, as I was trying to talk about it. But then there's also exclusion as protection, which I'm really compelled by. The social media stuff I just find, thinking back to Burgess's talk, is just terrifying to think about, right? And so there's a way in which imagining, to think about what should be excluded has to take into account, one, the imagination of the future this archive can produce, but at the same time understand the ways in which it's always an artifact of the present. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the problem of the present. In a way, when we're talking about exclusion, it's the person who's standing there, who remains, who says no more, right? And I'm sort of babbling around this, but it's like I can sort of see it where we're trying to, like, I think both of us, you more so, because this is something you're thinking about on the ground right now, though I guess I am with the Zine Scenes project, sort of thinking about what it means to have to at every moment also understand yourself as a steward, right? And what constitutes good stewardship. And at the same time understanding that stewardship was never necessarily, not never, in many cases was not necessarily given to us. No one handed us stuff and say, please take these things and do this stuff with it, right?
Yeah, to have humility about that,
Right.
about the stewardship. And that was a theme we heard earlier as well.
You talked about the train-the-trainer for making librarians more digitally sufficient. How will you get in contact with the programs that are in your local area?
So we are reaching out, so in terms of our pilot workshops, or, so yeah, we have natural contacts already with librarians who are interested. We're promoting at least the pilot workshops. So each partner institution does have plans to not only work with their own librarians in the pilots, but also reach out to their programs, other programs in the area, other librarians, and start bringing them in. And then we have started reaching out to programs and librarians in the area, so in Atlanta, and then thinking at major conferences and how we partner with libraries. And so reaching out both to digital humanities librarians and digital scholarship centers, but also anybody who has natural inclinations to be interested in this work. And there's a number of outlets that we'll also reach out to as well.
Any other questions? Right here.
Also for Professor Green and the whole panel, in your training, there's a lot of talk about collaboration today. Have you thought about training librarians and the researchers together?
I mean, certainly that's something that we're explicitly doing and thinking about, these ideas of mutually informing expertise and ignorance going back and forth among actually the many different positions of people in the trainings, rather than thinking of it as one set of experts clearly delineated at the front of the room communicating to other groups. So yeah, we're explicitly trying to do that.
And I mean, in past, like actually in general HTRC workshops, we do that already. In our different iterations, we teach both librarians and researchers in our workshops. And the idea with the grant, it's specifically focused and targeted and mandated for librarians, but we're definitely anticipating and trying to develop the curriculum so that librarians are able to teach researchers and students across all disciplines and from all research questions. So it's actually kind of interesting challenge with the curriculum, both addressing what librarians need to know and kind of addressing their needs, but also thinking through how do we enable them to then train all sorts of audiences.
Yeah. And at 5 College Digital Humanities, we have a sort of very explicit setup where we very actively encourage. So we do most of our training around projects. So we develop the training as projects go on so we can develop a sense of what people need. Then we offer just a little bit of workshop around the edges to get, whet the appetite so that people want to learn more in terms of bringing their own sort of subject areas. But we have a very explicit rule about sort of flattening out some of those relations whenever possible. So faculty, staff, and students are equally eligible to be PIs together on projects. And we encourage projects to have to work across campuses and also across those categories as a way of sort of emphasizing not only just collaboration like yay team, but emphasizing collaboration of understanding that those subject positions also bring different kinds of expertise, even if they share a common interest, and that sharing of expertise is somewhat mandatory. I hate using that word.
Okay, what are they? Can we have the microphone down here? Thanks. The farthest possible point. Or just pass it, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we just got, about 7 minutes ago, a tweet came in from Dr. Hazard. And the question is, it's not to anyone specifically, but in general, diasporic communities of practice aren't represented in cataloging schemes, tech and digital. So how do you manage the levels of those? I thought it was a great question.
Yeah, I mean, that question's, I'll respond because I feel like I was trying to talk a little bit about that. It's a challenge. I think that's the thing. That's sort of why I sort of said it very quickly towards the end, but for me, that's Wadi Mbembe, who is not a digital scholar. But I think it's incredibly important because what Mbembe is trying to get us to think about are the ways in which inclusion is nothing without a transformation of the actual structure, right? So I think that's absolutely true that in many ways, the practices of various diasporic and indigenous communities are not, or even of frankly white or what we think of as sort of mainstream communities, aren't represented in the interfaces and ways we use these archives. But I do think that when we're thinking about, this is the inclusion narrative where you just imagine that life is just this big pot and if you just get more different kinds of people in it, we'll all be okay, right? And I can't lie, it makes me happy. I want to be in the pot, like, woo, pot, right? But at the same time, there's a way in which when you're talking about transformation, by default, when you're thinking about the digital, it has to be a technical, structural transformation, right? So I'm not trying to dodge the question, but I do think, so we have groups that are looking, for instance, at using Twine, using different ways of using other kinds of programs that enable you to produce interactive interfaces, because I do think interactivity doesn't sort of solve or fix everything, but it does get us a little bit closer to thinking about sort of the call and response and the give and the take and whatever it might be from various communities, right, that could really be useful for thinking about the work of archives in the digital.
Another question from Twitter? Okay.
To what degree are people represented in archives there voluntarily or by the will of others? And how would they themselves want to be seen? That's a question from Elise Engdahl on Twitter.
Wow. I don't know about the global answer to that question. I mean, I think it's certainly true that we have more, like collections of state records or organization records, and that the idea of a sort of community archive, which is in the control of those people who are maybe themselves represented in it, is relatively newer. That's not a very satisfying answer to that question. So, I mean, I think it's a dynamic that we all need to be aware of, right? And it shouldn't come as a surprise. But for instance, sort of like some of the work that Jarrett Drake is doing about thinking about the differences between those two types of records or those two types of archives, is informing, I think, a lot of the conversation right now. But I couldn't give a global answer to that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the answer is just very often they're not. Right, and I think it goes to the state thing. The stuff we have, the materials that we have the most of are the things that were probably collected in the least desirable ways, right? Which is another thing to reckon with. I do think, and not to be Pollyanna, but I think a lot of the talks today reflected that's why, and the work you're doing is so important, of just empowering more people to actually create those collections. And I would argue also technically, or not even just technically, even collaboratively, more people to create experiences of those archives digitally as well. Those are two things that both have to happen. And so not to just sort of deflect this question onto like this future, but I do think it's something we have to think about, because at the end of the day, most of these answers are never going to sound very good because it's not actually a happy past.
All right, so we'll have to end there. Thank you for sharing your work and your thoughts with us. And let's give them a round of applause.
You're going to come see us at 5 Palace Theater?
Oh, yeah.
Our closing speaker today first came to the Library of Congress from a series of internships with the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities while earning a graduate degree in history from San Francisco State University. His time in our Digital Preservation Outreach Division, which eventually led to a full-time position, was one of his inspirations for going to library school. Since then, Thomas has held digital scholarship and digital humanities positions at Michigan State University and the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. In April, he was hired as the inaugural humanities data curator at UC Santa Barbara. Sorry, I was that kid who always got sick before the holidays, and this is my holiday, so. When asked in a Library Journal interview what a humanities data curator does, he described one aspect of his job as, quote, translating a researcher's individual disciplinary competencies so that they have purchase in a digital environment with materials they may not be accustomed to working with. This commitment to making data research more accessible can be seen in his recent launch of the Sourcecaster with James Baker, which helps you use the command line to work through common challenges that come up when working with digital primary sources. You should check it out, it's really cool. We've asked him to be our closing keynote speaker today to help make the future a bit more accessible too, discussing where we go from here to support data research at our organizations. Member of the Global Outlook Digital Humanities Executive Council, editor for DH Commons Journal and DH Plus Lib Data Praxis, author, speaker, and teacher on humanities data, data curation, and data information literacy, it is my pleasure to welcome Thomas Padilla. HDMI cable. Stand. Okay.
Okay, so we're finally here. I would just say at the outset that I'm really honored to be a part of this conversation. It wasn't so long ago, about 7 years actually, that I got on a plane and flew to DC with actually no job lined up, no internship lined up, purely based on wrangling one of the manuscript curators in the manuscript division to give me a tour of the stacks. And it was in October. And I would like to say it was like a beautiful fall day, but it was actually pouring and freezing. And I soaked my shoes all the way through, but luckily they still let me into the back of the stack to see, George Washington's diary, which in a way kind of set me on this path. So it makes it extra special that I'm actually here today. I'd like to start by thanking Kate Zward and Jamie Mears and the rest of the team at the Library of Congress for putting on this event. I know from my own time here how much work goes into putting together something like this. So thank you for doing what you do. This has been an awesome conversation, and I think it was really time for it to happen. And it's excellent to see the Library of Congress taking a leadership role in this space. So today I'm going to speak about three conditions. Oh, yeah, okay. Today I'm going to speak about three conditions of possibility that frame the way I look at the collections as data conversation. Those are agency, empowerment, and ethics. But first, I want to start with a story. Early last week, I exited the library at UC Santa Barbara, put on my sunglasses, and made my way across campus. It was a typical day there. It's like this basically every day. It was 72 degrees, sunny, no humidity. I hope that doesn't make you hate me. The quarter is just starting, so new students are out and about learning their way. You could say that it's a time of uncertainty, and you could also say that it's a time of possibility. I took a deep breath and I tried to clear my mind. Lots of things compete for attention, and to be honest, it's not always clear what matters, what really matters. It can be difficult to hold close to your heart the reason of the things you do and who you do them for. One foot in front of the other, I started to gain a measure of clarity. After near misses with bikes, longboards, bikes with people carrying surfboards, and enterprising Pokemon Go players, I reached my destination. It was a building distinguished from the rest in that it was taller, it had a tower, it's a university, we have a lot of those. I entered an elevator to go into the tower. The red digits flicked past to signal the passing floors. The doors opened, and I stepped toward a meeting with the director of a center on campus. And I'm sure that there are folks in our respective communities walking to very similar meetings as I'm speaking. It was one of those first conversations where the pressure of possibility is everywhere. Our conversation ran a familiar course, and despite a bit of variation here and there, the subtext buzzing below the surface it's often the same. Who are you? What do you do? And why does it matter to me, to my people? In these conversations, I often find myself in a sort of intelligibility and relevance bind. It's like, what is a humanities data curator? What are librarians for? What is this digital humanities thing? And as the conversation progressed, there was a lot of academic-like hand gesturing around the table. We're pretty good at that in university land. And after initial introductions, I had transitioned to open the collections as data topic, something I'm really passionate about, when the director interrupted me, took a measured breath, looked me squarely in the eyes, and asked pointedly, "Yes, but Thomas, what are the stakes?" It's an important thing to think on, right? What are the stakes? Why are all of us here in this room? I'm sure that many of our institutions have collections that are not too dissimilar from these. In this case, it's a collection of zines. We could relatively easily make available the catalog data describing those collections in the way that the British Library has here. Similarly, many of us probably have works of art in our collections. Maybe not all of us have Van Goghs, but surely we have works of art. We could release individual measurements of pixel values, measuring things like brightness and hue and saturation. We could make that available. Some of us may even have things in our collections that could be used to try and make some sense of the Paris attacks that occurred earlier this year. And some of us have released data related to those attacks. In this case, Nick Rouet, I think it was more than 10 million tweets captured as the event was happening and in the days that followed. We could do all those things, right? But it brings us back to the original question. What are the stakes? Why are we doing it? So for me, I learned to identify the stakes in architecture, which seems fitting. Like architects, we are builders. We build infrastructure in collections. We support the formation of community through these efforts. The collections as data conversation is an extension of these commitments. And though it is important to emphasize in these efforts that the conversation is not about data for data's sake or computation for computation's sake. Rather, the work is intended to build upon our commitments to support nothing less than the ability to experience life as worth living. This is not a new role for us. We have not been without imperfection in this role, as has been indicated by some of the presenters today. But collections as data provides an opportunity to continue to learn to do better. And so the conditions of possibility. For me, they're agency, empowerment, and ethics. In my perspective, the first condition in the collections as data conversation centers on agency. To see collections as data is to step toward claiming agency, to extend individual capacity to act. I acknowledge the chance of initial alienation around this framing. Data, after all, are not likely to be what the majority choose as a first conceptual frame for interacting with a book, a song, or an image. In the face of the familiar, data may seem a cold path to discovery. Yet data are vibrant with possibility. They are the product of human design and worldview. Reclamation of agency is learning how to recognize, interpret, and act upon the facets of human intention in the data. By figuring collections as data, we seek to make these facets known and usable to our communities. There is more than one path to enabling the capacity to act with data, but I'll talk about one in the interest of time. This is a path that is generally functional in orientation and depends on the notion of affordance. It's a pragmatic approach. Basically, I approach a seemingly familiar object and ask what functions it affords to help resolve a question. I then transition to consider what additional functions it affords if I engage it as data. Something comprised of vast numerical difference, often bound in codified systems that speak to each other across great distances of space and time. As this path is traversed, I think it's really helpful to think on Martin Mueller's reminder that every surrogate has its own query potential, which for some purposes may exceed that of the original. Now, as a physical object, a newspaper readily affords certain types of functions. You can pick it up, you can fold it, you can unfold it. You can orient yourself to a relatively significant amount of heterogeneous content in a condensed space. Once you digitize it, does this project look familiar? Once you digitize it, the collection has become data. In the Library of Congress Chronicling America project, we see collections as data being leveraged to enhance the ability to act upon it at micro and macroscopic levels. Shifting between these scales, we witness a paradigm that extends familiar expectations for working with the source objects, the ability to browse, to search, and to read. Going back. While the platform is committed to supporting these familiar functions, the designers of Chronicling America, in a nod toward the data-centric possibilities, provisioned an API and multiple methods to get bulk access to the data. And these preparations have since supported a number of projects that explore the collection to its fullest data extent. This was covered a bit earlier. I'm going to talk about it in a little bit more detail. Spurred by the recent NEH-funded contest, this is one project. I think it won first prize by Lincoln Mullen. He leveraged machine learning to identify over 866,000 quotations and verbal allusions from the Bible across 10.7 million pages of historical newspaper. Amidst nearly 56 billion words, Mullen not only identified the phenomena he was seeking, but further augmented the data by creating new linkages between it, indicating not only when and where Bible verses occurred, but also discerning and subsequently explicitly structuring the data so that they indicate how often verses tended to occur together. This act sheds a more complex view on use of the Bible to support the formation of our varied imagined communities over time. Of course, our collections are not limited to surrogates of physical objects. Increasingly, we collect so-called born digital data. Web archive collections are significant efforts here at the Library of Congress, the Internet Archive, and throughout the world, institutions large and small. A key component of the data orientation with respect to these collections is learning how to recognize what their nature affords for supporting exploration of questions. It will continue to be the case that we will have users that want to interact with these archives, as a user may have interacted with them at the time of their creation, in a web browser, on a mobile device, and so forth. Yet if we peel back the layer to engage the underlying, less visible structures organizing the representation we see on the screen, it becomes possible to ask more questions. Consider Ian Milligan's work on Canadian political parties and interest groups. In this network visualization, Milligan has drawn connections between all links that crisscross Canadian political parties and interest group websites. From this vantage point, Milligan gains a sense of topology in the data, a multidimensional view of connectivity that may have not been readily apparent and/or intelligible without an awareness of the possibility latent in the data sitting below the surface of the familiar. This push toward reaching past our familiar orientation to digital environments is what the collections as data conversation is all about. The deeper we go down this path, the better we serve our community's ability to peel back the layers, covering seemingly mundane interactions in everyday life, in order to recover an ability to act. Empowerment. In order to do the work that lies ahead, we will need to be empowered to think differently. When I say we, I am referring to the builders at cultural heritage institutions, large and small. When I say that we must be empowered, I refer to the concept in its truest sense as a move towards self-actualization. I'll speak now from the perspective of libraries in particular, since that is the community I have the most familiarity with. There is a base claim to universality often touted in libraries: universal collections with impartial aims, services with universal scope. In this manner, libraries are figured like transaction-driven, benevolent black boxes. But seriously, I would say down with the black box. Libraries are people. Individual hands, hopes, and dreams build the collections we use. Let's acknowledge that, celebrate it, and give credit where credit is due. Collections as data provide an opportunity. Who designed the schema? Who did the transcription? Who decided why the acquisition should be made and for whom? Why did a certain normalization occur? This is about recognizing the labor and the intellectual value of librarian contributions to crafting the materials with which a wide array of communities gain a sense of meaning in the world. It is also about surfacing the design decisions underlying these collections in order to give them their fullest integrity so that they can actually be used to substantiate claims that are based on them. There are many directions the Collections as Data project could go. In almost any direction, we will bump into pre-existing norms for going about this work, and there will undoubtedly be expectations couched in terms of scalability. Here are the chickens, if anyone was following on Twitter. There's actually only 2 slides with chickens, so I apologize if the expectations were raised. But the scalability question, that framing. To be honest, I'm a little bit tired of scalability. It's like a chicken or the egg debate, where someone keeps insisting that chickens sprang from an chicken forehead and won't consider the possibility of the egg, that both could actually happen in parallel, that they might actually need to happen that way in order to push the conversation forward in this space. Sidebar. I want to thank Katie Rawson and Trevor Munoz, who in their piece Against Cleaning, from their Curating the Menus project, they introduced me to Anna Singh, who I'm just going to quote here on the next 3 slides because she really captures this notion of scalability that I'm trying to get at. Highly recommend her piece as well. So when small projects become big without changing the nature of the project, we call that design feature scalability. Now, scalability is possible only if project elements do not form transformative relationships that might change the project. And here's the kicker. But transformative relationships are the medium for the emergence of diversity. Tying it all together, from what I would consider a classic piece, although it's probably only 4 or 5 years old. It's a talk that Bethany Novisky gave, A Skunk in the Library, kind of writing on digital library work, or speaking on it. She had said, if you want unusual results, you can't expect that they will come from playing by the usual rules. A couple of issues typically arise as librarians aim to extend their commitments in the collections as data space. First, it is often expected that new ground is broken, yet the potential of the work is mitigated from the outset by attempting to predicate effort on a scalability paradigm. Scalability cannot be the sole precondition of possibility in the collections as data space. In order for diverse solutions to occur, we must learn to embrace experimentation that accommodates and even embraces the value of failure as equally as success. Some may say that the ability to engage in the span of outcomes constitutes a luxury, a privileged position. I would say to look to liberal arts colleges, oftentimes dwarfed by their R1 research universities peers throughout the country. They're doing some of the most interesting work in this space and with vastly limited resources comparatively. The second issue impeding forward progress relates to time. As previously mentioned, it is often the case that there is an expectation that new ground is broken, but little is done administratively to free up individual time to contribute to new projects. I find more often than not that personal interest or excitement, what you might call the preconditions of empowerment, are not the barrier to doing collections as data work. Rather, it's simply a question of time, whose lack of resolution can often be traced to administrative mismatch between goals and reality. Simply put, let's free people up to empower themselves in their work, whether that's collections as data work or some other new initiative. Now, I've long admired the work that Cooper Hewitt has done with collections as data. They are enthusiastic and very public about their experiments. They actually have a menu on their website called Toys with an experiment section. There are currently 4 experiments listed there. They're all disabled. Does this mean they failed? Could we consider the possibility that they may have been meant to fail? That they may actually be a good thing, these failures? As we move out of the experimental section of the toys menu to the exploration menu, we are presented with a dizzying array of ways to engage the collection. Search by color, you got it. Search by concordance, why not? I don't know with 100% certainty, but I'd bet that more than one of these features started in the mind of someone who felt empowered to explore. That exploration was run as an experiment, disabled, and then walked into the primary collection interface. On this slide, we witness one of these experiments in action. What we were seeing is a really novel solution to addressing a particularly challenging problem. Essentially, they're trying to deal with differing scale between objects in a collection and the challenge of how to generate thumbnails that convey an equivalent amount of information to the user. Right? So if you took a picture of a chair from a distance of 5 feet and maybe a pencil from 8 inches above, how do you create like equivalent thumbnails that help a user make a decision? Right? So one of the things that they did in the labs is they wrote a Python script to generate Shannon entropy values for each image in order to inform which part of the image would actually be cropped so that it would convey the most information. The British Library Labs has been doing fantastic work in this space for years now. Folks like Nora McGregor, Mia Ridge, formerly James Baker, I feel like they've kind of been eating everyone's lunch a little bit, especially in the National Library space. Sorry, Library of Congress. But yeah, they're an enterprising group. They engage in teaching digital scholarship within their institution, and they work toward releasing a whole slew of different types of collections as data. You may have heard of their pioneering work, automatically extracting 1 million images from historical text and making them available via Flickr under a CC0 license. Subsequently, they have encouraged a number of competitions for working with the collections that they release as data. These efforts are not purely about publicity. They provide opportunities to refine the way that we prepare and provide access to collections and can lead to concrete reciprocal benefits from outside our institutions. For example, in this case, Mario Klinkeman's experimentation with machine learning and semi-automated image classification to generate additional metadata for the Flickr release, and also to enable subsetting by really sort of interesting features. Like all of a sudden it becomes possible to subset the collection by portraits. It's kind of cool. I'm not sure exactly what the application would be, but it's kind of a cool functionality to enable. There are a number of libraries in North America that have been working in this space as well. I'm formerly of Michigan State University. For those of you not working in the Big Ten or fans of college football, that's the green helmet up there on the left. While our collections across the board here differed in scope, we all shared in common a desire to explore releasing our collections as data in order to encourage additional types of use. The process in my case, excuse me, was fairly straightforward. Identifying existing digital special collections, evaluate the possibilities latent in the data. Are they unstructured? Are they structured? What is the quality of the OCR? Has it been transcribed? Has it been hand transcribed? How representative is the data given its relationship to the totality of the collection? The next step was to create derivatives that served anticipated use. So out with the JPEG thumbnails, in with the PDFs, the TI encoded files, the plain text derivatives. Wrap all of the above in new documentation that is geared towards supporting computational use. Now, subsequently, this data was used to support digital humanities pedagogy, became a test set in a text analysis program, and was sought after to support a computational analysis of ingredient usage in cooking throughout American history. Had we not treated this collection as data and promoted it as such, it's not likely that it would have seen these types of use. Now, work of this kind only becomes possible when individual people feel empowered to pursue their passions, to self-actualize through them. The cost of that self-actualization is time and the confidence to pursue projects, whether they succeed or fail. Really, failure should be a goal, I think. That said, embracing failure doesn't mean doing our work without attention to ethics. We must commit to transparency, inclusivity, and respect in the work that lies ahead. A number of ethical considerations are raised in this space. Some of these are new, others are familiar, but possibly more complex in light of the medium. The first issue relates to transparency in the process of collection building. How were the data processed? What was left in? What was left out? Why? How representative is the data? What bias does our organization of the data reflect? Can we admit a bias? I think for a number of reasons that data-driven journalism has some qualities that we can learn from as we consider these questions. Recently, journalists at BuzzFeed supplemented an article, New American Slavery, shown here, with a blog post that links to data, methods, analysis, and code used to produce the work. We see that the level of transparency is quite granular. The writers go down to the level of individual claims in their narrative text, with links to the IPython notebook that contains the code that generated the data to support that particular claim. As I cast my eye over this approach, I wonder what it can teach us in libraries as we work to provide collections as data. Will our users expect similar levels of transparency in the documentation of computational processes and analytic decisions that were made to generate the collections that we provide access to? They may. Transparency in this vein may actually be a precondition of viable use. As collections as data are developed, we cannot lose sight of interests beyond North American borders. We must have an inclusive vision. Global Outlook Digital Humanities, affectionately referred to as GoDH, reminds us of this pointedly. There is a wider world to engage with. We should think deeply about how we can best interact. Part of that consideration is linguistic. Part of that consideration speaks to questioning assumptions of normative access to computational infrastructure. Through GoDH's experiments with minimal computing, we can discern a model for encouraging participation in this collections as data conversation that is more expansive than it would be otherwise. Across the board, we require acts of bravery, large and small, to make our collections as open as possible. Few things make the light of curiosity die more quickly in someone's eyes when they shift to the words, "Rights assessment is your responsibility." I've experienced this myself. This is something I've witnessed personally from primary school teachers when I worked in education outreach here at the Library of Congress, to researchers interested in large-scale text analysis in the various universities that I've worked at. NYPL, I would argue, is just a shining light in this space that I'm very grateful for. More open collections equal more access, which in turn equal a more inclusive range of use. Now, this is important. Collections as data represent lived experience, and we should respect that. Traces of human activity are not butterflies to be collected, cataloged, and pinned in 21st century cabinets of curiosity. Documenting the now focuses on capturing a liminal form of data, our tweets. While the technical development is impressive, it also presents an approach that models how we might engage in collections as data activity that is expressly predicated on sustained attempts to ground the act of collection in community need. Documenting the now approaches this angle of work in a number of different ways, but I'm particularly intrigued by Burgess Jewell's attempt to map precedent in archival practice, codified in the deed of gift, to gain a measure of purchase over the challenges that lay ahead, particularly as they pertain to structuring agreements between data producers and data collectors. I hope we see more efforts like this in this space. A contract, after all, is about agreeing on the terms of engagement. It's about mutual respect. In her interview with the LA Review of Books, Jessica Marie Johnson hits upon one of the key failings of our collections, their inclusivity and their representativeness. She, like many others, have by necessity sought meaning in the fragments and absences in archival holdings that testify to practices of systematic bias whose net effect is nothing less than an attempt at historical erasure. Sometimes it is the case that the histories are buried beneath a homogenized approach to representing our collections. Seeing collections as data offers an opportunity to surface difference in the historical record. In the case of The Real Face of White Australia, Tim Sherratt leveraged a facial detection script to automatically extract faces from a wide range of historical documents and place those front and center to give people primacy. In doing so, Sherratt utilized a data-oriented approach to humanize the data and surface a story that might have been otherwise told. As we transition our historical sources to meet the collections as data mark, we must be conscious of the extent to which the bulk of the digitized historical record privileges white, English language, predominantly Western history. This is a legacy born of early 20th century microfilm collection development policies. Subsequently, many digital projects have worked from these data sources, which biases said projects toward reinforcing a less pluralistic view of the world. Presently, we have an opportunity to create collections as data that better support the ability to craft narratives that reflect a greater diversity of lived realities. Jarrett Drake reminds us that we all are complicit in the creation of collections that reinforce inequity. In order to improve, we must face that reality, really look at it, and aim to do better. As I have mentioned throughout this talk, collections as data provides an opportunity to do better. There is some initial concerted effort seeking to improve our work in this space. The Digital Library Federation Cultural Assessment Group is one promising start. It's early on, but they're expressly geared toward identifying and questioning the underlying biases that are driving digital library collection development. You may have noticed throughout this talk that I didn't talk much about infrastructure with any degree of specificity, or really anything particularly technical in nature. It wasn't my goal to do so. That said, I wish it went without saying, but I feel I need to say it anyways. Any infrastructure we develop to push the collections as data conversation forward must take place in an environment that recognizes and works against historic and contemporary hostility toward women, people of color, and other underrepresented groups. And we come full circle. There's an incredible amount of opportunity that lies ahead. If we stay true to supporting the agency of our communities as they seek to make meaning from the data, if we empower ourselves to be inspired by our own experiments with data, and if we are guided by an ethics that focuses on transparency, inclusivity, and respect, I truly believe that we are heading in a promising direction, a direction whose path charts a course to nothing less than supporting life is worth living. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. As many of our speakers generously said that they were honored to be here on the stage at the Library of Congress, but truly it is our honor to have them here and my honor to share a stage with such inspiring and unbelievable folks. Thank you so much for sharing your time and expertise with us. So many of you in this room are also working on really interesting projects. Like I know the GW folks from the Social Feed Manager are here, and some web archiving folks, including our own here at the Library of Congress. We'd really love if you could join us at the Hawk and Dove right after this to continue the conversation. We'll be meeting upstairs. A couple of us will walk over if you want to follow, and if you're not sure where that is. Video will be posted shortly. If you registered for the event, you should get an email about that. And lastly, I just want to give a big thank you to everyone who helped make this possible today, especially our speakers, our Office of Equal Opportunity and Diversity Programs, NIO Management for supporting us, the staff at NDI, Abby, Mike, and especially Jamie Mears, who did so much to make this possible, our AV folks who are amazing today, and special events, but also all of you who read the many drafts of our slides and the friends and colleagues who are available to run errands during the day, and all of you who gave input into the program. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming, and please keep in touch.